Chapter 2679. Among the 29 young men, Qin Yu, who was familiar with Duan Lingtian, was among them as well. However, as Qin Yu stood outside King Qin's mansion's royal city and looked at the majestic royal city, his eyes became a little blurred. He seemed to be in a daze, and no one knew what he was thinking. Prefectural Governor Wang. Tianjiyu smiled faintly in response to the newcomer's greeting. The person whom Tianjiyu addressed as Prefectural Governor Wang was Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 15 counties under King Qin's mansion. Similar to Tianjiyu, Wang Qiling had come to King Qin's mansion for the martial competition of the 16 counties. Behind Wang Qiling, the Prefectural Governor of Fair Mountain County, were a few of his trusted subordinates. The rest of the 30 young men were all young men. These youngsters stood there and stared at Qin Yu and them behind Tianjiyu like tigers eyeing their prey. To them, the young men behind Tianjiyu were their competitors in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Only by defeating all of them would they have a chance to stand out and obtain a good ranking in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Prefectural Governor Tian. You seem to have brought one person with you. After a while, Wang Qiling's gaze swept across the 29 youths behind Tianjiyu. Finally, his gaze landed back on Tianjiyu, and he stared deeply at him. There's one more person who went out to train. He'll be here when the martial competition of the 16 counties begins. Tianjiyu said indifferently. Went out to train? Wang Qiling narrowed his eyes when he heard Tianjiyu's words. He asked tentatively, County Governor Tian, don't tell me you're referring to Duan Lingtian, the young powerhouse who's famous in the 9 Spectres County? Tianjiyu smiled proudly at Wang Qiling's question. He did not answer Wang Qiling directly. Prefectural Governor Wang will be entering the city first. Without waiting for Wang Qiling's reply, Tianjiyu led the group of people behind him into King Qin's mansion's royal city. Only Wang Qiling was left standing there with a gloomy expression on his face. Lord County Governor. At this moment, an old man standing behind Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, I'm afraid the person Tianjiyu mentioned is Duan Lingtian. Who else could it be other than Duan Lingtian? Wang Qiling said in a deep voice, initially, when I found out there's only Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County who's almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, I met with the county governors of the other 14 counties. We spent a large amount of supreme celestial stones to hire a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial to kill Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County. However, when the powerhouse arrived at the 9 Spectres County and searched the entire county, he couldn't find Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had already left 9 Spectres County and successfully evaded the powerhouse's pursuit. Less than a year ago, the people that Fair Mountain County had planted in the county city of 9 Spectres County reported back to Fair Mountain County about a golden celestial who was not even 100 years old and whose strength was almost as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. At that time, he realized the severity of the matter. He knew that if the powerhouse was not killed, the 30 young powerhouses from Fair Mountain County would no longer be able to claim first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. This meant that the 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills, would no longer have anything to do with them. This was not something he wanted to see. It was not something that the people from the other 14 counties wanted to see. For this reason, the 15 county governors of the 9 Spectres County, including him, had decided to spend some supreme celestial stones to hire a powerhouse who was stronger than Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, to kill Duan Lingtian. However, the powerhouse had gone to 9 Spectres County. Alas, the target had disappeared. Actually, if we had a young powerhouse like Duan Lingtian in Fair Mountain County, we would have used the same method to protect him, a middle-aged man standing behind Wang Qiling said with a wry smile on his face. Actually, when Lord County Governor said you and the other 14 county governors were going to invite a powerhouse to kill Duan Lingtian, I knew this would happen. Humph. Another person behind Wang Qiling snorted and said, do you think Lord County Governor doesn't know about this? If there was even the slightest possibility, Lord County Governor would have joined forces with the other 14 county governors to hire a powerhouse to kill Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian's existence has seriously affected the balance of the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion. However, since Duan Lingtian is still alive, as long as he participates in the martial competition of the 16 counties, he'll definitely be able to claim first place. The middle-aged man could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Indeed. The others agreed as well. Although Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, had the same opinion, he was still slightly bewildered. However, he knew that it was useless for him to be bewildered. After all, what was done could not be undone. There was nothing he could do about it. Very soon, the king's city of King Qin's mansion was filled with young powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion. The martial competition of the 16 counties would be held in 3 days. Due to the arrival of the 16 powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the king's city that had been bustling with noise and excitement for more than half a month suddenly became quiet. It was like the calm before the storm. In an inconspicuous inn in King City, the county governor of 9 Spectres County only brought 29 people. In a spacious room, an old woman dressed in a plain long robe asked in a deep voice as she looked coldly at the middle-aged man in front of her. If Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was here, he would be able to recognize the middle-aged man as Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County whom he had met at the entrance of King City. As the county governor and lord of Fair Mountain Prefecture, Wang Qiling was extremely humble and respectful in front of the old lady. His humble attitude was comparable to how he treated King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Qiling said, I think Tian Jiyu left the last spot for Duan Lingtian who has been missing for almost a year. Senior, perhaps you'll be able to capture Duan Lingtian in King Qin's mansion this time. However, if Duan Lingtian appears after the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for you to capture him. At that time, the powerhouses from King Qin's mansion will definitely step in to protect Duan Lingtian. As Wang Qiling spoke, he voiced out his concerns. Humph. The old woman snorted coldly. Her voice was so cold that it made Wang Qiling, the dignified Fair Mountain County's county governor, feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. It was as though he was in a world of ice and snow. Even if King Qin from King Qin's mansion steps in, he won't be able to protect Duan Lingtian unless he has a death wish. Unless he has a death wish. When the old woman reached the end of her sentence, her tone was not only cold, but also domineering. It was as though if King Qin dared to step in to protect Duan Lingtian, she would ask for King Qin's name. Gasp. Wang Qiling could not help but gasp when he heard the old woman's words. He looked at the old woman respectfully. In the past, although he knew the old woman was powerful, he did not expect her to be more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. However, based on her words, it seemed like she was more powerful than King Qin from King Qin's mansion. How could he not be shocked? As far as I know, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held in King Qin's mansion. The venue is not open to the public. Think of a way to bring me in. I don't want to alert Duan Lingtian before the martial competition of the 16 counties ends. I don't want Duan Lingtian to appear. The old woman said nonchalantly. Yes. Wang Qiling replied respectfully. Then, he asked, Senior, do you have any other instructions? If you don't, I'll take my leave. Go. From the beginning until the end, the old woman did not even bat an eyelid. It was as though she could not be bothered to look at Wang Qiling. 3 days later. The martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion arrived as scheduled. On the surface, everything seemed normal and calm. However, as the days passed, the martial competition of the 16 counties became more and more intense. It was nearing its end. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, became anxious. Why hasn't Duan Lingtian appeared yet? If he doesn't appear soon, the martial competition of the 16 counties will be over. At this moment, Tian Jiyu felt as though he had been stood up by Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. Is he all right? On the other hand, Qin Yu, who had just been eliminated, could not help but feel worried when he saw that Duan Lingtian had not appeared. He was worried that something had happened to Duan Lingtian, and that was why he did not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph. Pang Bing, the first inner mansion elder of the county governor's mansion of 9 Spectres County, snorted and said, "I don't think Duan Lingtian is coming." What an ingrate. Back then, the county governor's mansion spent so much effort to nurture him. How could he not show up at such a critical moment? Elder Pang Bing, you can't speak carelessly. Perhaps Duan Lingtian encountered something and couldn't leave, so he couldn't make it in time. Jing Qiu defended Duan Lingtian. Couldn't make it? Pang Bing sneered. That's a good excuse. However, even if he encountered something important, could it be more important than participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties? After all, we're talking about 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. If he didn't show up today, not only would our 9 Spectres County miss out on the 3 great overarching pills, we wouldn't even be able to obtain a single great overarching pill. Pang Bing's expression darkened when he reached the end of his sentence. That's enough. Why are you arguing? Chapter 2680. On the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties, the top 10 contestants would fight each other. Of course, it was hard to say whether these 10 strongest people were the ones who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties held in King Qin's mansion. This was because there were still many young experts from the 16 counties who had yet to make a move. King Qin's mansion had set a rule for the martial competition of the 16 counties. In any of the 16 counties, they could choose one person as their trump card to fight for the top 3 positions in the martial competition of the 16 counties. King Qin's mansion had set this rule so that the strongest young expert from each of the 16 counties would be in the best condition to fight for the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, if the young experts from the 16 counties did not even make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, their counties would be punished. They would have to pay 3 times the usual amount of prominent celestial stones every year for the next 10 years. Of course, if any of the 16 counties were not confident, they could choose not to keep their trump cards. King Qin's mansion would not force them to do so. However, if any of the 16 counties kept their trump cards, they would have to follow the rules set by King Qin's mansion. If they did not make it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would have to pay more celestial stones every year. Among the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, 3 of them were not confident in their young experts and did not keep their trump cards. As for the other 13 counties, they had all kept their trump cards. This included 9 Spectres County. 9 Spectres County's trump card was Duan Lingtian, who had yet to show up. If Duan Lingtian did not show up today and did not make it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, they would be considered absent and would be automatically excluded from the top 10. 9 Spectres County would also be punished. Therefore, the people of 9 Spectres County were very anxious these 2 days. It's the last day. Why isn't Duan Lingtian here yet? Could something have happened to him? Qin Yu was the only contestant from 9 Spectres County who had made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, the top 10 was not enough to make the people of 9 Spectres County happy because there were still 13 contestants who had not shown up yet. Moreover, 12 of them were the trump cards of the other 12 counties, and their strength was not inferior to Qin Yu. Only the top 10 contestants who made it to the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be rewarded by King Qin's mansion. Although Qin Yu made it to the top 10 in the martial competition of the 16 counties, it did not mean that he would stay there forever. Qin Yu Spectres County, Spectres of the 16 Spectres of the 16 Spectres County. Qin Yu Spectres County Spectres. However, at this moment, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian's safety. County Chief Tian. At this moment, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, arrived next to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. He said with a faint smile on his face, "The trump card of 9 Spectres County should be Duan Lingtian, right? However, it seems like he hasn't shown up yet." I heard he left the county city of 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Did he die outside during this time? The smile on Wang Qiling's face grew wider and wider as he asked. The martial competition of the 16 counties. Isn't it still ongoing? Tianji narrowed his eyes and said nonchalantly, County Governor Wang, it seems like you can't wait for Duan Lingtian to show up. It seems like you don't have much confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. Towards the end, Tianji's tone was laced with a hint of mockery. Yang Jin was Fair Mountain County's trump card in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and he had not shown up yet. Although Yang Jin had not shown up yet, his strength was widely acknowledged in Fair Mountain County. He might not be as strong as Duan Lingtian, but his reputation in Fair Mountain County was on par with Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County. If it's someone else, I wouldn't have no confidence in Yang Jin. However, if it's Duan Lingtian, I don't have much confidence in Yang Jin. It's not just Yang Jin, I believe the other trump cards from the other 11 counties don't have confidence in 9 Spectres County's Duan Lingtian as well. Wang Qiling was not angered by Tianji's words. Instead, he continued to say, after all, Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial in the Lu clan in 9 Spectres County about a year ago. Even Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County, admitted that he's no match for Duan Lingtian. How can I have confidence in Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County if he's the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County? After all, Yang Jin's strength is far inferior to Pang Bing, the strongest person below great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Not only did Wang Qiling acknowledge Duan Lingtian's strength, but he even praised Duan Lingtian's strength. If one did not know better, one would think that Duan Lingtian was one of Wang Qiling's subordinates and not from 9 Spectres County. The strongest person below the great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had left 9 Spectres County a year ago and had not been heard from since. County Chief Wang, you're quite self-aware. Tianji did not know how to respond to Wang Qiling's words when he heard Wang Qiling praising Duan Lingtian. He looked at Wang Qiling intently before he said, you're right. County Chief Tian. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County is already here? Did you hide him? Wang Qiling looked deeply at Tianji and asked with a deep and meaningful tone. County Chief Wang, you seem to be very interested in Duan Lingtian. Tianji replied. Of course. I'm sure I'm not the only one. The other 14 county chiefs are also very interested in Duan Lingtian. It's said that even Lord King Qin from our King Qin's mansion has mentioned Duan Lingtian before. A hint of envy could be seen in Wang Qiling's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. County Chief Tian, I'm really curious. Is Duan Lingtian here? Wang Qiling asked again. He did not notice that his tone was slightly anxious when he asked this question. It was as though he wanted to know if Duan Lingtian was here or not. County Chief Wang, didn't you say that Duan Lingtian might have perished outside? Tianji asked nonchalantly. I was just joking. Wang Qiling's expression froze when he heard Tianji's words. He could not help but smile awkwardly. County Chief Wang, if you want to know if Duan Lingtian is here or not, you'll find out in the afternoon. Today, the top 10 and top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be fighting. Tianji said nonchalantly, if Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, he'll definitely show up in the afternoon. However, I think. County Chief Wang, you don't want him to show up, right? A hint of mockery could be seen in Tianji's eyes as he looked at Wang Qiling. Of course not. Wang Qiling shook his head and smiled. I'm looking forward to his appearance. Although I know he'll definitely be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, I'm still curious. He's not even 100 years old, and he's the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below the age of great overarching golden celestial. Wang Qiling's words were sincere. It was as though he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. However, was that really the case? County Chief Tian, the battle for the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties is about to begin. The trump cards of each county are about to be revealed. I'll return to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County are. Wang Qiling bade farewell to Tianjiyu before he left. I won't see you out. Tianjiyu glanced at Wang Qiling's back and said slowly, you're a genius. After Wang Qiling left, Tianjiyu could not help but feel a sense of anxiety in the depths of his eyes. Today was the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, until now, he still did not see Duanling Tian at all. It was as though Duanling Tian had not arrived in King Qin's mansion at all. On the other side, after Wang Qiling returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain County were, he walked up to a skinny man in a gray robe. His face could not be seen clearly. Wang Qiling said respectfully through voice transmission, Senior, I've tested Tianjiyu, but I didn't get anything out of him. He's very cunning. He's always trying to change the subject. Wang Qiling replied through voice transmission. It doesn't matter. An old man replied calmly through voice transmission. Today is the last day of the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duanling Tian is here, he'll show up in the afternoon at the latest. If he doesn't show up, it means he has no intention of participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Who's that? The few elders and honorary elders who had followed Wang Qiling to King Qin's mansion saw their prefectural governor standing beside the mysterious man in the gray robe. They could not help but feel their hearts tremble. They were curious about the identity of the man in the gray robe and why their county chief treated him in such a manner. This man. Could he be the person Lord County Chief hired to kill Duanling Tian? An elder from the Fair Mountain County's county chief's mansion guessed in a low voice. That's impossible. Another elder said, if Lord County Chief hired someone to kill Duanling Tian, Lord King Qin would not let Lord County Chief off so easily. After all, this is King Qin's mansion. Duanling Tian hasn't shown up yet. He might not come. If he doesn't come, Yang Jin has a high chance of winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chapter 2681. In the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by King Qin's mansion, Duanling Tian from 9 Spectres County was the most favored. News of Duanling Tian's actions in the Lu clan in the county city of 9 Spectres County spread like wildfire in the 9 Spectres County. In the end, news of Duanling Tian's actions in King Qin's mansion had spread throughout the entire 9 Spectres County. Even King Qin of King Qin's mansion had heard of him. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian had become the hottest topic and the highlight of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Many people wanted to catch a glimpse of his elegance. However, up until now, Duanling Tian had yet to show himself. Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. I wonder what Tianjiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, is up to. Could it be that he's waiting for Duanling Tian to show up and replace Duanling Tian as the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties? Humph. Duanling Tian hasn't shown up yet. It might not be because the county governor of 9 Spectres County forbade him from showing up. Maybe he died outside after leaving 9 Spectres County. After all, the outside world is very dangerous. That's possible. Apart from the people from 9 Spectres County and Fair Mountain County, the people from the other 14 counties could not help but whisper among themselves. Based on their words, they either thought that Duanling Tian had been hidden by the county governor of 9 Spectres County or that Duanling Tian had died outside and could not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, no matter what these people said, it was only their guesses. After a while, the powerhouse sent by King Qin's mansion to host the martial competition of the 16 counties announced that since the 13 counties had yet to show their trump cards, the top 10 contestants would compete for the top 3 spots. As time passed, the contestants were pushed back one by one. Qin Yu. Soon after, it was Qin Yu's turn to fight. When Qin Yu walked onto the stage, behind the VIP spectator seats on the side of the vast battle arena, in an area covered by a curtain, a middle-aged man wearing luxurious clothes suddenly stood up from his luxurious chair and stared firmly at Jianghu. Third Prince. You're... The moment the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stood up, the two old men beside him were shocked. They could not help but look at the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. They did not know why the third prince of King Qin's mansion would lose his composure. In King Qin's mansion, King Qin had 3 younger brothers. Below King Qin, there were 3 younger brothers. They were called the second prince, the third prince, and the 5th prince by the people in King Qin's mansion. The third duke was the third brother of King Qin. He was sent by King Qin to be in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Third Prince Jianghu was king. Third prince was Prince Qin, third prince is third. Similar. Too similar. I think his name is Jianghu. The third marquis did not pay attention to the 2 old men beside him. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. He muttered to himself as his eyes grew brighter and brighter, like 2 bright stars in the night sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! After hearing the third prince's mutterings, the gazes of the 2 old men beside him simultaneously landed on the young man in the middle of the battle ring. With just a glance, their pupils couldn't help but shrink fiercely. Why does he look so much like the 4th prince? His nose, his lips, and even his forehead, are almost exactly the same as the 4th prince's. Who is he? The 2 old men regained their senses and looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. The 4th prince was the 4th brother of the Duke of Qin in Duke Qin's mansion. It was to the extent that even before the 4th prince left the king of Qin's mansion, he was already stronger than the king of Qin. However, King Qin's mansion's 4th prince had suffered from qi deviation decades ago. After injuring King Qin, he left King Qin's mansion and disappeared without a trace. Although King Qin's mansion had sent people to search for him, they found nothing. Now, after a few decades, they saw someone who looked like the 4th prince in King Qin's mansion's martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, this person's surname was also Qin. They could not help but let their imagination run wild. This Jianghu, could he be? Soon, the 2 old men looked at each other again and saw the same thought in each other's eyes. Elder Qi, go and investigate this Jianghu. The third marquis gave the order in a deep voice. Traces of excitement appeared in his eyes. It was as though the young man standing in the middle of the battle arena was an old friend that he had not seen for many years. Yes. One of the old men answered and left immediately. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Jianghu was also engaged in a fierce battle with a young man who appeared to be around the same age as him. They started to be evenly matched. After about several tens of breaths, Jianghu's body suddenly burst forth with a burst of powerful energy. The palm prints that filled the sky were also dyed with blood red. Bang! Almost at the same time that Jianghu's palm attack is stained with that blood-red color, the power in the palm increases greatly. It directly crushes and destroys his opponent's attack, sending his opponent flying. He lands on the ground with serious injuries and is on the verge of death. Hiss! 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 Instantly, waves of gasps sounded out in unison from the surroundings of the combat arena. This Jianghu from the 9 Spectres County actually hid his strength. What was that technique he used at the end? It felt like a divine ability. Moreover, it's an assistive divine ability. It's even more powerful than the other assistive divine ability that he used earlier. This assistive divine ability. I feel like it's at least a dark grade divine ability. Moreover, it's probably not an ordinary dark grade divine ability. I've seen ordinary dark grade divine abilities a few times, and they're far inferior to the one he used earlier. The surroundings of the battle arena were bustling with noise. While the people from the various counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion were discussing animatedly, their attention had shifted to the support type ability that Jianghu had used earlier. I didn't expect Jianghu to hide his strength. With Qin Yu's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to get into the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties before the other counties use their trump cards. I didn't expect Qin Yu's cultivation to improve so quickly. If he's given a few more years, he might become another Duan Lingtian. The elders and honorary elders from 9 Spectres County could not help but sigh. When the inner mansion's elders Pang Bing and Jing Qiu look at Qin Yu again, there is an additional look of approval in their eyes. That assistive divine ability. I think it's Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, stared at Qin Yu. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed, and a look of shock and disbelief appeared on his face. It was as though he had seen a ghost. Sky dancing blood imprint. That sky dancing blood imprint. While Tian Jiyu was staring at Qin Yu as if he had seen a ghost, the other 15 county governors also had the same look of shock and disbelief as Tian Jiyu. Many county governors could not help but exclaim in surprise. Sky dancing blood imprint. Isn't it a dark great assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? How can this brat from 9 Spectres County know a dark great assistive divine ability that only the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion can cultivate? Where did he learn it from? Stealing a dark great assistive divine ability from a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. As the various county governors opened their mouths, the spectator seats surrounding the enormous battle arena also let out waves of low exclamations. From their words, it was as if they were certain that the support-type divine ability that Qin Yu had just displayed was secretly learned from the King Qin's mansion. Sky dancing blood imprint. Behind the VIP seats, behind the curtains, the third prince, who had just sat down, stood up again. The excitement that had just calmed down appeared again. He must be fourth brother's child. Fourth brother, has a descendant. Meng Ping, bring Qin Yu to me. The third marquis's gaze pierced through the curtain like a sharp sword and went straight to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, who was looking at Qin Yu with a look of astonishment on his face. He immediately sent an order to the third marquis. Yes, third prince. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties immediately looked at Qin Yu and said, Qin Yu, the third marquis wants to see you. Come with me. Once the host said those words, before Qin Yu could react, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. Third prince? Immediately, numerous gazes from the various spectator seats landed on the area behind the VIP seats that was covered by a curtain. However, while it was easy to see through the veil, it was impossible to see through the veil. I'm afraid this brat from the 9 Spectres County is in trouble. The third prince is going to punish him. Although I don't know where he learned the assist-type divine ability, the heavenly blood seal dance, from the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, secretly learning the divine ability that's exclusive to the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion is a capital offense. Many people felt that Qin Yu was going to run out of luck. I don't think the third prince is here to denounce her. Perhaps, he's here to acknowledge her as his relative? Exactly. Don't forget, his surname is Qin, his name is Qin Yu. Even though most people think that Qin Yu is out of luck, there are still a small number of people who think that Qin Yu is probably a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion who has wandered outside. In the past, I felt that Qin Yu was somewhat familiar. Now that I think about it, he seems to be somewhat similar to that fourth prince from back then. Chapter 2682. The fourth prince of King Qin's mansion was a legend in the eyes of the people in King Qin's mansion. Among the King Qin's brothers in the King Qin's mansion, the fourth prince's innate talent was undoubtedly the highest. In fact, 100 years ago, his strength surpassed the King Qin's and he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. However, it was a pity that the heavens were jealous of geniuses. A few decades ago, the fourth prince of the Duke of Qin's manor suffered from qi deviation during his closed-door cultivation. After injuring the Duke of Qin, he left the Duke of Qin's manor and disappeared without a trace. As the county governor of 9 Spectres County, Tian Jiyu was fortunate enough to have met the fourth prince before. However, it had been a long time, so he did not know how to react. He thought Qin Yu looked familiar because he thought Qin Yu resembled the fourth prince. Now that he had seen Qin Yu use the sky-dancing blood print, the exclusive skill of the direct descendants of King Qin's mansion, and the third prince, who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties, had called Qin Yu over, he finally remembered the fourth prince. This Qin Yu from 9 Spectres County looks very similar to the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion. Suddenly, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, had a flash of inspiration. Why did he feel that Qin Yu looked somewhat familiar from the first time he saw him? Turns out it was because Qin Yu looked very similar to the fourth prince of the Qin mansion. This Qin Yu. Why does he look so much like the fourth prince? He looks so much like the fourth prince and his surname is Qin. Could he be a descendant of King Qin's mansion? He might even be the fourth prince's son. Some of the county governors from other counties who had seen the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion who had disappeared several decades ago could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Qin Yu enter the VIP area. They guessed that Qin Yu was the son of the fourth prince who had disappeared several decades ago. The fourth prince? The most powerful person in King Qin's mansion, the fourth brother of the current King Qin, the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion? This Qin Yu from 9 Spectres County. Could he be the fourth prince's son? As the group of governors spoke, their subordinates more or less heard what they said. For a moment, they were extremely shocked because this news was extremely shocking and caught them off guard. And nobody from 9 Spectres County was suspected to be the son of the fourth prince of King Qin's mansion, a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion. Other than the people from the 16 counties under King Qin's manor, there were also some distinguished guests invited by King Qin's manor. They were all from powerful sects and clans in the territories under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Although the forces these people belonged to were not as powerful as the Duke of Qin's manor, none of the counties under the Duke of Qin's manor could compare to them. Qin Yu? A direct descendant of King Qin's mansion? Fourth prince's son? At the side of the VIP spectator seats, a figure covered in a black robe moved slightly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. His tone was mixed with a bit of surprise. This black-robed man was completely covered in a black robe, and the black robe was embroidered with balls of flames. These flames formed the word Kun on the black robe. The word Kun seemed to be burning at all times, and it was gorgeous and dazzling. This was the Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was the uniform of the Alliance of Celestial Masters in the Devata realms. Only celestial alchemists and celestial weapon craftsmen could obtain the Celestial Master's robe at the Alliance of Celestial Masters stronghold. Very few people dared to imitate the Celestial Master's robe since they would be hunted down by the Alliance of Celestial Masters if they were discovered wearing a fake Celestial Master's robe. For this reason, very few people dared to imitate or wear a fake Celestial Master's robe in the Devata realms. The Celestial Master's robe was divided into 4 grades. They were the Heaven, Earth, Heaven, and Kun. Only Supreme Celestial Alchemists and Supreme Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Heaven Celestial Master's robe. Only prominent Celestial Alchemists and prominent Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Earth Celestial Master's robe. Only mediocre Celestial Alchemists and mediocre Celestial Weapon Craftsmen were qualified to receive the Heaven Celestial Master's robe. As for the Celestial Master's robe with the character Kun on it, it was only available to primitive Celestial Alchemists and primitive Celestial Alchemists who proved their identities at the Alliance of Celestial Masters strongholds. The black-robed man was wearing the Heavenly Master's robe with the word Kun on it. This is enough to show that he was a primitive Celestial Alchemist. Vice Sect Leader Huang. Is the fourth prince stronger than King Qin? Suddenly, the black-robed man tilted his head. His eyes under the black robe flashed and landed on a middle-aged man sitting not far away. He asked in a slightly hoarse and deep voice. Revered Elder Tian Ling, when the middle-aged man heard the black-robed man take the initiative to speak to him, he immediately looked at the black-robed man. A radiant smile appeared on his originally solemn face as he nodded and said, "The fourth Marquis of the Duke of Qin's mansion is indeed stronger than Duke Qin." It seems like you haven't heard of the fourth prince, revered Elder Tianling. The middle-aged man was Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. This time, he had brought some people from the Flying Dragon sect to join in on the fun at King Qin's mansion's invitation. They were here to join in the fun of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although the black-robed man had only joined the Flying Dragon sect for 2 months, and he was only one of the 5 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, however, since the black-robed man's alchemy skills were far superior to the other 4 primitive celestial alchemists in the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji did not dare to be disrespectful in front of the black-robed man. After all, even the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had to be polite in front of the celestial alchemist. Moreover, the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect had repeatedly reminded him to be polite. He had to treat revered elder Tianling with the same respect as he treated him. Yes. The black-robed man nodded and said nonchalantly, "I've been wandering around for the past few years. 2 months ago, I arrived in the area governed by King Qin's mansion. Coincidentally, the bottleneck in my cultivation base has loosened, and I'm looking for a place to settle down and seek a breakthrough." As the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, Huang Guangji had heard about the black-robed man from the sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Therefore, he was not surprised by the black-robed man's words. "Revered elder Tianling, since you're interested in the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion, I'll tell you more about him," Huang Guangji said enthusiastically. After listening to Huang Guangji's explanation, the black-robed man learned about the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion. "Qin, you might really be the son of the 4th prince of King Qin's mansion." The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat as he thought to himself. After he finished speaking, the black-robed man sat there with his head lowered and no longer paid any attention to him. Huang Guangji was not annoyed by this. This was because he was already used to the Flying Dragon sect's revered elder Tianling's unsociable personality. This revered elder Tianling. Judging from his hoarse voice, he should be an old man. His real age shouldn't be that young. Huang Guangji glanced at the black-robed man again before retracting his gaze. However, he did not know that the black-robed man's hoarse voice was all an act. Under the black robe was a young man. To be more precise, it was a young man who looked very young and had an extremely powerful aura of flesh and blood. Furthermore, he wore a purple robe. However, because he was shrouded in a black robe, his entire body was covered by the black robe, so others could not tell that he was a young man. Now, if Qin Yu were here and lifted the black robe on this man, he would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. This black-robed man was none other than the Duan Lingtian he knew. The 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion must be trying to verify Qin Yu's identity, Duan Lingtian, who was completely enveloped in a black robe, thought in his heart. Although he wasn't like the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the others, who all turned their heads to look at the curtain-covered area behind the VIP seats, his thoughts were the same as those people. They were all behind the curtain-covered area. However, fortunately, King Qin's mansion set a rule for this martial competition of the 16 counties that any of the 16 counties can leave a trump card behind. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hide until now. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Apart from Duan Lingtian, no one, including Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had expected that Duan Lingtian would not be able to hide behind the curtains of the Flying Dragon sect. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long arrived at the venue of the martial competition of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. However, he had come with a different identity. He was the revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect, a primitive celestial alchemist who was wearing a celestial master's robe with the word Kun written on it. Due to the fact that he was a primitive celestial alchemist, no one dared to probe him with their divine consciousness even though he was wearing the celestial master's robe with the word Kun on it. After all, nobody wanted to offend a celestial alchemist. Without his identity as a celestial alchemist, he would not have been able to hide his age and identity. All of a sudden, a thunderous roar rang out in a timely manner. King Qin has arrived. King Qin has arrived. As the thunderous voice rang in the air, 9 snow-white horses pulling a roofless carriage could be seen approaching from the distance. Their speed was as fast as a great overarching golden celestial. A majestic middle-aged man dressed in a purple gold robe sat on the roofless carriage. Chapter 2683. The 9 snow-white horses looked no different from ordinary horses in the mundane realms. However, upon closer inspection, one could see the aura of celestial origin energy emanating from these horses. Clearly, these horses were celestial beasts. In the Devata realms, celestial beasts were divided into celestial beasts that had gained sentience and celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience. Celestial beasts possessed sentience that was not inferior to humans and could transform into humans. They cultivated like humans and were no different from humans. Celestial beasts that had yet to gain sentience could only rely on their instincts to survive. Even their cultivation base was dependent on their instincts to cultivate and were raised by humans. For example, the 9 horses that pulled the roofless carriage in front of Duan Lingtian were raised by King Qin's mansion. Each of them had a cultivation base equivalent to a violet moon golden celestial. The 9 horses pulled the carriage at a speed that was not inferior to an ordinary great overarching golden celestial. He's King Qin. Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted under his black robe as he looked at the middle-aged man dressed in a long purple gold robe who was sitting on the roofless carriage. The middle-aged man had a jade-like complexion and a tall stature. As he sat there, he emitted waves of majestic aura, suppressing the majestic aura emitted by the county governors from all over the Duke of Qin's mansion. In the face of the middle-aged man's imposing aura, the auras of the county governors from the various counties under King Qin's mansion were not worth mentioning at all. They were on completely different levels. It's King Qin. King Qin is here. After the appearance of the roofless carriage, which was pulled by 9 white horses, the group of people present immediately became restless. Greetings, Lord King Qin. Greetings, Lord King Qin. A moment later, the people from the 16 counties under the command of the Duke of Qin's mansion bowed respectfully to the Duke of Qin. The people in the VIP seats cupped their fists together and bowed at King Qin as well. Greetings, King Qin. Even Duan Lingtian followed the other people from the Flying Dragon sect and cupped his hands at King Qin as a form of greeting. If there was one person who was indifferent to the appearance of King Qin, it would be the person next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling. He was clad in a gray robe. The Qin emperor, who was sitting on the roofless carriage, stood up and waved his hands at the people around him. He noticed that the gray-robed man beside Wang Qiling did not seem to care about his appearance. Immediately, he frowned slightly. Within the territory of the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually someone who dared to put on airs in front of him. In an instant, King Qin's sharp gaze landed on the gray-robed man. Everyone's eyes followed King Qin's gaze and landed on the gray-robed man. At this moment, the gray-robed man had become the focus of everyone's attention. Damn it. What was this guy trying to do? Are you trying to harm us? The expressions of the elders and guardians of Fair Mountain Prefecture changed drastically. Who the hell is he? How can he ignore King Qin when he's in front of him? The group of young experts from Fair Mountain Commandery were speechless. They were also worried that the gray-robed man standing next to the governor of Fair Mountain Commandery would drag them down because of his rudeness to the King of Qin. County Governor Wang, the person next to you seems to have a problem with me. King Qin shifted his gaze from the gray-robed man to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was standing next to the gray-robed man. Although King Qin's tone was calm, the people present could hear the anger in his voice. Wang Qiling's expression changed drastically, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. King Qin, as for the other 15 county governors, when they looked at Wang Qiling, their eyes were filled with a sense of schadenfreude. Senior, please inform King Qin. If you're exposed, even if Duan Lingtian wants to show himself, he'll be scared away by you. Wang Qiling sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man. When the gray-robed man heard the message, he did not reply to Wang Qiling. However, he raised his head slightly. His cloudy eyes were exposed in front of the Qin emperor. There was a sharp glint in his eyes. You're King Qin from King Qin's mansion, right? I'm from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The reason I'm here today is because the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect ordered me to kill someone. If you act rashly and alert the enemy, I'll annihilate King Qin's mansion. Just as the king of Qin saw the pair of turbid eyes under the gray robe, as well as the wrinkled face of the old man, a voice rang in his ears at the right time. The compassionate celestial traveler sect? Just as his heart trembled, he saw the gray-robed man's right hand, which was originally covered by his sleeve, move. A token flashed before his eyes. A core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Although he had only seen the token for a brief moment, he could tell it was an identity token. Moreover, it was the identity token of a core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect. The core elders of the compassionate celestial traveler sect seemed to be celestial dukes. King Qin gasped inwardly when he realized the gray-robed man was a celestial duke. He hurriedly shifted his gaze away from Wang Qiling, Sr. I'll ask my subordinate to come up with an excuse. Please forgive him if he has offended you. After all, if I don't do anything in the current situation, I'll definitely expose how unfathomable you are. King Qin sent a voice transmission to the gray-robed man as he withdrew his gaze from Wang Qiling. Humph. The gray-robed man snorted coldly, acknowledging King Qin's words. Then, King Qin sent a voice transmission to Wang Qiling immediately. Wang Qiling's pupils shrank. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed to King Qin, saying, King Qin, this person beside me is deaf and mute. If he has disrespected you, please forgive him. Since he's deaf and mute, I won't hold it against him. Qin Wang followed Wang Qiling's lead and walked down the stairs. At the same time, he retracted his gaze and entered the area behind the VIP seats that was shrouded by a curtain. It seems like King Qin is here for Qinyu. Isn't it obvious? It seems like Qinyu might be related to the fourth prince who went missing in King Qin's mansion. I heard the fourth prince severely injured King Qin before he left King Qin's mansion. If Qinyu is related to the fourth prince, won't King Qin seek revenge on Qinyu? You're thinking too much. Who doesn't know that the reason why fourth prince was able to injure Qin Wang in the past was because he was possessed by the devil and lost his mind? Qin Wang and fourth prince are blood brothers and have always had a good relationship. If Qinyu is fourth prince's descendant, Qin Wang will only treat him well and won't make things difficult for him. Perhaps King Qin will even allow him to acknowledge his ancestors. In the spectator stands around the battle arena, the attention of a group of people shifted from the gray-robed man beside the Fair Mountain Commandery Governor Wang Qiling to the area behind the curtain behind the VIP spectator stands. King Qin, the third prince, and Qinyu were all inside. They did not know what was going on inside because they could not see through the curtains. Moreover, the curtains were soundproof. Not only could they not see or hear what was going on behind the curtains, but they also had no idea what was going on behind the curtains. About 15 minutes later, Qinyu has withdrawn from the martial competition of the 16 counties. The competition will continue. Outside the curtains, the person from King Qin's mansion who was in charge of hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties rose into the air and announced loudly. As soon as his words left his mouth, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Qinyu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties. What's going on? It seems like Qinyu is really related to the fourth prince. If he's the fourth prince's son, there's no need for him to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As the fourth prince's son and a direct descendant of King Qin's mansion will definitely treat him well. This is fate. There's a world of difference between knowing how to reincarnate and not. After a moment of silence, the audience became lively again. Qinyu. Congratulations. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian retracted his gaze from behind the curtains and thought to himself, I'll congratulate you when I have the chance. Duan Lingtian had hidden himself here because he was worried that the old woman who went to Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County to kill him a year ago was waiting for him in the dark. Although he did not know who the old woman was, he still had to be careful. For this reason, he had not revealed his identity until now. In the eyes of others, he was just a primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. It's also because of this celestial master's robe that I'm a primitive celestial alchemist or a primitive celestial weapon craftsman. Otherwise, I would have attracted a lot of attention with my divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian could imagine. If he did not have the celestial master's robe with the word celestial master's robe, many people would have probed him with their divine consciousness out of curiosity. The martial competition of the 16 counties continued. Behind the curtains behind the VIP seats, Qin Yu stood there. Beside him stood the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the third prince of the King Qin's mansion. At this moment, the two of them were staring at Qin Yu with fiery gazes. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was slightly restrained. Where's your father? The third prince asked. My father has passed away. Qin Yu sighed. Whoosh. Whoosh. Chapter 2684. What happened? Your father. How did he pass away? When King Qin looked at Qin Yu again, his expression was extremely unsightly. When he had just acknowledged Qin Yu, he was happy that his fourth brother had a descendant. At the same time, he longed to see his fourth brother again and reunite with his brother. However, he did not expect that when his third brother asked Qin Yu about his fourth brother, his nephew would tell him his fourth brother had passed away. Back then, my father suffered from qigong deviation and injured you. Not long after he left King Qin's mansion, he regained his senses. He blamed himself for injuring you, and he realized that he could suffer from qigong deviation at any time, so he did not plan to return to King Qin's mansion. Qin Yu said slowly, not long after, my father met my mother and they fell in love. Not long after my mother gave birth to me, my father suffered from qigong deviation and left home. My mother brought me to find my father, but we were robbed on the way. The robbers wanted to silence us. My mother risked her life to protect me, but she died in their hands. As he spoke, Qin Yu's eyes turned red. After they killed my mother, they hunted me down. Just as I was about to die, my father regained his senses and returned. He killed those people and saved me. When he saw that my mother had died, he blamed himself and even lost all hope. Then, after he helped me settle down, told me about my background, and gave me this token. Before I could react, he committed suicide in front of me. The moment before he committed suicide, he told me that I must bury him together with my mother. At this point, Qin Yu's eyes turned even redder, as if they were dyed with a bloody mist. In his hand, there was a command plate. It's my fourth brother's identity token. The third marquis snatches the identity plate from Qin Yu's hand as if he is trying to snatch it. His trembling hand caresses the 3 characters carved on the front of the identity plate, which is his fourth brother's name. Subsequently, his eyes become misty. From now on, King Qin's mansion and King Qin's mansion will be your support. Qin Wang takes a deep breath, pats Qin Yu's shoulder and says solemnly. When my father told me about my background, he told me to return to King Qin's mansion to acknowledge my ancestors. He also said that his greatest regret in life was that he couldn't return to King Qin's mansion to protect it because he might suffer from qi deviation at any time. Qin Yu continued. Now that you have a family, you don't have to wander outside anymore. From now on, I, your eldest uncle, your second uncle, and your fifth uncle will be your biggest support. The third marquis says after returning the identity plate to Qin Yu. Yes. Qin Yu nodded. However, he was unable to stop the tears from rolling down his face. In the past, he could only rely on himself. Even if he had the chance to safely reach the Duke of Qin's manor this time, he had relied on himself to walk step by step. If he were alone, he would have to be at least a great overarching golden immortal before he dared to travel through the counties under King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he might be robbed by some peak golden immortals on the way and die on the way. But now, he had the Duke of Qin's manor to rely on. Comparing the two, the difference was like heaven and earth, and it made him feel very conflicted. Third brother. Did you pay attention to the gray-robed man next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County? Suddenly, the Qin emperor seemed to have thought of something. He immediately looked at the third prince and asked with a grave expression. What? Is there something wrong with that person? The third marquis was stunned. When he first arrived, he had taken note of the grey-robed man beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture. When he saw that Wang Qiling seemed to be very respectful to the grey-robed man, he took a few extra glances at the grey-robed man and took note of him. However, after a few days, the grey-robed man seemed to be well behaved. Therefore, he stopped paying attention to him. There's something wrong. It's not a small matter. King Qin said. Don't tell me. Wang Qiling hired him to kill Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County? The third marquis said with a frown. The third marquis had heard that the 15 counties under King Qin's manor had joined forces to hire a powerhouse to kill Duan Lingtian in 9 Spectres County. However, he thought the 15 counties only dared to make a move in 9 Spectres County. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties began, even if Duan Lingtian showed up, the 15 counties would not dare to make a move against Duan Lingtian under King Qin's manor's watchful eyes. After all, it was tantamount to provoking King Qin's manor. Kill Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu's expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian was his only friend. Moreover, he owed Duan Lingtian a debt of gratitude. No. Wang Qiling isn't powerful enough to hire a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. King Qin said. Compassionate. Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? A core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? The third marquis asked in disbelief as he looked at the Qin emperor with a pale face. What are you talking about? The third marquis asked. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom where King Qin's mansion was located. In fact, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was much stronger than the high-rank Celestial Kingdoms that were stronger than the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even a high-rank Celestial Kingdom would not dare to offend the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a colossus even to a high-rank Celestial Kingdom. In addition, he had also heard that most of the core elders in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect were Celestial Dukes. Yes. The Qin King nodded. The core elders of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect are all Celestial Dukes. Big brother, are you sure that the grey-robed man is an immortal monarch? The third marquis asked with fear and trepidation. I purposely probed her just now. The feeling she gives me is unfathomable. Qin Wang said with a solemn expression. Unfathomable. The third marquis was shocked again. Immortal monarch? Qin Yu, who was standing to the side, heard the conversation between his eldest uncle and his third uncle. His pupils were also unable to refrain from fiercely shrinking. Immortal monarch. Immortal monarchs were stronger than overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Currently, his eldest uncle was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in King Qin's mansion. Even if his father was still alive, there were only 2 overarching heavenly supreme celestials in King Qin's mansion. However, according to his eldest uncle and third uncle, there was an immortal monarch among the participants of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, the immortal monarch was from a powerful sect called the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Most importantly, the immortal monarch was standing next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County, one of the 16 counties in King Qin's mansion. That grey-robed man is an immortal monarch? Qin Yu was shocked. He had some recollection of the grey-robed man since he was one of the only 2 people who did not reveal their faces. As for the other black-robed man, he was from the Flying Dragon sect, a relatively powerful sect in King Qin's mansion. Moreover, the black robe he was wearing was the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kuan on it, which was exclusive to primitive celestial alchemists and primitive celestial weapon craftsmen. Compared to the black-robed man, the grey-robed man was even more mysterious. Moreover, seeing that his third brother was suspicious of the grey-robed man's identity as an immortal monarch, King Qin continued to say, that person took out her identity token. Although it was only for a moment, I still saw it. Moreover, I recognized it as the identity token of a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, there's no doubt that she's a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. King Qin said. Since we can confirm her identity, it's only natural that we don't provoke her. We even have to cooperate with her if she wants to kill someone. The third Marquis said. That's right. King Qin nodded. At the same time, the martial competition of the 16 counties continued. After Qin Yu withdrew from the martial competition of the 16 counties, the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion had yet to reveal their trump cards. Therefore, the top 3 were temporarily decided. Yan Shihu from One Heart County is temporarily ranked 3rd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County is temporarily ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County is temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host of the martial arts competition of the 16 counties stood in the air above the fighting ring and announced loudly in front of everyone. Next, the hidden aces of the 13 counties will have a chance to challenge the top 3 in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If they succeed, they can replace the top 3. If they fail, they can only challenge the bottom 7 in the top 10 and replace them. Only then can they challenge the top 3 again. If the challenged person is defeated, they'll drop 1 rank. Those who rank behind them will also drop 1 rank. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties continued to explain in detail the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The next martial competition of the 16 counties would be the highlight of this year's martial competition of the 16 counties. This was because the hidden aces of the 13 counties under King Qin's mansion would all be revealed at this time. I really didn't expect that the person who temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties would be a woman. Many people around the arena exclaimed. Yes. Who would have thought that she would be temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Even with her strength, she couldn't become the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County. It seems like the hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County is quite powerful. The hidden ace of the Soaring Wind County seems to be Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Chu Yan, I've heard of him. He's the son of the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingxian. He didn't make a name for himself until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held. In the past, people only knew that the Soaring Wind County Governor, Chu Tingxian, had a daughter named Chu Yu. Chapter 2685. I thought the Soaring Wind County would keep Chu Yu as their trump card. I didn't expect someone else to be their trump card. Moreover, it's Chu Yu's brother, Chu Yan. Since the Soaring Wind County has chosen Chu Yan as their trump card, it means that Chu Yan's strength is above Chu Yu's. I didn't expect Chu Yu to be the strongest among the younger generation in the Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, Chu Yan was not well known. Chu Yan is really good at hiding his strength. Many people whispered among themselves. The topic of discussion revolved around Chu Yu from the Soaring Wind County and her brother, Chu Yan. Currently, Chu Yu, a young powerhouse from the Soaring Wind County, was ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. She was a valiant and beautiful lady with her long hair tied up in a ponytail. Her delicate features were clearly visible. Although Duan Lingtian had seen many beauties along the way, his eyes still lit up at this moment. Although Chu Yu was a lady, she had a strong beauty that was completely different from the other ladies he had met. She was dazzling. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by the swift whistling of the wind, it was the 9 snow-white horses in the sky pulling the roofless carriage. Under the escort of a group of people, they majestically landed in the area behind the VIP spectator seats. The curtains in that area also opened and expanded in a timely manner, enveloping all of them within, disappearing before the eyes of the group of people surrounding the battle arena. Now, the martial competition of the 16 counties will continue. The trump cards of the 13 counties may choose your targets and challenge them. The person from King Qin's mansion who was hosting the martial competition of the 16 counties announced loudly. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice rang out. "I, Xing Dong, challenge Chu Yu." Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a burly figure stepped out from one side of the spectator stand. His movements were as fast as lightning, and it seemed as though there were thunderclaps. This was a young man wearing gray tights. His body was extremely sturdy, and his muscles were filled with explosive power. They seemed to be twitching all the time, and on his exposed muscles, there were clearly visible veins that were pulsating vigorously. The young man had a strong build, but his height was average, only about 1.7 meters. After a while, he was already above the fighting ring. He stood in the air and glanced at the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Finally, his eyes fell on the only girl among the top 10. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. It's Luofu region's Xing Dong. Xing Dong is the strongest person under the age of 100 in the overarching floating county. It's said that he's already a green sun golden celestial a few years ago. Even if he hasn't broken through to become a blue sun golden celestial, he's still much stronger than before. Chu Yu seems to be a green sun golden immortal as well. It's hard to say who will win this battle. Their cultivation bases are the same. Let's see the difference in their immortal artifacts and other means. Chu Yu has a mediocre celestial weapon. As the trump card of the overarching floating county, Xing Dong must have a mediocre celestial weapon as well. This battle will be the most intense battle since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm really looking forward to it. Almost as soon as Xing Dong entered the ring, a group of people who knew Xing Dong could not help but discuss among themselves. Whoosh! Just as the group of people around the fighting ring were discussing spiritedly, Chu Yu, who had been called out by Xing Dong, stepped into the air at the first possible moment and confronted Xing Dong. Xing Dong from the overarching floating county. I've heard of you. Chu Yu glanced at Xing Dong indifferently and said, however, you're no match for me. Humph. Xing Dong naturally couldn't tolerate a woman saying that he wasn't a match for her in front of so many people. He snorted coldly and said disdainfully, Chu Yu, I know your strength isn't bad. However, compared to me, Xing Dong, you're still lacking. From the beginning, he had watched all of Chu Yu's battles. Therefore, he knew Chu Yu was weaker than him. Therefore, he was going to use his only chance to challenge Chu Yu for the top 3 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as he defeated Chu Yu, he would be able to replace her and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although it was only temporary, it was still a great honor. Especially now that King Qin of King Qin's mansion was here, if he could defeat Chu Yu now and become the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, even if it was only for a short while, King Qin would take notice of him. Xing Dong. Does he think Chu Yu's strength is as weak as she has shown? If that's the case, I'm afraid he's in trouble. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian, who was wearing the celestial master's robe with the word Kun, narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. He had watched all of Chu Yu's battles. In the beginning, he did not think much of it. However, in the end, he discovered that Chu Yu had been concealing her true strength. Even though the battle for first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties was intense, she had still held back. Since you're so confident, let's cut the crap and attack. Chu Yu raised her eyebrows and shouted when she heard Xing Dong's disdainful words. Boom! 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 Xing Dong made his move almost the instant Chu Yu cried out. His body moved like a huge mountain cutting through the sky, causing the air to explode and emit waves of deafening sounds of air exploding. The sound reverberated in all directions, causing some of the weaker people in the spectator seats to frown. Chu Yu, take this. When Xing Dong rushed out, he suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar, and an incomparably huge broadsword appeared in his hand. Wang! A 30-meter-long saber ray shot out from the saber and slashed toward Chu Yu. That slash appeared to be very simple. However, after it locked onto Chu Yu, it followed him like a shadow. Chu Yu's body moved swiftly. As she dodged, the saber ray continued to lock onto her. It was as if he would not rest until he had cut her into two halves with a single slash. Humph. After letting out an arrogant snort, Chu Yu no longer dodged. With a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. With a shake of the long spear, it whizzed forward like an angry dragon. It ferociously met Xing Dong's 100-feet-long blade glow. At this moment, Chu Yu was like a female general in the army. She looked even more valiant. Wang! 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 The radiance of the blade tore through the air. It was extremely resplendent, like numerous crescent moons. It tore through the sky, as if it was going to split this world apart. Whoosh! 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 Wherever the spear light passed, the tip of the spear seemed to form a star net in the void, which met the saber light that was like a crescent moon. At some point, the people around the combat ring had begun to hold their breaths as they quietly watched the battle. Xing Dong is going to lose. After a few exchanges, Duan Lingtian could tell Xing Dong had lost the upper hand. He also realized his prediction was coming true. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was not the only one who could tell Xing Dong was going to lose. In the VIP seats, there were many high-ranking officials from the clans and sects under King Qin's mansion who had retracted their gazes from the combat ring. They had retracted their gazes because they felt there was no need to continue watching. The victor had been decided. In the end, Chu Yu was stronger than Xing Dong. Chu Yu. She had been concealing her strength. When the county governors under King Qin's mansion saw that Xing Dong was going to lose, the county governor of Luofu County, where Xing Dong resided, also saw this. He did not expect this. Xing Dong, who he had kept as a trump card, would be defeated in his first battle. County Chief Chu, your daughter is indeed as good as the rumors say. She's not inferior to a man. The county governor of another county near the people from Soaring Wind County exclaimed as he looked at Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Between his eyebrows, there was a hint of envy mixed in. His daughter was already so strong. Moreover, she had a son who was the trump card of Soaring Wind County. He was envious that Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, had such a pair of children. Chu Tingxian was a middle-aged man who was dressed like a scholar. He looked very refined. Although he was old, from his mature and charming face, one could tell that he must have been a handsome man when he was young. You flatter me, County Governor Run. Upon hearing the county governor's words, Chu Tingxian immediately looked at him and smiled humbly. It's over. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he retracted his gaze. Bang! 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 In the air above the combat ring, the 7-foot-long spear in Chu Yu's hand, a mediocre-grade celestial weapon, seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon that had broken free from its cage. It pounced toward Xing Dong with bared fangs and brandished claws, shattering all of Xing Dong's attacks. Finally, it landed on Xing Dong and sent him flying. The mediocre-grade celestial weapon that Xing Dong was holding tightly in both hands was sent flying. Barf! Xing Dong, who had been sent flying and lost his celestial weapon, spat out a mouthful of blood before he fainted. Xing Dong, who had fainted, fell hard to the side of the combat ring. He was about to be smashed into a pile of minced meat. Whoosh! The person from King Qin's mansion, who was the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, was one step ahead of the county governor of overarching county. An invisible force swept out and carried Xing Dong to the spectator stand where the people from overarching county were seated. Thank you, my lord. The county governor of overarching county thanked the host before he went to check on Xing Dong's injuries. Chapter 2686. The county governor of Luofu County knew very well. If Chu Yu had not shown mercy, Xing Dong would not have been so lightly injured. With Xing Dong's current injuries, he would be able to recover to his peak condition after taking a healing elixir. Then, he would be able to continue participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Although Xing Dong had lost his first battle, he still had a chance to challenge those ranked 4th to 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Furthermore, as long as he could replace one of the 7, he would have the opportunity to challenge the top 3 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're welcome, Uncle Lien. As the daughter of the High Wind County's county chief, Chiyu had interacted with the county chief of the Luofu County before. Now that the county chief was thanking her, she immediately smiled in response. Then, she returned to her original spot and stood side by side with the 2nd to 9th ranked cultivators. Next. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said indifferently. Mo Chio from Chioli County challenges Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Just as the host finished his words, a muscular young man stepped out from the side of the auditorium and directly challenged the person who was ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Tong Yuan was a 2-meter-tall middle-aged man with a muscular body and copper-colored skin. After he was challenged, he stood up with a solemn expression on his face. His expression was calm, and there was no joy or sorrow on his face. His gaze was fixed on Mo Chio, the trump card of Chioli County. After a while, both of them attacked at the same time. Boom! 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 Bang! 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 After about 30 breaths, a huge figure flew out and admitted defeat. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat. The person who admitted defeat was Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. Among the 13 trump cards left by the 13 counties, a total of 2 people had entered the battlefield so far. Xing Dong from Luofu County had been defeated, and Mo Chio from Chioli County had successfully challenged Tong Yuan and replaced him. He was ranked 2nd in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for Tong Yuan, he had been demoted to 3rd. Those who were originally ranked 3rd to 9th all dropped a rank. Those who were originally ranked 10th were directly squeezed out of the top 10. You've been squeezed out of the top 10, so you have a chance to challenge those who are currently in the top 10. You can choose to challenge one of them. As long as you can defeat him, you can replace him and temporarily return to the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host looked at the young man who had been pushed out of the top 10 and said, if you give up this opportunity, you will have no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. Give me an answer after you've thought it through. I give up. After only about 2 breaths of time, the young man who was squeezed out of the top 10 chose to give up. If not for the fact that he was no match for the other 9, he would not have been ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Now, Mo Chio, who was even stronger than Tong Yuan, had made it into the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Tong Yuan knew that he was no match for Mo Chio, so he chose to give up the challenge. He knew that even if he did, he was no match for Mo Chio. As for the other 9 people, he had fought with them before, and he was no match for them. Next. Next. As the host spoke again and again, the other hidden aces of the 13 counties entered the arena one after another. The battles were in full swing and intense. During this process, more and more people who were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were squeezed out of the top 10. They either failed in their challenges again or did not dare to challenge, so they had no chance of entering the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. During this process, the most outstanding people were undoubtedly Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, and Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yen. Chu Yen was the elder brother of Chu Yu, who was temporarily ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Now, after one battle after another, the martial competition of the 16 counties was nearing its end. Chu Yu, who had been ranked 1st in the martial competition of the 16 counties for the time being, had not only fallen from 1st place, but had also been squeezed out of the top 3. For the time being, he was ranked 6th. If there were no accidents, this ranking would not change much. At most, she would fall 1 place, and this would only happen when Duan Ling Tian, the hidden ace of 9 Spectres County, appeared and Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Naturally, there was no doubt that Duan Lingtian was stronger than her. Therefore, as long as Duan Lingtian appeared, she would fall one place. If Duan Lingtian did not appear, she would be able to maintain her ranking and rank 6th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Currently, the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties were, 1st, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. 2nd, Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County. 3rd, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. 4th, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. 5th, Zhang Jianhong from Plum Blossom County. 6th, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. 7th, Mo Chiu from Chuli County. 8th, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. 9th, Yen Shihu from Tongshin County. 10th, Xing Dong from Overarching County. At this moment, apart from Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County who was ranked 1st and Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County who was ranked 2nd who had yet to fight, the others had already fought with each other and the outcome had already been decided. In other words, Yang Jin and Chu Yen would determine the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As long as Duan Lingtian does not appear, the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided between Yang Jin and Chu Yen. That's right. As long as Duan Lingtian does not appear, only the first 2 places of the martial competition of the 16 counties will change. The last 8 places will remain unchanged. If Duan Lingtian is here, he will definitely be the first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties, if he lives up to his reputation. If Duan Lingtian is here, Xing Dong from Overarching County will be pushed out of the top 10. Seeing that the martial competition of the 16 counties was coming to an end, the audience around the combat arena became even more lively. Most of them were talking about Duan Lingtian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County. Until now, Duan Lingtian had not appeared. Don't worry. I don't think he'll come at this time. The county governor of Overarching County saw that Xing Dong was nervous, so he comforted him. Xing Dong nodded, but he could not help but feel nervous. Once Duan Lingtian showed up, he would be forced out of the top 10. At the same time, he would drag the overarching floating county down with him and would be punished by King Qin's mansion. Currently, among the 13 counties, only 9 of them had trump cards and were temporarily in the top 10 of the martial competition of the 16 counties. As for the other 4 counties, except for 9 Spectres County, the trump cards of the other 3 counties had been pushed out of the top 10 and would have to bear the punishment of King Qin's mansion. Therefore, the county governors of the 3 counties did not look too good. Although King Qin's mansion's punishment for the 3 counties they were in charge of, the extra celestial stones they had to hand over was not enough to hurt the 3 counties they were in charge of, they still felt the pinch. In the VIP seats, Duan Lingtian was wearing the Celestial Master's robe. He was calm as he watched Yang Jin and Chu Yen, who were facing each other in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin was the trump card of Fair Mountain County. He was publicly acknowledged by the people of Fair Mountain County as the #1 expert of the younger generation in Fair Mountain County under the age of 100. He was a young man with a medium build. He wore a blue robe and had an ordinary appearance. Chu Yen was the trump card of Soaring Wind County and was the son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County. Before the news of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties spread, he was unknown. At that time, his younger sister, Chu Yu, was publicly acknowledged by the people of the Soaring Wind County as the strongest person in the younger generation under the age of 100. However, in this year's martial competition of the 16 counties, he had displayed strength that was far superior to his sister's. He had become the most dazzling, dark horse, and had fought his way to 2nd place. At the same time, he was about to compete with Yang Jin for the 1st place. Behind the VIP seats, there was a large area covered by a curtain. 9 fine white horses were lying on the ground, and a group of people were standing there like javelins. In front of the 9 steeds and this group of people, there were 3 people sitting on 3 luxurious chairs. They were respectively the master of the King Qin's mansion, King Qin, the 3rd prince, and Qin Yu, the person who had just reunited with King Qin and his brother. Qin Yu was looking at Yang Jin and Chu Yen in the air above the combat arena. He was curious about who would win the martial competition of the 16 counties. I wonder if Duan Lingtian will come. If he comes, he'll definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he doesn't come, the winner of the martial competition of the 16 counties will be decided in this battle. I hope Duan Lingtian didn't come because something happened to him. I hope he's safe and sound. Qin Yu thought to himself. Unlike Qin Yu, although the king of Qin and the third prince's gazes occasionally swept over Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the air above the arena, most of the time, they were still looking at the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain Commandery were seated. To be more precise, they were looking at the gray-robed man next to the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Big brother. The core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect hasn't shown up yet. Could it be that the person she was ordered to kill by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect hasn't shown up yet? The third prince asked King Qin, puzzled. I think so. King Qin nodded and said, however, up until now, those who should have shown up have all shown up, right? Except. At this point, the Duke of Qin paused and looked at the third prince. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2687. Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu snapped out of his daze almost as soon as the third prince and the king of Qin's mansion said the name in unison. He looked at them and asked, eldest uncle, third uncle. What happened to Duan Lingtian? Right. Suddenly, King Qin seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Qin Yu and asked, you came here with the people from the Nine Spectres County. That Duan Lingtian was also in the Nine Spectres County. Have you ever interacted with him? Of course. Qin Yu nodded. He is my only friend in the Nine Spectres County. Even though Qin Yu only got to know Duan Lingtian later on, Duan Lingtian was still a very young man. However, before he met Duan Lingtian, he did not have a true friend. It was only after he met Duan Lingtian that he felt that he had a friend. And, he saved my life. Qin Yu added. Saved your life? Hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince slightly frown. They exchange a look and see bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. He was their nephew's friend, and a friend who had saved their nephew's life. It was only right that they protect him. However, if the target of the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was their nephew's friend, there was nothing they could do even if they wanted to protect him. At this moment, they could only hope that the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's target was not Duan Lingtian. Even the Duan Lingtian hoped that the Duan Lingtian would not appear. This way, they would not be in a difficult position. Yes. Qin Yu nods. At the same time, he sees the helplessness in the eyes of Qin Wang and the third prince. For a moment, his heart cannot help tensing up. Big uncle, third uncle, what were you talking about just now? What happened to Duan Lingtian? When Duan Lingtian was mentioned again, Qin Yu could not help showing a worried expression on his face. Although he didn't hear the conversation between his first and third uncles clearly, an ominous premonition still rose in his heart. We are only guessing. The third Marquis sighed. What guess? Qin Yu became even more anxious. It's like this, as the third prince slowly opened his mouth, his words caused Qin Yu's expression to change again and again. So. Third uncle, both you and eldest uncle suspect that the core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting Duan Lingtian? Qin Yu's expression changed again and again. It was as if he never knew when to stop. Just a suspicion. Seeing Qin Yu's concern, King Qin comforted him. After all, until now, only Duan Lingtian has not appeared in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, it could be someone else. Although King Qin said it was someone else, he was certain the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was waiting for Duan Lingtian. After all, apart from Duan Lingtian, a monstrous genius who was not even 100 years old, he could not think of anyone else in King Qin's mansion who was worthy of being killed by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, when he heard about Duan Lingtian a few months ago, he was also shocked. He did not expect such a person to appear in King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below a great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Although the third prince and King Qin comforted Qin Yu was not stupid. He could vaguely guess the core elder of the compassionate celestial traveler sect was here for Duan Lingtian. Although Qin Yu did not know why the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect would send a core elder to kill Duan Lingtian, he could not help but worry about Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian. I hope you're safe now, but I also hope you won't show up at the martial competition of the 16 counties. Qin Yu thought to himself. Previously, he had hoped Duan Lingtian would show up. However, he did not want Duan Lingtian to show up at all. Now, I can only hope Duan Lingtian won't show up, the third prince sighed. Although I think highly of Duan Lingtian and hope he can stay in King Qin's mansion, since he's Yu's friend and the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect seems to be here to kill him, I also hope he won't show up. King Qin said. Boom. Rumble. The ground trembled. Waves of rolling air waves came from the battle arena in front of the VIP spectator seats outside the curtains. They slammed onto the battle arena, causing the battle arena to tremble. It also affected the surrounding spectator seats, causing the spectator seats to appear as though an intense earthquake had occurred. The commotion was caused by the 2 people who were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. At this moment, Yang Jin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, and Chu Yan, the trump card of Soaring Wind County, were fighting fiercely in the air above the battle arena. Both of them were evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the winner in a short time. At this moment, King Qin and the third prince looked at the sky above the battle arena in unison. Qin Yu was the only one who kept his head down with a frown on his face. He kept praying that Duan Lingtian would not show up. Qin Yu did this because Duan Lingtian was his only friend. He did not want anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. Apart from that, he did not care about anything else. It did not matter who won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties between Yang Jin and Chu Yan. King Qin and the third prince also hoped that Duan Lingtian would be fine. However, Duan Lingtian was only their nephew's friend. Although he was their nephew's savior, if Duan Lingtian showed up and the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, there was nothing they could do. If the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect was not targeting Duan Lingtian, they were not worried that Duan Lingtian would be in danger. For this reason, their attention was no longer on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, their attention was completely drawn over by Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were fighting intensely in the air above the combat arena, and their gazes never left the 2 of them from the beginning. They all wanted to know who would be the first to defeat Yang Jin and Chu Yan and win first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I've long heard of Fair Mountain County's Yang Jin. He's quite strong and is a rare genius in Fair Mountain County. Now that I've met him in person, he really lives up to his reputation. The third prince sighed. Chu Yan is not bad as well. He and his father are very good at hiding their strength. Although I'm the master of King Qin's mansion, I've only heard of Chu Yu in the Soaring Wind County. I didn't know Chu Yan was even more talented than Chu Yu. King Qin said. Big brother. Who do you think will win? The third prince asked. I can't tell yet. However, based on the current situation, their combined strength is about the same. I'm afraid it depends on who's distracted first. If one of them gets distracted first, and the other takes advantage of the opening, they can completely attack the enemy in one go and defeat him. Qin Wang hit the nail on the head. I think so too. The third prince nodded. Outside the veil. At this moment, the attention of the group of people in the spectator seats around the combat arena was also focused on the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan in the air above the combat arena. Yang Jin's strength is very strong. He lives up to his reputation. I've heard of Yang Jin's name before, but I didn't know his strength. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. If it weren't for Chu Yan and Duan Lingtian, Yang Jin would have undoubtedly won first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. That's right. Who would have thought Chu Yan would be a trump card in Soaring Wind County apart from Chu Yu? It doesn't matter if Duan Lingtian is here or not. Soaring Wind County will take up 2 of the top 10 spots in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, they're brothers. This matter will definitely become a legend in the Soaring Wind County and even King Qin's mansion. County Governor Chu of Soaring Wind County has a pair of good sons and daughters. How enviable. A group of people discussed animatedly in the spectating area around the combat arena. Most of them were exclaiming about Chu Yan, the dark horse. At the same time, many of them were envious of Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, for having a pair of good sons and daughters. At this moment, Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County, was sitting at the side of the audience as he watched the fierce battle in the air calmly. However, if one looked closely at his eyes, one would see that he was filled with pride. In the depths of his eyes, there was a deep sense of pride. He had a daughter like Chu Yu and a daughter like Chu Yan. What more could a father ask for? Revered Elder Tian Ling. Who do you think will win this battle? Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of Flying Dragon sect, asked as he looked at the black-robed man standing nearby. The black-robed man was none other than revered Elder Tian Ling of Flying Dragon sect. He was a primitive celestial alchemist who wore a celestial master's robe with the word Kun written on it. This primitive celestial alchemist was also the trump card of the 9 Spectres County that many people were talking about. Duan Lingtian. The 2 of them are evenly matched. It's hard to say who's going to win now. Duan Lingtian answered Huang Guangji's question in a hoarse voice. I agree. Huang Guangji nodded. Even if one of them wins in the end, it's probably because one of them is distracted. It's hard to say who will win now. However, before Huang Guangji could finish speaking, Duan Lingtian said, I think Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chu Yan? The son of the county governor of Soaring Wind County? Huang Guangji asked in surprise when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Revered Elder Tian Ling, why do you say that? After all, based on the current situation, it's hard to say who will win. This is just my personal judgment. The outcome might not necessarily match my judgment. Chapter 2688. Revered Elder Tian Ling, can you tell me why you came to such a conclusion? Huang Guangji was even more curious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not help but ask again. Because at this time, even if there were 100 or 1,000 people asking him, he would only say that Yang Jin and Chu Yan had a 50-50 chance of winning. It was almost impossible for him to come to the same conclusion as Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he was very curious. How did revered Elder Tian Ling, the primitive alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect, come to such a conclusion? Faced with Huang Guangji's burning gaze that was filled with curiosity, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and said unhurriedly, This is because I feel that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan is definitely more composed. Even if one of them gets distracted and reveals a flaw, I still think that person will most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan. Why do you say that? Huang Guangji's curiosity was piqued. He urged, Revered Elder Tian Ling, don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me why you think so. Yes, Revered Elder Tian Ling, just tell me. Revered Elder Tian Ling, I'd like to know why you think so as well. Revered Elder Tian Ling, at some point, the people from the Flying Dragon sect who came with Huang Guangji and Duan Lingtian turned to look at Duan Lingtian curiously. Naturally, they were unaware that Duan Lingtian was dressed in a black robe. The black-robed man was the trump card of 9 Spectres County, who had been constantly mentioned since the beginning of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old, but his strength was comparable to that of a great overarching golden celestial. They only knew that Duan Lingtian was a primitive celestial alchemist who was highly skilled in alchemy. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragon sect, even the people from other sects and clans who were close to the Flying Dragon sect had heard the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Huang Guangji. At this moment, many people were anticipating Duan Ling Tian's next words. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded. It was a bearded man from a group of people not far away. He coldly glanced at the group of people from the Flying Dragon sect and said with disdain, deliberately mystifying things. Right now, even His Excellency King Qin wouldn't dare to say that Chu Yen has a good chance of winning. What right does a primitive celestial alchemist have to say such words? I think you better go and refine your medicinal pills honestly. Stop trying to mystify and mislead others here. When the curly-bearded man finished speaking, his gaze that was filled with disdain and contempt landed on Duan Ling Tian in a timely manner. Zhouan, you actually dare to be rude to my Flying Dragon sect's consecrator Tian Ling. Is it you who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect, or is it your Poison King sect who intentionally provoked my Flying Dragon sect? As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, Huang Guangji was so angry that he stood up and glared at the bearded man, asking in a deep voice. It's the Poison King sect's vice sect leader, Zhouan. At the same time, some people from the Flying Dragon sect also recognized the bearded man. The Poison King sect and the Flying Dragon sect have been rivals for hundreds of years. I didn't expect them to clash again after participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I thought they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the martial competition of the 16 counties since King Qin's mansion is suppressing them. I didn't expect them to clash again. Although they've clashed, I'm sure they'll consider the consequences. After all, the martial competition of the 16 counties is held by King Qin's mansion. If they make a scene here, it'll embarrass King Qin's mansion. If they make King Qin's mansion uncomfortable, they won't have an easy time either. As the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats whispered to each other, they looked at the group from the Flying Dragon sect and then looked at the group from the Poison King sect. Humph. Do you think the Poison King sect is afraid of the Flying Dragon sect? Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, stood up and stared at Huang Guangji. It was as though he was not worried about offending Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect. Zhouan was also the leader of the group of people from the Poison King sect. The others were completely under his command. When they saw Zhouan standing up and staring at Huang Guangji, they glared at the people from the Flying Dragon sect with hostility. It was as though they were ready to fight the people from the Flying Dragon sect at any time. The Poison King sect? Duan Ling Tian, who was covered in the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kun, was surprised. Although he had not been in the Flying Dragon sect for long, he had heard of the Poison King sect more than once. He knew the Poison King sect was a sect that specialized in poison. Naturally, most of the poisons from the Poison King sect were only effective against great overarching golden celestials. Only the most powerful poisons from the Poison King sect could threaten a great overarching golden celestial. About 100 years ago, the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect had a fierce battle over a celestial stone vein. In the end, the two sects could not stop fighting and blood flowed like a river. Even one great overarching golden celestial from each sect had died. In the end, King Qin's mansion intervened and took the celestial stone vein. Only then did the two sects stop fighting. However, after that battle, the two sects became sworn enemies. As long as there was an opportunity to suppress the other party, they would not let it go. Just like now. You're the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, right? While the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect were arguing, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, breaking the silence between the two sections. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, looked at Duan Lingtian when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When he heard Duan Lingtian asking if he dared to make a bet with him, he was stunned. He could not react at all. Do you dare to make a bet with me? Duan Lingtian asked again. His tone was filled with provocation. What kind of bet? Zhouan asked in a deep voice. His expression turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's provocation. Let's bet on whether Chu Yen will win or not. Duan Lingtian said. Without waiting for Zhou An's reply, Duan Lingtian continued to say, "Of course, I know you think Chu Yan has a 50% chance of winning. Therefore, I'll make a bet that's beneficial to you. If Yang Jin wins, I'll give you 100,000 prominent celestial stones. If Chu Yan wins, you'll only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones." After Duan Lingtian bluntly made the bet, he continued to use a provocative tone and said in a hoarse voice, "Vice Sect Leader Zhou, do you dare to accept this bet?" Gasp. 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 As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the VIP spectators gasped in unison. Many of them were shocked. Moments later. Is this primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect out of his mind? How could he make such a bet? This bet is unfair to him, right? Currently, Yang Jin and Chu Yan are evenly matched. Based on the current situation, the chances of them winning are 50%. Of course, it's also possible that they'll end up in a draw. The martial competition of the 16 counties doesn't allow for a draw, right? I almost forgot about this. It's said that if there's no winner after an hour, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties will exert pressure on them and force them to duel. They'll definitely have to deal with the pressure. At this time, even if they're facing the same pressure, they'll have to deal with it differently. It won't be difficult to determine the winner. In the VIP spectator seats, the group of people who had gradually regained their senses began to whisper again. Based on their words, most of them felt it was unfair for Duan Lingtian to make such a bet. 100,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhouan, who had just regained his senses, looked at Duan Lingtian eagerly and asked in a deep voice, "Are you serious? If Yang Jin wins, you'll give me 100,000 prominent celestial stones?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, "However, if Chu Yan wins, you'll have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones as well. What do you think? This bet, do you dare to accept it?" Duan Lingtian asked again. Revered Elder Tianling, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, turned to look at Duan Lingtian with a frown on his face. He could not help but ask through voice transmission, "Are you confident?" "I'm not 100% confident," Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Huang Guangji's expression darkened immediately. "Then why did you bet with Zhouan?" "However, I'm 90% confident that I'll win." Duan Lingtian interrupted Huang Guangji through voice transmission again. Huang Guangji was rendered speechless. He felt as though he had risen from hell to heaven in just a blink of an eye. 90%. His confidence was not low at all. Don't tell me this revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect can tell Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning? Otherwise, why would he dare to make such a bet? After all, if Yang Jin and Chu Yan have a 50% chance of winning, he'll be at a disadvantage. That's right. He's betting 100,000 prominent celestial stones against Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, for 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I really don't know what he's thinking. Even if he's giving away celestial stones, he shouldn't be giving it away like this. Maybe he's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse and Chu Yan wins? Like you said, it's just a blind cat that bumps into a dead mouse. What if Yang Jin wins? The commotion in the VIP seats quickly spread to the back of the hall and attracted the attention of King Qin and the third prince of King Qin's mansion. That primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. Interesting. The third prince smiled. I wonder how he saw Chu Yan has a higher chance of winning. Chapter 2689. I think it's just as Zhouan said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is just bluffing. The third prince said with a smile. I don't think so. He sounded very confident when he made the bet. King Qin said. All right. I, Zhouan, will accept the bet you've made. At the same time, King Qin and the third prince heard the voice from outside. It was none other than Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. As soon as he opened his mouth, he immediately agreed to the unfair bet that Duan Lingtian had made. However, are you sure you won't go back on your word after you lose? Zhou said. It was clear he did not trust Duan Lingtian. Don't worry. 100,000 prominent celestial stones is nothing to me. However, I'm worried you'll go back on your word. Duan Lingtian feigned a hoarse voice, and his tone was filled with doubt. Nonsense. I'm the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. Why would I go back on my word? Zhou said angrily. Who knows? Duan Lingtian continued to speak in a hoarse voice. Since you don't trust each other and want to bet, I'll be the middleman. When the third prince spoke with a loud voice, he also stood up and left his luxurious seat. Then, he passed through the curtain and appeared in the VIP seats. Third prince. Greetings, third prince. The people in the VIP seats immediately took the initiative to greet the third prince. After all, apart from being King Qin's younger brother, he was also one of the few peak great overarching golden celestials in King Qin's mansion. In King Qin's mansion, the third prince's strength was second only to King Qin's. Because of this, he was almost always King Qin's spokesperson. Even this time, King Qin had asked him to host the martial competition of the 16 counties. What do you think? If you trust me, I'll be the middleman and collect your bets. After the winner is decided, I'll give the bets to the winner. The third prince soon arrived near the people from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect. Of course, I trust you, third prince. Zhou was slightly fearful when he saw the third prince was attracted by the bet between him and the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. At the same time, he took out an empty spatial ring and placed 50,000 prominent celestial stones in it before handing it to the third prince. With you as the middleman, I'm not afraid he'll go back on his word. Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice. At the same time, he took out a spatial ring that contained 100,000 prominent celestial stones and handed it to the third prince. The third marquis checked the 2 storage rings and nodded. Not bad, the numbers are correct. However, after putting away the 2 spatial rings, the third prince turned to look at Duan Lingtian, who was clad in the celestial master's robe with the word Kun on it. He asked with a smile, You seem to be a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect? Can you tell me why you think so highly of Chu Yan? I heard a little of what you said just now. You seem to have said that you felt that compared to Yang Jin, Chu Yan would definitely be more composed. Even if one of them would be distracted first and reveal a flaw, you also felt that that person would most likely be Yang Jin and not Chu Yan? I wonder. Why do you think Yang Jin will be distracted and reveal a flaw? The third prince asked. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, everyone in the VIP spectating area shifted their attention to Duan Lingtian in unison. Even Zhou, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, was no exception. It was also because the other spectator seats around the combat arena were very far away from the VIP spectator seats. Coupled with the fact that the attention of the people in the other spectator seats was focused on Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were fighting fiercely in the air above the combat arena, the other people did not notice that abnormality in the VIP spectator seats. Actually, I'm just guessing. Duan Lingtian answered the third prince's question with a hoarse voice. I just think that Chu Yan was able to conceal his strength until the martial competition of the 16 counties was held in King Qin's mansion. Then, he revealed his innate talent and strength to the world and even became the dark horse in the martial competition of the 16 counties today. Just this matter alone is enough to show that Chu Yan is an extremely calm person. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not conceal his thoughts and directly spoke of his inner thoughts and judgment. You have a point. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, the third prince was stunned for a moment. After a while, he regained his senses and nodded. He felt that Duan Lingtian's words were irrefutable. Based on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's experiences, it was true that Chu Yan was more composed. Of course, this was not enough to prove that Yang Jin was an impatient person. Ha ha ha. After the third prince, Zhou, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect who made a bet with Duan Lingtian, regained his senses as well. After he regained his senses, he burst out laughing. After a while, he realized that the third prince of King Qin's mansion was right in front of him, so he quickly stopped laughing. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with mockery. Although what you said makes sense, why do you think Yang Jin would lose his cool first? After all, Yang Jin's opponent is Chu Yan, whose strength is on par with his. If it were anyone else, they would definitely go all out and be careful. They would definitely not lose their cool first. In Zhou An's opinion, although Duan Lingtian's words made sense, it was not enough to prove that Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin. After all, Yang Jin was not someone easy to deal with. The other people in the VIP seats felt the same way as well. For this reason, they were slightly disappointed when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They thought Duan Lingtian would come up with a reason that would convince them. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to come up with a reason that made sense. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you're too rash. Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, said to Duan Lingtian through voice transmission with a wry smile on his face. In his opinion, although what Duan Lingtian said made sense, it was not enough to determine the final outcome of this battle. At most, the outcome of the battle between Chu Yan and Yang Jin would be 50-50, and Chu Yan's chances of winning would still be less than 90%. He could not figure it out. How could revered Elder Tian Ling be so confident? Upon hearing Huang Guangji's words, Duan Lingtian did not explain himself. He merely replied through voice transmission, Vice Sect Leader Huang, just wait and see. In any case, even if I lose, I won't lose the sect's prominent celestial stones. That's not what I meant, Huang Guangji smiled wryly again. Meanwhile, the third prince of King Qin's mansion returned to his seat. I thought the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect would come up with something that would convince me. I didn't expect him to come up with something that doesn't sound like nonsense at all. It's not worth it for him to use 100,000 prominent celestial stones to bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones on Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. The third prince shook his head as he sat next to King Qin. His voice was filled with hope. That might not be the case. However, King Qin did not take the third prince's words seriously. What do you mean, big brother? The third prince looked at King Qin curiously. There's a 90% chance Yang Jin will lose. King Qin said. 90%? The third prince's eyes widened slightly. Even after Duan Lingtian's words, he only thought Chu Yan had a 60% chance of winning. However, his big brother had said Chu Yan had a 90% chance of winning. If Chu Yan really had a 90% chance of winning, it would be worth it even if he had to bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones on 50,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 100,000 prominent celestial stones. Why do you think so, big brother? The third prince asked. At the same time, Qin Yu, who was originally not very interested in the conflict and the bet taking place outside, cannot help looking at Qin Wang. He is curious as to why this big uncle of his said that Yang Jin, the trump card of Fair Mountain County, had a 90% chance of losing. If the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect didn't mention that, I would also think Chu Yan and Yang Jin would have a 50% chance of winning. King Qin sighed. Under Qin Yu's and the third prince's curious gazes, King Qin continued to say, I've been observing Yang Jin's battles. Indeed, compared to Chu Yan, he's much more impatient. Naturally, since his opponents are much weaker than him, it's not obvious that he's impatient. That's why I didn't think about it. I suspect that the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect must have noticed Yang Jin's impatience during his battles. As he spoke, King Qin's gaze pierced through the curtains and landed on the black figure in the VIP seating area. His gaze lingered there for a long time. I see. I didn't notice this before. If I had noticed this, I would have been certain Yang Jin is no match for Chu Yan. After listening to King Qin's words, the third prince finally understood why King Qin said Yang Jin had a 90% chance of losing. However, even I didn't notice it. How did the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect see it? Could it be that his strength is stronger than mine? The third prince said in disbelief. You don't have to be strong to notice it. Even a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial would be able to notice it. King Qin said. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect is not simple. In the end, Qin Wang gave this evaluation. Soon enough, an hour had passed. Chu Yan and Yang Jin were still locked in a stalemate. Both of you should be careful. I'm going to put more pressure on you now. The voice of the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties rang in the air, shocking everyone present. The arrival of this moment meant that. Chapter 2690. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was sent by the third prince of King Qin's mansion. He was a great overarching golden celestial. Both of you should be careful. I'm going to exert pressure on you now. The moment the host's voice fell, waves of powerful aura suddenly extended from his body and swept towards Yang Jin and Chu Yan, who were in the midst of a fierce battle, directly engulfing their figures. Immediately, Yang Jin and Chu Yan both felt tremendous pressure. However, they continued to fight while resisting the pressure from the host's aura. They were evenly matched, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Humph. The host snorted when he saw this. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body and transformed into an invisible force that shrouded Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Yang Jin and Chu Yan felt even more pressure. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on Yang Jin and Chu Yan's bodies. Yang Jin. Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, looked at Yang Jin with anticipation. He hoped Yang Jin would defeat Chu Yan and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Yang Jin defeated Chu Yan and won the martial competition of the 16 counties, Fair Mountain County would be able to obtain 3 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, from King Qin's mansion. 3 Great Overarching Pills would make 3 Great Overarching Golden Celestials. Yan the governor of the Lingfeng County, Chu Tingxian, was no longer as calm as before. His gaze towards Chu Yan was filled with anticipation and desire. He hoped Chu Yan would be able to defeat Yang Jin and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. This way, even if Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, appeared after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin, he would still be able to secure second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain 2 mediocre celestial pills, the Great Overarching Pills, for the Soaring Wind County. As long as Soaring Wind County obtained 2 Great Overarching Pills, he would be able to break through and become an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Unlike Chu Tingxian, who was worried about Duan Ling Tian, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Soaring Wind County was not worried about Duan Ling Tian. The county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, was not worried at all that Duan Ling Tian would appear. It wasn't because Wang Qiling thought that Fair Mountain County's trump card, Yang Jin, could defeat Duan Ling Tian, but because he knew that even if Duan Ling Tian appeared, he wouldn't be able to survive. The reason the grey-robed man beside him had appeared here was to wait for Duan Ling Tian to appear. Therefore, in his opinion, as long as Yang Jin could defeat Chu Yan, he would be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties, and Fair Mountain Prefecture would be rewarded handsomely by King Qin's mansion, 3 Great Luo Pills. In the end, he couldn't hold it in anymore. In the VIP spectator seats, Duan Ling Tian, who was originally staring intently at the intense battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan, seemed to have noticed something as he secretly muttered in his heart. He also withdrew his gaze and did not take another look at Yang Jin and Chu Yan. Almost at the same time Duan Ling Tian retracted his gaze. Bang! There was a deafening explosion. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Jin had lost his composure and revealed a flaw. Chu Yan's eyes turned cold and his lips curled into a smile. He took advantage of Yang Jin's flaw and went straight for the root of the problem. A vast amount of energy whizzed out from Chu Yan's palm and slammed into Yang Jin's body, directly sending him flying. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Jin did not pass out. However, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and his originally powerful aura had weakened significantly. In his current state, it was impossible for him to continue fighting with Chu Yan. If he continued, he would only be humiliating himself. Damn it. Because he realized this, Yang Jin's expression was very ugly, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he knew clearly that he had lost. He had been defeated. He had suffered a crushing defeat. Do you still want to continue? After severely injuring Yang Jin with one blow, Chu Yan looked at Yang Jin in high spirits and asked. When I've recovered, I'll challenge you again. At that time, I won't be as careless as I was today. Yang Jin glanced coldly at Chu Yan. After saying this, he returned to the spectator stand where the people from Fair Mountain Prefecture were seated. He came before Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain Prefecture, and lowered his head. He said apologetically, County Governor, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Wang Qiling sighed. Although he was unhappy, he did not show it. It's all right. Even if you didn't win the martial competition of the 16 counties, you still won 2 great luo pills for Fair Mountain Prefecture. It's just one less great luo pill. County Governor. Isn't it too early to say 2 great luo pills? We don't even know if Duan Lingtian will show up. If he does, Yang Jin will have to settle for 3rd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. An elder from Fair Mountain Prefecture said with a wry smile. Duan Lingtian might not show up. Even if he does, he might not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Wang Qiling smiled coldly. It was as if he was 100% certain. Whether Duan Lingtian showed up or not, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain Prefecture would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. After hearing Wang Qiling's words, the elders and high officials of Fair Mountain Prefecture, as well as the group of young experts including Yang Jin, all looked at the mysterious man in the gray robe standing beside Wang Qiling. This man in the gray robe. Could he really be the person that the county governor hired to kill Duan Lingtian? I don't think so. Now, not only is the 3rd prince of King Qin's mansion here, but even King Qin himself is here. Under such circumstances, not to mention the fact that the gray-robed man might not have the chance to kill Duan Lingtian, even if he kills Duan Lingtian, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape death. Moreover, our Fair Mountain County will definitely be implicated. I don't think so either. Even if the man in the gray robe manages to escape after killing Duan Lingtian, King Qin's mansion will definitely think that Fair Mountain Prefecture is trying to sabotage the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, King Qin's mansion will be extremely grateful if they don't punish Fair Mountain Prefecture. They won't even give us the rewards we deserve. If the man in the gray robe was not hired by the county governor to kill Duan Lingtian, where did the county governor get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian showed up, he would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties? The group of people from Fair Mountain Prefecture discussed among themselves using voice transmission. They could not figure it out. Where did the county governor of Fair Mountain County get the confidence to say that even if Duan Lingtian came, it would not affect Yang Jin's chances of winning 2nd place in the martial competition of the 16 counties? Chu Yan won. I didn't expect Chu Yan to win in the end. This time, Lingfeng Prefecture is in the limelight. Just now, I saw it clearly. It was because Yang Jin couldn't keep his composure that Chu Yan was able to take advantage of the opportunity and beat Yang Jin with one move. No matter what happened, a loss is a loss. Chu Yan is the final winner today. The final winner? It's too early to say that. After all, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, Duan Lingtian, hasn't shown up yet. That's right. Once Duan Lingtian shows up, Duan Lingtian will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If Duan Lingtian doesn't show up, Chu Yan will definitely be the final winner. Whether Duan Lingtian shows up or not, Chu Yan will definitely win the martial competition of the 16 counties this time. Moreover, he will be stepping on Yang Jin. A commotion broke out among the spectators. Many county governors of the various counties under King Qin's mansion took the initiative to congratulate Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind County. County Governor Chu, congratulations. Congratulations to your son for winning the martial competition of the 16 counties. County Governor Chu, I used to know that you have a daughter who's as good as a man. I didn't expect your son to be more outstanding than your daughter. I'm so envious. County Governor Chu, my daughter is an adult this year. Why don't we get married? Chu Tingxian, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture, was overjoyed when he saw the group of county governors crowding around him. Unlike the other spectators' seats that were bustling with noise and excitement, the county governor of Soaring Wind Prefecture was in an uproar. The VIP spectator seats were noisy for a while, but they fell silent again. All of this was because of one person's words. Since Chu Yan won, doesn't that mean the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect has won as well? When this sentence was spread in the VIP auditorium, a group of people in the VIP auditorium also thought, that's right. Before the battle between Yang Jin and Chu Yan ended, there were two people in the VIP seats who had made a bet. Moreover, the third prince of King Qin's estate was the middleman and the notary of the bet. Moreover, the third prince was in charge of the bet as well. Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, has lost 50,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Many pairs of eyes landed on Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect. His expression turned grave as he glared fiercely at Duan Ling Tian, who was surrounded by the people from the Flying Dragon sect like stars surrounding the moon. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a hero in the eyes of the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Congratulations, revered Elder Tian Ling. Revered Elder Tian Ling, you've won. Consecrator Tian Ling, this time, you have helped our Flying Dragon sect vent our anger. The elders, revered elders, and disciples of the Flying Dragon sect praised Duan Ling Tian. Even Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, was beaming with joy at this moment. When he looked at Zhouan again, he felt elated. Humph. It's just a stroke of luck. What's there to be proud of? That's right. Did he really think he could predict Chu Yan would win? What a joke. Chapter 2691. Thank you, Vice-Sect Leader Zhou. After receiving the two spatial rings from the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, and said in a hoarse voice with a smile on his face. Zhouan's expression turned unsightly as though he had just swallowed a fly. Do you dare to make another bet with me? Zhouan suddenly rose to his feet as though he had recalled something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice. Another bet? Duan Ling Tian was taken aback. Then, he asked, what do you want to bet? At the same time, the people in the VIP seats turned to look at Zhouan in unison. They were curious about what Zhouan wanted to bet with the celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect. It seems like the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect is unwilling to admit defeat. The third prince of King Qin's mansion laughed. The sounds in the area behind the curtain couldn't be heard from the outside, but the people in the area behind the curtain could clearly hear the sounds outside the curtain. The curtains were only soundproof to the outside world. I'm curious. What else can he bet at a time like this? Qin Yu asked. At a time like this, other than betting on whether Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, will show up or not, what else can he bet on? A hint of wisdom flashed in King Qin's eyes. Based on his words, it was as though he had guessed the thoughts of the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader, Zhouan, and betting on whether Duan Ling Tian will show up or not. Qin Yu was stunned. If I'm not mistaken. The third prince of King Qin's mansion narrowed his eyes. The third prince narrowed his eyes when he heard King Qin's words. He smiled faintly as he said, he'll definitely bet that Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County, won't show up. It's very likely that Duan Ling Tian won't show up. Isn't he a little too shameless? Although Qin Yu also hoped that Duan Ling Tian would not show up, he could not help but feel that the third prince of King Qin's mansion was too shameless. If the Poison King sect's vice-sect leader Zhouan did that, he would be extremely shameless. Moreover, will the primitive celestial alchemist in the Flying Dragon sect agree to such a bet? In my opinion, unless the flying dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist was kicked in the head by a donkey, it's impossible for him to agree to such a bet. Qin Yu said. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian did not hear what Qin Yu said. Otherwise, he would definitely be speechless. What did he mean by saying that if he agreed, his head would be kicked by a donkey? Wasn't he intentionally scolding him? It's just as you said. Unless the flying dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist has lost his mind, he won't agree to such a bet. The third prince said with a smile. At the same time, the Poison King sect's vice sect leader, Zhouan, opened his mouth and said under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Let's see if Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. After a while, many people in the VIP seats shook their heads and said, "There's no point in betting with this bet. Indeed, this bet is completely meaningless. Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet. This means he won't show up. Unless Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, is betting that Duan Ling Tian will show up. Otherwise, who would be willing to bet with him? Will he bet that Duan Ling Tian will show up?" The people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhouan. They were curious if Zhouan would bet that Duan Ling Tian would show up and participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect were looking at Zhouan. Zhouan looked at Duan Ling Tian and said calmly, "I'll bet 100,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, won't show up." The people in the VIP seats thought Zhouan was shameless when they heard his words. However, Zhouan continued to say, "Since I have a higher chance of winning, you can bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Ling Tian will show up." As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but spit on the ground. "Shameless. Zhouan, you're too shameless. Shameless. How shameless. I'm afraid only a shameless person from the Poison King sect would come up with such a bet. Since Duan Ling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, hasn't shown up yet, it's highly likely that he won't show up. Even if Zhouan used 200,000 prominent celestial stones to bet on revered Elder Tian Ling's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, revered Elder Tian Ling would still be at a disadvantage. Only a fool would agree to such a bet." The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhouan and discussed among themselves. They all felt that Zhouan was shameless. Even the people from the Poison King sect felt that their vice sect leader was shameless. However, they could not help an outsider to scold their vice sect leader, right? Therefore, they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect and retorted, "What do you mean by shameless? If the people from the Flying Dragon sect don't dare to accept the bet, just say so. Do you think we're going to hold a knife to your neck and force you to accept the bet? That's right. Just say so if you don't dare to accept the bet." In my opinion, the people from the Flying Dragon sect are terrified. The people from the Poison King sect argued as they looked at the people from the Flying Dragon sect. Shameless. How shameless. Now, the group of people in the VIP seats who were not from the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, after hearing the unreasonable words of the Poison King sect's people, not only did they feel that the Poison King sect's vice sect leader Zhouan was shameless, they even felt that the Poison King sect's people were shameless. The people from the Poison King sect are too shameless. Behind the curtain, Qin Yu felt indignant on behalf of the Flying Dragon sect. In this world, there are many shameless people. This is nothing. The third prince shook his head and said, "In fact, we all know who's the shameless one here. No one will accept the bet anyway." Meanwhile, County Governor Tian, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties, looked at the people from the 9 Spectres County and locked his gaze on Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the 9 Spectres County. "Will the trump card of 9 Spectres County forfeit?" the host asked bluntly. "My lord, I hope you can wait a little longer," Tian Jiyu said reluctantly. Until now, he still had not seen Duan Ling Tian. Although he did not think it was likely that Duan Lingtian would show up, he was still unwilling to give up. Subconsciously, he hoped that Duan Lingtian would show up and bring hope to 9 Spectres County. For this reason, he wanted to buy some time. What if Duan Lingtian showed up in the next moment? Wait? What are you still waiting for? Humph. The trump card of 9 Spectres County must be that Duan Lingtian. If that Duan Lingtian wanted to show up, he would have been here a long time ago. Why hasn't he shown up yet? In my opinion, it's a waste of time to wait. Duan Lingtian won't show up. At practically the instant Tian Jiyu's voice sounded out, similar voices rose and fell from the spectator stands around the combat arena. More than 99% of the people thought Duan Lingtian would not show up. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties frowned slightly when he heard Tian Jiyu's words. In the end, he took out a communication celestial talisman and infused it with his celestial origin energy before he sent it to the area behind the VIP seats. He was seeking the opinion of the third prince who was in charge of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Big brother, do you think it's necessary to wait? The third prince asked King Qin when he received the communication celestial talisman. Let's wait for an hour. King Qin's eyes flashed as he said, this is my way of expressing my admiration for Duan Lingtian. After all, it's not easy for such a monstrous genius to appear in King Qin's mansion's territory. All right. The third prince nodded and replied to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties with a communication celestial talisman. After the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties received the communication celestial talisman, he immediately announced under everyone's watchful eyes. Lord King Qin has ordered that 9 Spectres County be given another hour due to his admiration for Duan Lingtian, the monstrous genius from 9 Spectres County. If 9 Spectres County's trump card does not show up after an hour, the martial competition of the 16 counties will end. At that time, Chu Yen from the Soaring Wind County will be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. The host finished his sentence in one breath. Everyone present thought it was a waste of time to wait for an hour. However, since it was their King Qin's mansion who had spoken, they did not dare to complain even if they were dissatisfied. To them, King Qin's mansion's territory, King Qin was a lofty and inviolable existence. Thank you, Lord King Qin. Upon hearing the host's words, Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, hurriedly bowed to the VIP seats to express his gratitude. However, his heart was heavy, and the pressure he felt increased. At this moment, he even felt a little regretful. He regretted not buying time for Duan Lingtian. It was as the majority of the people had said. If Duan Lingtian wanted to show up, he would have done so long ago. It was impossible that he had not shown up yet. Lord County Governor, is there a need to wait? I'm sure Duan Lingtian won't be coming back. Pang Bing, the inner court elder of the county governor's mansion in 9 Spectres County, said. At this moment, even the inner mansion's elder, Jianghu, who had always supported Duan Lingtian, fell silent at this moment. This was because he did not have the confidence to do so. At this moment, he did not think Duan Lingtian would show up. However, since Duan Lingtian didn't come, something must have happened to him. Otherwise, with his temper and character, it's impossible for him to not come. Chapter 2692. It seems like I have no choice but to show myself this time. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He was wearing a black celestial master's robe with the word Kun written on it. When Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, was trying to buy time for him, Duan Lingtian had already made a decision in a flash of lightning. If Tian Jiyu managed to buy time for him, he would show himself and win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If he failed, he would not show himself and think of a way to compensate Tian Jiyu and Jianghu. He had promised Tian Jiyu and Jianghu that he would do his best to win the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, for them. Now that Tian Jiyu had bought time for him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself, it's all thanks to Tian Jiyu. It's all because of fate. What do you think? Do you dare to accept this bet that I've made? At the same time, an irritating voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, who felt that he could continue to bet with the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect after seeing that the county governor of Nine Spectres County had bought time for Duan Lingtian. If the county governor of Nine Spectres County did not buy time for Duan Lingtian and announce the end of the martial competition of the 16 counties, then the bet would be meaningless. Shameless. Huang Guangji, the vice sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, glared at Zhouan. Then, he said to Duan Lingtian, "Revered elder Tianling, ignore him. He's a mad dog who will bite whoever he catches. He's trying to use this unfair bet to win back the 50,000 prominent celestial stones." After saying that, Huang Guangji looked at Zhouan again and put on an expression that said, "I've seen through you long ago." Huang Guangji, "I'll bet with him." "What are you talking about?" Zhouan said angrily with a dark expression on his face. Revered elder Tianling is a revered elder of the Flying Dragon sect. Naturally, I won't let him lose. Huang Guangji said matter-of-factly. Apart from Duan Lingtian himself, everyone in the VIP seats, including Zhouan and the others from the Poison King sect, felt that it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to agree to Zhouan's bet. Duan Lingtian said calmly in a hoarse voice, "That's right. I can agree to this bet of yours, but the stakes have to be changed. Because anyone with a discerning eye can see that the current bet is unfair to me." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the entire VIP audience fell into a dead silence. The primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect actually agreed to Zhouan's shameless bet? Was he crazy? At this moment, it was not only the others who looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at an idiot. Even the people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Duan Lingtian in confusion. They could not understand why revered elder Tianling of the Flying Dragon sect would agree to Zhouan's shameless bet. Zhouan, the person who had made the bet, was also stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would agree to the bet. After all, he was the one who had made the bet. Duan Lingtian would definitely win. "Are you serious? Are you really going to agree to my bet?" Zhouan looked at Duan Lingtian intently and said, "Let me make this clear. If you agree to my bet, you can only bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties because I've already bet that Duan Lingtian won't participate." Zhouan was worried that Duan Lingtian would also bet that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. If that was the case, his bet would be meaningless. After all, it was impossible for him to bet that Duan Lingtian would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Humph. Duan Lingtian snorted and said disdainfully, "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" Zhouan was not angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could already see 50,000 prominent celestial stones waving at him. "You said you were going to change the bet. Are you trying to say that I didn't bet enough and that it's unfair to you? As long as you agree to the bet and bet that Duan Lingtian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour, I can increase the bet to 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Is that enough? If you win, I'll give you 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If I win, you only have to give me 50,000 prominent celestial stones." Zhouan said. Pfft. As soon as Zhouan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. "Vice sect leader Zhou, you just gave me 50,000 prominent celestial stones. Now, I'm afraid you don't even have 100,000 prominent celestial stones, let alone 200,000 prominent celestial stones, right?" The Poison King sect was wealthier than any of the counties under King Qin's mansion. However, it would be difficult for a vice sect leader of the Poison King sect to have more than 100,000 prominent celestial stones. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain Zhouan was not a vice sect leader. It was impossible for Zhouan to have 200,000 prominent celestial stones. If vice sect leader Zhou wants to gain something without risking anything. Forgive me for not agreeing to your bet. Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh mockingly when he reached the end of his sentence. It's true that I don't have 200,000 prominent celestial stones, but are you worried that the Poison King's sect won't be able to come up with 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Zhou En's face paled when he heard Duan Tian's mocking words. In the end, he had no choice but to bring up the Poison King's sect and said the Poison King's sect would pay the 200,000 prominent celestial stones. Can you represent the Poison King's sect? Duan Tian continued to mock Zhou. What a joke. Zhou said in a deep voice, I'm the vice sect leader of the Poison King's sect, and I'm the younger brother of the sect leader. Do you think I can represent the Poison King's sect? It seems like I've underestimated you. Duan Tian said indifferently as he narrowed his eyes. Cut the crap. Zhou said coldly, if you want to accept the bet, then accept it. If you don't, then admit defeat. Of course, I'll accept the bet. Duan Tian looked at Zhou deeply before he said slowly, however, don't you think you're taking advantage of me by betting 200,000 prominent celestial stones? Why don't I bet 200,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Tian won't participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, and you bet 50,000 prominent celestial stones that Duan Tian will participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. How about we swap bets? Duan Tian continued to say. How many prominent celestial stones do you think I should bet? Naturally, Zhou would not agree to Duan Tian's request. He was certain that Duan Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County, would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties in the next hour. If Duan Tian really wanted to participate in the martial competition, he would have arrived a long time ago, 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Duan Tian said indifferently. All right. 500,000 prominent celestial stones it is. Zhou agreed without hesitation. He was confident that he would win. Even if he had to bet 500,000 prominent celestial stones on Duan Tian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones, he would still be willing to bet. At this moment, Zhou was still unaware of the fact that Duan Tian was hiding in the shadows. The black-robed man in front of him was setting him up step by step. He did not realize that he was slowly falling into Duan Tian's trap. Also, I have another condition. Duan Tian spoke again. Speak. Zhou said impatiently with a frown. Why you have to invite the third prince of King Qin's mansion or King Qin to be the notary of our bet? After all, with your shamelessness, I'm worried you'll renege on your bet. Duan Tian stated his condition. Zhou was infuriated when he heard Duan Tian calling him shameless and suspecting him of reneging on his bet. I can be the notary of your bet. At this moment, the third prince of King Qin's mansion stepped out from behind the curtain and looked at Duan Tian meaningfully. He could not figure it out. Why would the Flying Dragon sect's primitive celestial alchemist agree to Zhou's shameless bet? Could the third prince not see that Zhou would definitely win? However, even if he could not figure it out, he was still willing to be the notary of the bet. After all, he wanted to see how the primitive celestial alchemist of the Flying Dragon sect would react after losing the bet. Thank you, third prince. After thanking the third prince of King Qin's mansion, Duan Tian handed the spatial ring that contained 50,000 prominent celestial stones to the third prince. The number is correct. After confirming the number of celestial stones in the spatial ring, the third prince looked at Zhou and said indifferently, if you lose, King Qin's mansion will first collect the 500,000 prominent celestial stones from the Poison King's sect. After that, we'll transfer the celestial stones to revered Elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect. If I lose, the Poison King's sect will immediately send the 500,000 prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion when I return. Zhou said nonchalantly. At this moment, he did not think he would lose at all. That's good. The third prince nodded and did not say anything else. He was not worried the Poison King's sect would renege on their bet. Thank you for the 500,000 prominent celestial stones. When the third prince nodded, the people in the VIP seats looked at Duan Tian as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, Duan Tian suddenly pulled the robe off his head, revealing his handsome face. He grinned at Zhou. At this moment, his voice was no longer as hoarse as before. He had finally revealed his true appearance. When Duan Ling Tian pulled down the robe that covered his head and revealed his true appearance, the group of people in the VIP spectator seats were greatly shocked. Initially, when they heard the voice of the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect, they thought he was an old man. But he didn't expect that the voice was fake. Chapter 2693. Revered Elder Tian Ling. He looks like this? All this while, I've only heard Revered Elder Tian Ling's voice. I thought he was an old man. I didn't expect him to be so young. I didn't expect this at all. I really didn't expect this. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect, including Vice Sect Leader Huang Guangji, could not help but exclaim. Even for them, this was the first time they had seen the true face of their Flying Dragon sect's revered Elder Tian Ling. For a moment, they could not help but be shocked. Bang! Accompanied by an enormous bang, Duan Ling Tian abruptly exerted strength with his legs and stomped on the ground to rise up, causing the thick ground to shatter into pieces at the same time as his entire body had already soared into the sky above the combat arena. In just a blink of an eye, he was close to the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties. 9 Spectres County, Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian's indifferent voice spread out towards the surroundings, he was already standing in the sky above the combat ring, and he stood in confrontation with the Soaring Wind County's trump card, Chu Yan. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. 9 Spectres County, Duan Ling Tian. As soon as these 6 words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, it spread like wildfire in the air. When the people saw the purple figure in the air, they were in an uproar. Even more people were shocked to the point of standing up from their seats. When they secretly gasped, their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. As soon as Duan Ling Tian left the VIP seats, he removed the Celestial Master's robe with the word Kun on it, revealing his purple robes. Duan Ling Tian is here? He's Duan Ling Tian? I thought the martial competition of the 16 counties would end after Chu Yan defeated Yang Jin. Who would have thought that after the county governor of 9 Spectres County bought an hour for their trump card, Duan Ling Tian would appear? It seems like the county governor of 9 Spectres County knew Duan Ling Tian would come, so he bought some time for him. That must be it. In the surroundings of the combat arena, besides the group of people in the VIP spectating area who were still in a dazed state, the other spectating areas were extremely bustling, and a group of people were discussing animatedly. Many people shifted their gazes from Duan Ling Tian to Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. However, most people's eyes were still locked onto Duan Ling Tian. They stared at Duan Ling Tian, as if they were afraid that Duan Ling Tian would disappear in the blink of an eye. He's the Duan Ling Tian whose name shook the entire Duke of Qin's manor a few months ago. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is already comparable to a golden celestial. In the past, I don't think there has ever been such a monster in the territories ruled by King Qin's manor, right? A year ago, he was so strong that even Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, felt inferior to him. Now that a year has passed, I'm sure he's even stronger than before, right? Perhaps, he's already a great overarching golden celestial now. A golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. Such a person is rare even in the high-rank celestial kingdoms, let alone the intermediate-rank celestial kingdom, the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, which is under King Qin's manor's jurisdiction. Numerous burning gazes landed on Duan Ling Tian, causing him to become the absolute center of attention. Before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, Duan Ling Tian had attracted the most attention among the 13 trump cards selected by the 13 counties in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Even before Duan Ling Tian's appearance, many people were still talking about him, saying that Chu Yan would not be able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, Duan Ling Tian had appeared. Everyone's attention was completely focused on him. Almost no one was distracted. Duan Ling Tian? Qin Yu abruptly rose from his luxurious seat behind the curtain of the VIP spectator area. He was happy that Duan Ling Tian was safe and sound. However, when he thought about the possibility that the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, his expression changed immediately. According to his uncle, the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke was a powerhouse that was superior to an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. If such a powerhouse attacked with all his might, he could even annihilate King Qin's manor. Duan Lingtian, why did you come out at this time? Even if you want to come out, you should have contacted me first. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, he did not use voice transmission to communicate with Duan Lingtian because he knew it was too late even if he did so now. If the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was targeting Duan Lingtian, it would be futile even if he warned Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, if the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was not targeting Duan Lingtian, he would only distract Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was preparing to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties and fight Chu Yan from the Soaring Wind County. I hope the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect isn't targeting Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu prayed inwardly. However, I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to be sitting in the VIP spectator area so close to me. Why didn't he send me a voice transmission? If he had sent me a voice transmission, I could have contacted him privately and asked if he had any enmity with the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. Earlier, he had also noticed the commotion in the VIP spectator area. But because there were many people in the VIP spectating area between him and Duan Lingtian, he didn't see Duan Lingtian's true appearance clearly at the first possible moment, and it was to the extent that he didn't have the time to react before Duan Lingtian appeared in the sky above the combat arena. By the time he regained his senses, Duan Lingtian had already appeared in the air above the combat ring in front of everyone. He was Duan Lingtian from the 9 Spectres County. So he's Duan Lingtian? King Qin, who was sitting at the side, looked at the purple-clad young man in the air above the combat ring. Yes. Qin Yu smiled wryly. I didn't expect him to be here so early. I also didn't expect him to be the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect. He's very well hidden. King Qin said. At the same time, King Qin was also puzzled. Since Duan Lingtian had come to the martial competition of the 16 counties, why did he not show up? Why did he only show up now? If King Qin had not agreed to the county governor's request to wait for Duan Lingtian, the martial competition of the 16 counties would have ended earlier. Once the martial competition of the 16 counties ended, it would be meaningless for Duan Lingtian to show up again. However, Duan Lingtian had appeared again. Moreover, he had not just arrived. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago and was hiding in the VIP spectator area with another identity. This is King Qin's mansion. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have to worry about the people from the other 15 counties plotting against him. Why hasn't he shown up yet? Why did he almost miss the martial competition of the 16 counties? Could it be that he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him? However, that doesn't make sense. If he knows the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is targeting him, why would he show up now? Even if he guessed the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect might not be here, there's no need for him to take the risk, right? The more King Qin thought about it, the more confused he became. At the same time, King Qin could not help but look at the people from Fair Mountain County. Finally, his gaze landed on the gray-robed man standing next to Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. The gray-robed man was a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, a Celestial Duke. Senior, Duan Lingtian has shown up. Why aren't you making a move yet? Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, became anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian had shown up for a while, but the person next to him did not seem to have any intention of making a move. If the person next to him made a move after Duan Lingtian had defeated Chu Yan, then Duan Lingtian would be ranked first in the martial competition of the 16 counties. At that time, Fair Mountain County would have one less mediocre celestial pill, the Great Overarching Pill. At that time, young Jean from Fair Mountain County would only be ranked third in the martial competition of the 16 counties. He would only be able to obtain one great overarching pill for Fair Mountain County. Wang Qiling had thought the person next to Duan Lingtian would kill Duan Lingtian as soon as Duan Lingtian appeared. He did not expect the person next to him would not make a move. "It's not up to you to tell me what to do." The old woman's cold voice rang from under the gray-robed man's robe. When Wang Qiling heard this, his face turned pale again. He lowered his head and said apologetically, "Senior, I was too impatient. I was too impatient." Although Wang Qiling did not know the old woman's identity, he knew that she was a celestial duke. However, after the confrontation between King Qin and the old woman, he realized something was amiss. Even King Qin would have to lower his head in front of this old woman. At that time, King Qin had asked him to say that the old woman was deaf and mute to give him a way out. How could someone who even King Qin had to give him a way out be an ordinary person? King Qin's actions showed that even he could not afford to offend this old woman. How could a mere county governor under King Qin's command offend someone that even King Qin could not afford to offend? Wang Qiling was certain. Even if the old woman killed him now, he would die in vain. King Qin would not avenge him, and he might not even have the ability to do so. Because of this, when he heard the cold anger in the old woman's tone, he also felt a bit of fear and trepidation. "He's Duan Lingtian? The man who took Miss Bing's virginity." Chapter 2694. Although Duan Lingtian had appeared, the old lady was not in a hurry to make a move. She knew that since Duan Lingtian had appeared right in front of her, it meant that Duan Lingtian would not be able to escape. He would die sooner or later. If that was the case, why should she be in a hurry? However, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, Wang Qiling, who was beside her, was extremely anxious. Of course, he did not dare to urge the old lady to make a move. He could only wait anxiously. "Duan Lingtian is here?" The elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County who came with Wang Qiling could not help but smile bitterly. "I thought Yang Jin would be able to obtain second place in the martial competition of the 16 counties and obtain two great overarching pills for Fair Mountain County. It seems like there's no hope now. Duan Lingtian has appeared. Yang Jin is destined to be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. With the appearance of Duan Lingtian, there's only one great overarching pill left. This Duan Lingtian really came at the right time." Although the elders and honorary elders of Fair Mountain County were helpless, they knew that they could not change anything. This Duan Lingtian. Of all times, he chose this moment to appear. Although this was the first time Yang Jin had seen Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with hostility as he looked at the Duan Lingtian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring. The reason he was hostile to Duan Lingtian was that with the appearance of Duan Lingtian, he would only be third place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. As a result, not only would Fair Mountain County receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion, but he would also receive less rewards from King Qin's mansion. Naturally, he was unhappy. The situation in Soaring Wind County was similar to that in Fair Mountain County. The elders and honorary elders of Soaring Wind County who came with Chu Tingxian could not help but sigh when they saw Duan Lingtian. 3 great overarching pills. It's going to be too soon. This Duan Lingtian actually came. Perhaps, this is fate. Chu Tingxian shook his head. However, 2 great overarching pills is not bad. I should be content. He's Duan Lingtian? Standing beside Chu Tingxian, the valiant Chu Yu's gaze was currently focused on Duan Lingtian, the depths of her eyes rippling with extraordinary splendor. Although she was usually carefree, no different from a man. However, in the end, she was still a woman. In the past, she only worshipped her big brother, Chu Yan. She felt that only a man who was as outstanding as her big brother or even more outstanding than her big brother was worthy of her. It was not until she heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds in 9 Spectres County that she realized something was amiss. In the territories under the Duke of Qin's estate, there was actually a man who was more outstanding than her elder brother. even though Yang Jin from the Fair Mountain Commandery was quite strong. However, Yang Jin was more than 20 years older than her big brother. In terms of innate talent, he was far inferior to her big brother. For this reason, she did not think highly of him. On the other hand, although Duan Lingtian was the same age as Yang Jin, his innate talent was not something her big brother could compare to. At that time, although she had not met Duan Lingtian, she was attracted to Duan Lingtian. Although it sounded ridiculous, it was the truth. She was a strong woman who had never been attracted to any man since she was young. She even thought that she would spend the rest of her life alone because there was no man who could attract her. However, when she found out that there was such an outstanding man in King Qin's estate, she was instantly attracted to him. Naturally, if she met Duan Lingtian, she would not be attracted to Duan Lingtian because his appearance and temperament were not to her liking. This was similar to Duan Lingtian's previous life on Earth. They chatted well on the internet, but when they met in real life, they realized they did not like each other. Therefore, they would delete each other and go their separate ways. Yet now, when he saw Duan Lingtian in person, that perfect facial features, that otherworldly and graceful bearing, Chiu could feel his heartbeat speeding up without end. In the end, she felt as though her heart was about to jump out of her chest. I, Chuyu, will marry no one but him in my life. Chuyu swore in her heart as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Before she met Duan Lingtian, she had not met Duan Lingtian in person. She had only heard about Duan Lingtian's deeds and innate talent. Therefore, she was only slightly attracted to Duan Lingtian. Now that she had met Duan Lingtian in person, her heart had completely fallen for him. Sometimes, matters of the heart were just so wonderful. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was completely unaware that he had won the heart of a woman without her knowledge. Moreover, it was the heart of the younger sister of Chu Yan, who was about to fight him. If he knew, he would be speechless and helpless. After all, he had 2 wives now. One was his confidant, and the other was Murong Bing, who was not officially his wife but was in fact his wife. This was enough to give him a headache. How could he be in the mood to flirt with other women? Damn it! Why is he here? Over at Luofu County, both the county governor and the trump card of Luofu County, Xing Dong, had ugly expressions on their faces. If Duan Lingtian had not come, it was almost certain that Xing Dong would be ranked 10th in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, now that Duan Lingtian had come, Xing Dong was destined to be kicked out of the top 10. Not only would Xing Dong not receive any rewards from King Qin's mansion, but the Luofu County would also be punished by King Qin's mansion. In the next 10 years, they would have to pay more prominent celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. The atmosphere was different from the people from Fair Mountain County, Soaring Wind County, and Luofu County. Over at Nine Spectres County, the atmosphere was no longer gloomy and was replaced by excitement and joy. Ha! Duan Lingtian is finally here. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, laughed heartily without caring about his image. He was as happy as a child. I knew he wouldn't break his promise so easily. Jing Qiu, the inner mansion elder, was also smiling. Humph. At least he still has some conscience. Pang Bing snorted coldly. The other people from Nine Spectres County were also very happy. In the VIP seats. No wonder he dared to make such a bet with Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect. As it turns out, he's Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect revered elder Tian Ling from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duan Lingtian from the Nine Spectres County. This time, Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, has suffered a huge loss, 500,000 prominent celestial stones against Duan Lingtian's 50,000 prominent celestial stones. I thought he would definitely win. However, it seems like he's going to go for wool and come home shorn. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Even if the Poison King sect were to take out such a huge amount of prominent celestial stones, they would still suffer a huge loss, right? The Poison King sect is going to lose this time. Many people discussed among themselves as they looked at Zhouan, the vice sect leader of the Poison King sect, in unison. These gazes were looking at Zhouan as though they were looking at an idiot. At this moment, almost everyone in the VIP seats realized that Zhouan, the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect, from the moment revered elder Tianling from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to Zhouan's bet, Zhouan had fallen into revered elder Tianling's trap. This was because revered elder Tianling was none other than Duanling Tian. Since revered elder Tianling was Duanling Tian, it was up to him to decide if he would participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Ha 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 ha, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, laughed heartily as he looked at Zhouan, 500,000 prominent celestial stones. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones. Have you thought about how you're going to explain this to the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect? Previously, Zhouan looked at revered elder Tianling as though he was an idiot. Now, it seems like he's the real idiot. He thought he would definitely win, but he didn't expect revered elder Tianling to be Duanling Tian. He could easily decide the outcome of the bet. Revered elder Tianling's role is similar to a swindler who isn't a swindler. I'm sure Zhouan feels worse than if he had eaten a fly, right? Of course. That's 500,000 prominent celestial stones we're talking about. The group of people from the Flying Dragon sect looked at Zhouan mockingly. At this moment it was as though they had forgotten about Zhouan previously. When revered elder Tianling agreed to Zhouan's bet, they had looked at revered elder Tianling skeptically. They thought revered elder Tianling was just giving Zhouan celestial stones. Meanwhile, the group of people in the VIP seats looked at Zhouan with a hint of pity in their eyes. The group of people from the Poison King sect only looked at their vice-sect leader, Zhouan, without saying a word. If Zhouan was not the vice-sect leader of the Poison King sect but an ordinary disciple, they would have scolded him for being an idiot. Zhouan stood rooted to the ground with an unsightly expression on his face. He could still remember. Earlier, when the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect agreed to his bet, he felt as though his 50,000 prominent celestial stones had returned to him. It did not cross his mind at all. He did not expect the primitive celestial alchemist from the Flying Dragon sect to be Duanling Tian, the trump card of the 9 Spectres County. No. It doesn't count. This bet doesn't count. He's Duanling Tian. He can decide the outcome of this bet with just a thought. He's cheating. He's cheating. This bet must be voided. It must be voided. After a while, Zhouan regained his senses. When he saw the pitiful looks from the group of people in the VIP seats, he began to shout like a madman. 500,000 prominent celestial stones. If the Poison King sect lost 500,000 high-grade immortal stones because of him, even if he didn't die when he returned to the Poison King sect, he would at least lose a layer of skin. The elders, revered elders, and the 2 supreme elders who were on par with his elder brother would definitely not let him off so easily. Humph. Chapter 2695. Third Prince. Zhouan's face was as pale as a sheet of paper when he regained his senses. He looked at the third prince of King Qin's mansion fearfully. I know you're the judge of the bet between me and revered elder Tianling from the Flying Dragon sect. However, I didn't know he's Duanling Tian, the trump card of 9 Spectres County. If I had known he was Duanling Tian, I wouldn't have agreed to the bet even if he asked me to bet 5,000 prominent celestial stones. So, this bet was unfair in the first place. Zhouan's voice was laced with anger when he spoke. Zhouan knew very well that King Qin's mansion was not an option. The person who could decide whether the bet was voided or not was not him or Duanling Tian. It was the third prince of King Qin's mansion who was standing before him. He could go back on his word in front of Duanling Tian. However, he could not go back on his word in front of the third prince. What a joke. Almost as soon as Zhouan finished speaking and before the third prince could say anything, Huang Guangji, the vice-sect leader of the Flying Dragon sect, could not help but laugh mockingly. Zhouan, don't you think it's embarrassing for you to say such words? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Don't forget that you're the one who initiated the bet with revered elder Tianling. Revered elder Tianling didn't initiate the bet. When consecrated Tianling agreed to your bet, you must have been very happy, right? You must have thought the 50,000 prominent celestial stones would be yours again, right? Why didn't you say the bet was unfair at that time? Now that you know revered elder Tianling is Duanling Tian and you know you're going to lose, you're saying the bet is unfair? As he spoke, the mocking smile on Huang Guangji's face grew wider. At the same time, his gaze left Zhouan for a while and swept across the people from the other forces in the VIP spectator seats. Everyone. Let's be fair. Do you think this bet is unfair? Do you think that this bet should be cancelled and should not be counted? Although Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from 9 Spectres County, wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect as a primitive celestial alchemist, Huang Guangji did not know why Duanling Tian wanted to join the Flying Dragon sect even though he was a primitive celestial alchemist. However, after Duanling Tian joined the Flying Dragon sect and became their revered elder, he did not do anything to let the Flying Dragon sect down. Instead, he had helped the Flying Dragon sect to refine a batch of high-quality primitive celestial pills. Under such circumstances, one side was Duanling Tian while the other side was the Poison King sect. Naturally, he would help Duanling Tian. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as Vice Sect Leader. That's right. When this Poison King sect's Vice Sect Leader Zhou made this bet, I already felt that he was extremely shameless. But now, seeing that he was about to lose, he went back on his word and said that this bet didn't count. Simply shameless to the extreme. I really don't know how the Poison King sect has someone like him. Moreover, he's a Vice Sect Leader. Earlier, he said he's the younger brother of the sect leader of the Poison King sect. It seems like he only became the Vice Sect Leader of the Poison King sect because of his relationship with the Poison King sect. The Poison King sect is on the decline. How can any Tom, Dick, or Harry become a Vice Sect Leader? Moreover, he's a disgrace to the Poison King sect. The other forces in the VIP seats did not have any ties with the Flying Dragon sect and the Poison King sect, nor did they have any enmity with them. For this reason, the people from the various forces were neutral when they discussed this matter. However, all of them felt Zhouan, the Vice Sect Leader of the Poison King sect, was shameless. They felt the bet between Zhouan and Duanling Tian should not be cancelled. The voices of the VIP seats rang out in unison. Now, do you still think the bet should be cancelled? The third prince of King Qin's mansion asked as he looked at Zhouan coldly. Plop. As soon as the third marquis finished speaking, Zhouan, whose face had become increasingly pale, trembled and fell to the ground. He was paralyzed on the ground and could not get up for a long time. His legs were completely weak from fear. 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. That's 500,000 high-grade celestial stones. When the third prince of the king of Qin's estate expressed his stance, Zhouan already knew in his heart, no matter what, the Poison King sect had to hand over the 500,000 high-grade celestial stones to King Qin's mansion. Otherwise, he would offend the third prince of the Duke of Qin's manor and even the entire Duke of Qin's manor. Although their Poison King sect's strength was not bad, in front of the colossal Duke Qin's mansion, they were not even worth mentioning. Let alone King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Even the third prince of King Qin's mansion could easily annihilate the Poison King sect if he made a move. If I don't see the 500,000 prominent celestial stones within a month, I'll personally bring my men to the Poison King sect to collect them. At that time, things will become complicated. It won't be as simple as just 500,000 prominent celestial stones. After saying these threatening words, the third prince of King Qin's mansion left the VIP area and retreated behind the curtain. Let's go back. After the third prince left, Zhouan's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly stood up and led the people from the Poison King sect away. At this moment, he was no longer in the mood to continue watching the martial competition of the 16 counties. It was not because he could predict the outcome of the martial competition of the 16 counties. Right now, there was nothing more important than him bringing this matter back to the Poison King sect and reporting it to his elder brother, the sect head of the Poison King sect. When the people from the Poison King sect left in a hurry, the people from the Flying Dragon sect were elated. When we returned to the sect, we'll tell our junior brothers and sisters about this. I'm sure they'll be happy. It's rare for our Flying Dragon sect to make the Poison King sect suffer like this. A Flying Dragon sect's disciple said smugly. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to revered Elder Tianling. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to hold our heads high in front of the people from the Poison King sect. However, I didn't expect revered Elder Tianling to be Duanling Tian, the monstrous genius from the Nine Spectres County who has become famous in King Qin's mansion in recent months. He's not even 100 years old, but his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he's also an outstanding primitive celestial alchemist. Revered Elder Tianling is too monstrous, right? If you didn't mention this, I would have forgotten that revered Elder Tianling is a primitive celestial alchemist. A primitive celestial alchemist who's not even 100 years old. Revered Elder Tianling is a monster among monsters. When the Flying Dragon sect's disciples looked at Duanling Tian who was hovering in the air above the combat ring, their eyes were filled with admiration. In the air above the combat ring. Duanling Tian. After staring at Duanling Tian for a long time, Chu Yan, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. He looked at Duanling Tian and said in a deep voice, "Although I've heard that you're very strong and I can't compare to you, I still want to fight you. If you can defeat me, you'll be the champion of the martial competition of the 16 counties. I hope you live up to your reputation." When Chu Yan reached the end of his sentence, his eyes flashed with battle intent. Whoosh! The celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body also burst out of his body. It formed a clear airflow around his body, emitting a terrifying aura. "Make your move," Duanling Tian said indifferently. Even when Duanling Tian asked Chu Yan to make his move, there was no trace of celestial origin energy on his body at all. It was as though he did not bother to circulate his celestial origin energy in advance to meet Chu Yan's powerful attack. Humph. Upon seeing this, Chu Yan immediately felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He flew into a rage and charged toward Duanling Tian like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, he took out his mediocre celestial weapon as soon as he made his move. He did not hold back at all. Although he had only heard of Duanling Tian's strength, he had never seen Duanling Tian fight with his own eyes. However, as the saying went, a man with a great reputation lives up to his name. Coupled with Duanling Tian's casual attitude, Chu Yan realized that Duanling Tian was indeed as powerful as a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, Chu Yan did not dare to hold back when he made the first move against Duanling Tian. This was because he knew that if he still had any strength left, he might not be able to use it in the future. Boom! Rumble! Chu Yan, who charged towards Duanling Tian with all his might, was like a primeval beast. Everywhere he passed, the air and the sky would violently shake, and a series of explosions would sound out one after another, emitting a deafening sound that was like thunder. Boom! 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 When Chu Yan appeared in front of Duanling Tian, he unleashed a powerful attack that was as vast as the sea and as powerful as thunder toward Duanling Tian. Just as he was about to land his attack on Duanling Tian, he discovered that Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy was not present. Duanling Tian's body did not emit any celestial origin energy at all. Moreover, Duanling Tian was still standing on the same spot. His expression was as calm as before. Instantly, he felt like he was being humiliated. "Since you're seeking death, don't blame me for this." Chu Yan glared at Duanling Tian as though he had transformed into an angry King Kong. Boom! Rumble! His attack erupted a step further and transformed into a thundercloud that seemed to be suffused with a myriad of thunderbolts that enveloped Duanling Tian's head and swept him into it. In just a blink of an eye, Duanling Tian was completely shrouded by the thundercloud. What's Duanling Tian doing? Is he planning to take Chu Yan's attack head-on? Although this is only Chu Yan's first attack, based on the battle between him and Yang Jin earlier, it's definitely his strongest attack. Duanling Tian seems a little too careless in the face of Chu Yan's attack, right? Even an ordinary Violet Sun Golden Celestial wouldn't dare to underestimate Chu Yan's attack, right? Chapter 2696. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the thundercloud that engulfed Duan Lingtian seemed to be pushed apart by something as soon as it engulfed Duan Lingtian. Bang! Following that, an earth-shattering explosion rang in the air. It was so loud that it was earth-shattering. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the crisp sound of a sword whistling resounded in everyone's ears. After the thundercloud exploded, a dazzling white light spread out. It was sword chi. At first glance, there were tens of thousands of sword chi. As the tens of thousands of sword chi surged out, a figure could be vaguely seen within the sword chi. The power is not bad. Unfortunately, this level of attack can't hurt me. Duan Lingtian stood in the middle of the tens of thousands of sword chi. He was completely unharmed. Even his purple robe was not damaged at all. It was obvious that Chu Yan's attack did not hurt Duan Lingtian at all. Swoosh! Horror dawned on Chu Yan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. He looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. How? How's this possible? My attack earlier. It's impossible for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it so easily. Don't tell me he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial? When this last thought appeared in his mind, Chu Yan's heart trembled violently, and his pair of pupils also fiercely shrank. How powerful! In the spectating area where the people from the Soaring Wind County were seated, Chu Yan's biological sister, stared at Duan Lingtian with a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw her brother did not hurt Duan Lingtian at all. Based on the power of my brother's attack earlier, it should be difficult for someone below the level of a great overarching golden celestial to withstand it. It seems like he has broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Chuyu looked at Duan Lingtian, the light in the depths of her eyes becoming increasingly resplendent. They were like two stars in the night sky, beautiful and dazzling. His strength has actually increased again. Pang Bing, the inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County, narrowed his eyes in shock when he saw Duan Lingtian standing amidst the thousands of sword rays like the king of the sword Dao. Duan Lingtian has become a great overarching golden celestial? The other inner mansion elder, Jingxiu's eyes lit up, and a bright smile appeared on his face. He was sincerely happy for Duan Lingtian. Ha! Amazing! Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, smiled widely. At the same time, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's improvement. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to improve so much in less than a year. Of course, Tian Jiyu was happy because King Qin's mansion would reward Nine Spectres County after Duan Lingtian won the martial competition of the 16 counties. 3 mediocre celestial pills, the great overarching pills. As for how strong Duan Lingtian's strength was, he did not care at all. He knew that with Duan Lingtian's innate talent, it was impossible for him to stay in the Nine Spectres County. Even King Qin's mansion might not be able to accommodate him. He knew clearly in his heart, after today, Duan Lingtian would definitely be able to use the King Qin's mansion as a stepping stone to enter the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. In the history of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius more than 100,000 years ago, right? That genius seemed to have left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and entered a powerful sect that was superior to a high-rank celestial kingdom. Tian Jiyu thought to himself. How powerful. Duan Lingtian is so strong. I'm afraid he has already broken through and become a great overarching golden celestial, right? He's bullying us by participating in the martial competition of the 16 counties. You're right. However, he's qualified to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. I didn't expect such a freak to appear in King Qin's mansion. Such a monstrous genius has never appeared in King Qin's mansion. Even in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, there was only one such genius a few 100,000 years ago. In the surroundings of the combat arena, no matter if it was the VIP spectating area or the other spectating areas, they were filled with similar discussions. Behind the curtain of the VIP seats. It's true that Duan Lingtian possesses strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. The third prince sighed. Yes. King Qin nodded. Great overarching golden celestial? However, Qin Yu did not comment when he heard the third prince's words. A year ago, he knew Duan Lingtian possessed the strength to kill a great overarching golden celestial. He had even witnessed Duan Lingtian imprisoning Zhou Tong, a great overarching golden celestial, and sending him to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could kill him. However, at that time, Duan Lingtian's sword ray was a 7-colored sword ray. I remember that when Duan Lingtian's sword ray wasn't a 7-colored sword ray, he wasn't a match for Zhou Tong. However, when his sword ray turned 7-colored, he was able to suppress Zhou Tong. Although Qin Yu was unaware that Duan Lingtian possessed the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, since he had seen Duan Lingtian fight before, he knew Duan Lingtian had the ability to transform his sword ray into a 7-colored sword ray. However, today, Duan Lingtian did not use the ability to turn his sword ray into 7-colored. Today, Duan Lingtian displayed strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial without using the 7-colored sword ray. If he had used the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would have been even stronger. Qin Yu could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought of this. He still remembered. A year ago, if Duan Lingtian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength would not have been comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. However, today, even if Duan Lingtian did not use the 7-colored sword ray, his strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In just a year, Duan Lingtian's strength has become so much stronger. Qin Yu thought to himself. In the air above the combat arena. Whoosh. 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 Duan Lingtian, who had once again become the center of attention, was surrounded by tens of thousands of sword rays. It made him look as though he had transformed into the ruler of the world of swords. Even in the void around his body, due to the tens of thousands of sword rays, there was a clearly visible layer of airflow. You should also receive a move from me. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian, who had been looking at Chu Yan calmly since the beginning, spoke. His voice was calm as though it did not contain any emotion. He did not deliberately raise his voice, but it still clearly spread around the combat arena, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. Duan Lingtian is going to make a move? The eyes of the group of people around the combat arena lit up one after another. They were like hunters who had seen their prey. Earlier, Duan Lingtian easily neutralized Chu Yan's full force attack. This allowed them to realize that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian's cultivation had most likely broken through to the great overarching golden celestial stage. However, they had never seen Duan Lingtian take the initiative to make a move with their own eyes. Now, when they heard Duan Lingtian was going to make a move, they instantly stared at Duan Lingtian without blinking. It was as if they were deeply afraid of missing the slightest detail. When he heard Duan Lingtian's words, Chu Yan's expression instantly changed. He wanted to admit defeat at the first possible moment. What a joke. The strength Duan Lingtian displayed earlier was already far from something he could compare to. At this moment, if he allowed Duan Lingtian to make a move, would he not be looking for trouble? However, just as Chu Yan was about to admit defeat, a terrifying aura surged toward him, causing his chi and blood to surge violently. He was unable to complete his sentence. Whoosh. 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 Accompanying the terrifying aura was the sword formation that Duan Lingtian had formed with just a lift of his hand. In the beginning, there were more than 10 sword formations before they merged into one. It was so dazzling that it seemed as though it could illuminate all the darkness in the world. Boom. 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 Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sword formation controlled by Duan Lingtian transformed into a gigantic sword that was more than 100 meters long. It shot through the air and slammed down on Chu Yan. That's right, it was slamming down. Duan Lingtian used the body of the enormous sword to slap it down towards Chu Yan, and didn't use the blade of the sword to point at Chu Yan. This was because he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. Killing was prohibited in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Of course, even if killing was not prohibited, he did not intend to kill Chu Yan. After all, he had no enmity with Chu Yan. Although Chu Yan had attacked him with all his might, he did not reveal any killing intent. Obviously, he did not intend to kill him. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering rumbles continued. The gigantic sword that was descending from the sky caused a clear air current to appear in the void. It was as though the water in the sea had been split into two. On the gigantic sword, there was a thick sword essence that seemed to be able to crush everything. Bang! The gigantic sword enveloped Chu Yan. Its speed was so fast that Chu Yan could not dodge it at all. He could only take it head-on. However, no matter how hard he tried, before the giant sword could even touch him, all of his attacks were instantly disintegrated and shattered when the sword aura on the giant sword touched him. As for him, he was ruthlessly sent flying by the slap. Chu Yan, who was sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood. After flying for a distance like an arrow, he barely managed to stabilize himself. Thank you for your mercy. Although Chu Yan managed to stabilize himself in the air, his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. It was just like when he had seized the opportunity to defeat Yang Jin in one fell swoop during his battle with Yang Jin. Chapter 2697. Whoosh! When Chu Yan was blasted flying by the sword force, Duan Lingtian withdrew all of his attacks with just a thought. If he had not retracted his attack, Chu Yan would have lost his life. Thank you. Duan Lingtian nodded at Chu Yan. Brother, are you all right? A melodious voice rang out. It was Chu Yu who had leapt into the air from the side of the spectator stand. In the blink of an eye, she arrived beside Chu Yan and supported him. I'm fine. Chu Yan shook his head, but there was a hint of doting and helplessness in the depths of his eyes. When his sister came over and communicated with him through voice transmission, she did not ask about his injuries. Instead, she asked him to introduce her to Duan Lingtian. This made him feel that a grown girl could not be kept at home. However, out of his doting love for his sister and his fondness for Duan Lingtian, he immediately looked at Duan Lingtian and introduced Chu Yu to him. Duan Lingtian, this is my sister, Chu Yu. Miss Chu Yu. Duan Lingtian nodded at Chu Yu out of courtesy. Hello, elder brother Duan. Chu Yu was a little restrained in front of Duan Lingtian. She, who usually did not care about anything, had a rare blush on her cheeks. Chu Yan, who was standing beside her, was stunned by this scene. Chu Yan had never thought that his sister, who was like a man, would have such a feminine side to her. It's true that a woman dresses up for the man she loves. Chu Yan sighed in his heart. Now, is there anyone else who wants to challenge Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian could not help but avert his gaze when the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said, "What's the matter with Chu Yu?" Duan Lingtian could not help but look away when he heard the host's voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian naturally looked at him. According to the rules of the martial competition of the 16 counties, Duan Lingtian is ranked first for the time being. Other than Chu Yan, who is ranked second for the time being, anyone who is ranked 3rd to 10th can challenge Duan Lingtian. The host continued. When the host finished speaking, many people around the arena could not help but roll their eyes. Are you kidding me? Duan Lingtian has completely crushed Chu Yan's strength. No matter who challenges Duan Lingtian, they're just looking for trouble. That's right. Those 8 people were all defeated by Chu Yan. Now that Chu Yan has been defeated by Duan Lingtian, if they challenge Duan Lingtian, they're just looking for trouble. Actually, the host must know that those 8 people won't challenge Duan Lingtian. He's just going through the motions. After all, he can't just let Duan Lingtian be ranked first for the martial competition of the 16 counties without asking for the opinions of the others, right? You're right. Among the crowd around the arena, there were quite a few who were observant. Just as these discerning people had said, as soon as the host finished speaking, none of the other 8 people issued a challenge to Duan Lingtian. Since no one challenges Duan Lingtian, the final ranking of the martial competition of the 16 counties is set. Seeing that the other 8 people did not make a move, the host of the martial competition of the 16 counties said. The final ranking of the martial competition of the 16 counties was set. First, Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County. Second, Chu Yen from Soaring Wind County. Third, Yang Jin from Fair Mountain County. Fourth, Zhong Jueming from Taiping County. Fifth, Ren Fei from Red Cloud County. Sixth, Zhang Jianhong from Plum Blossom County. Seventh, Chu Yu from Soaring Wind County. Eighth, Mo Chiu from Chioli County. Ninth, Tong Yuan from Horsetooth County. 10th, Yan Shihu from Tongshin County. The martial competition of the 16 counties came to an end. In the spectator area where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated, Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, did not dare to say anything. However, he looked at the gray-robed woman in confusion. He did not understand why she had not made a move yet. Was her target not Duan Lingtian? This old woman. Could it be that she can't bring herself to do it because Duan Lingtian is too handsome? Wang Qiling could not help but think to himself. Just as I thought. The first place of the martial competition of the 16 counties will ultimately go to Duan Lingtian from 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian appeared just in time. If he had appeared an hour later, he wouldn't have been able to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. It's worth it to be able to see a monstrous genius like Duan Lingtian in action. I'm sure he'll be able to go far in the future. Of course. As long as he doesn't die prematurely, it won't be difficult for him to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. With his innate talent, if he leaves the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom smoothly, he'll definitely surpass those in high-rank Celestial Kingdoms. At the very least, he'll be able to become a Celestial Duke. A Celestial Duke. That's an existence that surpasses an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It's said that even high-rank celestial kingdoms don't necessarily have a celestial duke. Although the martial competition of the 16 counties had come to an end, most of the people present had no intention of leaving. They continued to sit in the spectator seats, whispering and discussing. The topic was completely centered around Duan Lingtian. Many people were curious about how far Duan Lingtian could go in the future and whether he could become a celestial duke. For them, the immortal monarch was already an invincible existence, an existence that only appeared in legends. At the very least, it had been more than 100 years since a celestial duke had made an appearance in King Qin's mansion. Looks like that old woman didn't come. In the sky above the combat arena, Duan Lingtian surveyed the surroundings and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Duan Lingtian. Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, greeted Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian was about to join the group of people from 9 Spectres County. An old, hoarse, and cold voice suddenly rang out. You're Duan Lingtian from the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City under 9 Spectres County? Although this voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of magical power. As soon as it appeared, it suppressed all the noise in the surroundings, causing the people who were originally talking with confidence to shut their mouths and began to look around. Who's talking? In the next moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gray figure slowly rose into the air from the spectator seats where the people from Fair Mountain County were seated. What's he trying to do? Apart from Wang Lingqi, the county governor of Fair Mountain County, who was looking at Duan Lingtian with a gloating expression on his face, the people from Fair Mountain County were stunned. Whoosh! The figure shrouded in a gray robe suddenly shed her gray robe, just like how Duan Lingtian had shed his black robe, revealing her true appearance. She was an old woman in her 70s who was dressed in a plain long robe. The old woman rose into the air and walked toward Duan Lingtian. She's the old woman city governor Lu mentioned? She's definitely stronger than a great overarching golden celestial. In fact, I have a feeling she's as strong as King Qin from King Qin's mansion. As soon as the old woman spoke, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to flee, but he discovered a powerful invisible energy had locked onto him. Although the invisible energy was dispersed, it gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of invincibility. With his current strength, only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or stronger would be able to give him such a feeling. In fact, even an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to give him such a feeling. It's you? Tian Jiyu, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, exclaimed in shock when he saw the old woman who had shed her gray robe and revealed her true appearance. He was initially smiling as he waited for Duan Lingtian to arrive. He was no stranger to the old woman. She was the one who had come to look for him in the county governor's estate a year ago. At that time, the old woman had injured him with just her aura. The old woman's strength was comparable to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She was at least a first-rate overarching heavenly supreme celestial. She's here? Moreover, she's been hiding beside Wang Qiling, the county governor of Fair Mountain County. Tianji, you did not expect the old woman to be here. This old woman had actually come, and she had come early in the morning. She had used a gray robe to cover her face, and she was following beside Wang Qiling, the governor of Pingshan Commandery. The old woman who was walking toward Duan Lingtian suddenly stopped in her tracks when she heard Tianji use words. She tilted her head slightly, and a bright light flashed through her turbid eyes. Her gaze also fell on Tianji immediately, and she said faintly, I almost forgot about you, I remember. When I went to look for you in the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County, you told me that Duan Lingtian would not participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties, right? As she spoke, the old woman's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed through them. Say. Senior, hearing the old woman's words and feeling the old woman's killing intent directed at him, Tianji was so scared that his expression changed greatly. He said with a terrified expression, Senior, you misunderstood. I really didn't know that Duan Lingtian would come. I really didn't know that he would come, although he was in King Qin's mansion and knew King Qin was present. Tianji, you did not feel safe at all. King Qin was only an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on the strength of the old woman, it was highly likely that she was not an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if this old woman's strength was on par with King Qin, it would be easy for her to kill him. Even the Duke of Qin might not stop her. Chapter 2698. Is that so? The old woman sneered when she heard Tianji's words. Why do I remember that you purposely bought an hour for Duan Lingtian when he didn't show up? If you didn't know he was coming, would you have bought time for him? Do you think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice turned colder and colder as she spoke. It felt as though winter had arrived. Tianji, who was targeted, bore the brunt of it. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Senior, Tianji wanted to say something. Harumph. With a cold harumph, a cold light flashed through the old woman's eyes, but she didn't do anything. In the next moment, spurt. Tianji, who was as pale as a sheet of paper, suddenly trembled. A bloody hole appeared between his brows, and his vitality was drained away in just a blink of an eye. Bang! The next moment, Tianji's body fell heavily to the ground. The sound was unusually loud in the silent environment. Tianji, the county governor of Nine Spectres County, was dead. Gasp. 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 Almost at the same time when they saw Tianji fall to the ground and die, the group of people present could not help but gasp one after another. Nobody thought the county governor of Nine Spectres County under King Qin's mansion would be killed in such a manner. Moreover, he was killed right in front of King Qin's mansion. Lord County Governor. Lord County Governor. When the people from 9 Spectres County regained their senses, they were in a mess. The inner mansion elders, Pang Bing and Jing Xiu, glanced at Tian Jiyu who was on the ground, then glanced at the old woman who stood in the sky above the combat ring before turning around once again and walking towards Duanling Tian, and their expressions were gloomy to the point water seemed to drip from them. Jing Xiu. Even King Qin wouldn't be able to kill the county governor in such a manner, right? Pang Bing asked through voice transmission. This old woman should be stronger than King Qin. Jing Xiu replied through voice transmission. Do you remember, when His Excellency the Duke of Qin first appeared, this old woman was wearing a grey robe and standing beside Wang Qiling, the prefectural governor of Fair Mountain Commandery. She didn't even greet His Excellency the Duke of Qin. Jing Xiu continued to speak. Now that you mention it, I remember. At that time, the Duke of Qin and this old woman were at daggers drawn, but the Fair Mountain County Governor, Wang Qiling, said that this old woman was deaf and mute, so the Duke of Qin did not continue to argue with this old woman. Pang Bing. Deaf and mute? Do you think Wang Qiling's county governor would dare to deceive King Qin's as the county? In my opinion, when he said the old woman was deaf and mute, it was most likely His Excellency Duke of Qin who instructed him to do so. Jing Qiu. King Qin, Pang Bing was puzzled. Why would King Qin do this? The Duke of Qin did this either because he knew that the old woman was stronger than him, or because he knew that the old woman had a powerful background and he didn't dare to provoke her. I'm more inclined towards the former. The Duke of Qin knew that the old woman was stronger than him, so he asked the Fair Mountain Commandery chief, Wang Qiling, to cooperate with him and give him a way out. After all, as the master of King Qin's mansion, he couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of the old woman in front of so many people. Jing Xiu's words made it seem as though he had personally witnessed the battle between King Qin and the old woman. If that's the case, it makes sense. King Qin hasn't made a move even though the old woman has killed the county governor. Pang Bing sighed as he looked at the curtain behind the VIP seats. Behind the curtain. Qin Yu's expression darkened when he saw the old woman walking toward Duanling Tian. At this moment, he realized the old woman was a celestial being. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had indeed come for his friend, Duanling Tian. Moreover, based on his uncle's words, the old woman had come to kill Duanling Tian. Every step the old woman took was akin to stepping on his heart. He could not help but shudder. Duanling Tian was his only friend, and he'd even saved his life. Now, Duanling Tian's life was in danger, yet he could only watch and do nothing. This caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Uncle, you. Please save Duanling Tian. Qin Yu said as he looked at King Qin. You. As soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, the third prince smiled wryly and said, that old woman is a celestial duke. You saw how she killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County earlier. Even if your first uncle's cultivation base were to break through 2 levels, he might not be able to use such a technique. The strength of a celestial duke is beyond your imagination. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the third prince's voice when he spoke. Although he was a peak great overarching golden celestial who was unrivaled by anyone below the overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he was as insignificant as an ant in front of a celestial duke. Moreover, a celestial duke could kill him with just a thought, just like how she had killed the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It's not that I don't want to help him. I can't. King Qin sighed. The celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had killed his subordinate, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, in front of so many people. However, even though he had lost all his face, he could not feel any anger in his heart. After all, he knew there was nothing he could do no matter how angry he was. Putting aside the fact that he was no match for the old woman's background alone was enough to intimidate him. The compassionate celestial traveler sect. The compassionate celestial traveler sect was much more powerful than a high-rank celestial kingdom. Whoosh! While King Qin was sighing, Qin Yu's expression changed a few times. In the end, he flew out of the curtain and appeared in front of Duanling Tian in just a blink of an eye. He shielded Duanling Tian behind him. Although Duan Lingtian's body was surrounded by the old woman's powerful and invisible energy, it was only natural that the old woman was protecting him. The invisible energy was directed at Duan Lingtian. It was directed at Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Qin Yu did not encounter any obstruction from the old woman's invisible energy when he appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. He successfully arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu. Duan Lingtian was greatly surprised by Qin Yu's appearance. However, despite his surprise, Duan Lingtian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Qin Yu. He smiled bitterly and said, "Qin Yu, hurry up and go back. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Although Duan Lingtian knew Qin Yu's appearance could not resolve the crisis he was facing, he still felt a sense of warmth in his heart. He could imagine, before Qin Yu appeared, he must have begged his uncle, King Qin of King Qin's mansion. Now that Qin Yu had appeared alone, it meant that King Qin did not agree to help him. Or rather, King Qin knew he was no match for the old woman, so there was nothing he could do to help Qin Yu. Although Duan Lingtian said he would be fine, Qin Yu did not believe him. At this point, how could Qin Yu believe Duan Lingtian's words? After appearing in front of Duan Lingtian, Qin Yu saw the killing intent in the old woman's eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was a killing intent that could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces and grind his bones to dust. Qin Yu was certain. The old woman might not kill Duan Lingtian as quickly as she killed the county chief of 9 Spectres County. Senior. May I know how Duan Lingtian has offended you? If you're willing to let him go, I can promise you anything I can do. Even if you want my life in exchange for his, I'm willing to do it. Qin Yu's heart trembled slightly when he saw the old woman. After all, Duan Lingtian was a true celestial duke. Currently, he was only an ordinary golden celestial who had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. Even great overarching golden celestials and celestial dukes were separated by overarching heavenly supreme celestials. In other words, Qin Yu was no different from an ant in front of the old woman. In fact, the old woman could easily kill him with a puff of her celestial origin energy. Earlier, even the county chief of 9 Spectres County, a profound great overarching golden celestial, had been killed by the old woman. Based on this, one could easily imagine how powerful the old woman was. As soon as Qin Yu appeared in front of Duan Lingtian, the old woman's eyes flashed coldly. She was prepared to kill Qin Yu. However, when she heard Qin Yu's words, she temporarily dismissed the idea of killing him. She asked in disbelief, "You're willing to exchange your life for his?" In the Devata realms where the strong were revered and the weak were prey to the strong, very few people would be willing to sacrifice their own lives for others. After all, everyone was selfish. "Senior, as long as you promise not to kill him after killing me, I'm willing to give up my life," Qin Yu said solemnly with a serious face. "Since you want to exchange your life for his, I'll fulfill your wish." Right after Qin Yu's words left his mouth, the old woman's gaze suddenly turned cold. Whoosh! Immediately after that, a powerful aura swept out from her body and enveloped Qin Yu. It was moving toward him menacingly. As a celestial duke, the old woman's aura was strong enough to injure ordinary great overarching golden celestials. If she wanted to, she could kill ordinary golden celestials with just her aura alone. "Senior, please have mercy on me. Please have mercy on me." Almost at the instant when the old woman's aura swept out and enveloped Qin Yu, 2 hurried voices sounded in succession from behind the curtain of the VIP viewing seats. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, 2 figures flew out from behind the curtain. They were none other than the master of King Qin's mansion, King Qin, and the 3rd prince. Qin Wang and the 3rd prince, one after the other, soar into the air at an extremely fast speed, wanting to rescue Qin Yu. Qin Yu's father was their 4th brother. On the other hand, their 4th brother had saved their lives more than once in the past. Chapter 2699. Whoosh! Whoosh! King Qin and the 3rd prince soar into the air one after another. They break through the air and rush toward where Qin Yu is, wanting to save him. Humph! Accompanied by a cold snort, the old woman lifted her hand. A vast and boundless energy appeared out of nowhere and swept out, causing the empty space to tremble. The airflow in the air also spread out like ripples, clearly appearing in front of everyone's eyes around the battle arena. It was as though a rock had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to appear. After all, this was a Devata realm. The space here was much more stable than the space in the mundane realms. In the Devata realms, not everyone would be able to create such a huge commotion when they made a move. Even an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial might not be able to create such a huge commotion. Bang! Bang! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Wang and the third prince, who were charging at Qin Yu at an extremely fast speed, were sent flying backwards at an even faster speed. They both spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. The originally powerful auras on their bodies also withered in an instant. This, King Qin and the third prince. They couldn't even withstand a single move from her. This is too terrifying. The people in the surroundings of the battle arena widened their eyes in shock. Apart from the people from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion, the group of people in the VIP seats, including Fei Longjian's group, were also people from the regions under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. However, they belonged to different forces and did not have a subordinate relationship with King Qin's mansion. In their opinion, King Qin was the only overarching heavenly supreme celestial in King Qin's mansion. He was widely acknowledged as the strongest person in King Qin's mansion. However, at this moment, King Qin, who was like a legend to them, could not even withstand a single move from an old woman who seemed to be in her 70s. Who exactly was this old woman? Qin Yu. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian wanted to save Qin Yu as well. However, his reaction was still slower than King Qin and the third prince. Duan Ling Tian, if there's an afterlife, I hope we can still be friends. Qin Yu grinned. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and stepped into the air. He faced the old woman's powerful aura head-on. He had an expression of facing death with equanimity. At the same time, Qin Yu also felt a bit relieved. He had finally repaid his debt to the Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian's expression changed greatly. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. At the same time, he was somewhat regretful. Why did he have to be so stubborn? Couldn't he have just left? If he had left earlier, none of this would have happened. When Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, he clearly sensed that the powerful aura that originated from the old woman's slap on Qin Yu's body dissipated the moment it enveloped Qin Yu's body. Bang! However, even though the old woman's aura had dispersed by about 70 to 80%, the remaining aura still hit Qin Yu's body and knocked him back a dozen steps. It also caused him to continuously spit out several mouthfuls of blood. His complexion became as pale as paper in an instant. Fortunately, his life was not in danger. Qin Yu, are you alright? Duan Lingtian supported Qin Yu and asked with concern. I'm fine. Qin Yu shook his head and looked at the old woman with a puzzled expression. He did not know what the old woman meant. Why did she stop at the last moment and not kill him? You're really willing to risk your life for him? The old woman looked at Qin Yu and sneered. However, even though she was sneering, there was a hint of admiration in the depths of her eyes. The reason for this was that when she was young, there was a time when she was in danger. It was also her good friend who risked her life to save her. Because of that experience, she respected people like Qin Yu who were willing to risk their lives for their friends. Earlier, the reason why she attacked Qin Yu was merely because she wanted to test whether Qin Yu was truly willing to lay down his life for his friend. After all, saying it and actually doing it were two completely different concepts. Senior, you're not going back on your words, are you? Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. He was afraid that the old woman would go back on her words and kill Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the injured King Qin and the third prince arrived in front of Qin Yu and protected him behind them. At the same time, they also protected Duan Lingtian behind them. Senior! King Qin looked at the old woman and said, "Although I don't know how my nephew's friend offended your esteemed sect leader, if it's possible to resolve the enmity between him and your esteemed sect leader, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'm willing to do anything for your esteemed sect leader to resolve the enmity between them." Sect leader? Upon hearing King Qin's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. He thought to himself, this old woman is from a sect? Based on King Qin's words, it seems like she's acting on the orders of her sect leader to kill me. Brat. The old woman does not pay any attention to Qin Wang. She looks at Qin Yu and says, "If it's only a small grudge between me and your friend, based on the fact that you're willing to sacrifice your life for him, it doesn't matter if I don't kill him. However, I'm here to kill him under the orders of the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Therefore, he'll definitely die today. Nobody can stop me." The old woman's voice became even colder as she spoke, making people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Is it Murong Bing's sect? This old woman must be from Murong Bing's sect, right? The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? This old woman is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? When Duan Ling Tian learned the old woman was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, many people in the surroundings were shocked by the old woman's origin. Most of them knew about the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. The Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a powerful sect that far surpasses high-rank celestial kingdoms. There are countless powerhouses in the sect, and many of them are celestial dukes. A powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect came to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and King Qin's mansion just to kill Duan Lingtian? Who's Duan Lingtian? While the crowd around the combat ring was discussing animatedly, numerous gazes that were filled with doubt landed on Duan Lingtian again. All of them found it a little unbelievable. It seems like Duan Lingtian's true identity isn't simple. I was wondering why someone like him would suddenly appear in King Qin's mansion. That's right. After all, in King Qin's mansion, there's never been anyone below the age of 100 whose strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. In my opinion, Duan Lingtian is most likely from a sect that's hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He ended up in King Qin's mansion after being hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. That's most likely the case. One had to admit that the people in the surroundings had wild imaginations. However, everything that they said was reasonable and well-founded. For this reason, more and more people felt that this was the truth. Duan Lingtian was originally a disciple from a sect that was hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He ended up in King Qin's mansion after being hunted down by the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. In this way, it was easy to explain Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent. After all, there was no lack of great overarching golden celestials who were younger than 100 years old in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. A sect that was targeted by the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect must be on the same level as the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It was not strange for such a sect to have a great overarching golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to ask the old woman if Murong Bing was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, Senior, when Qin Yu sensed the old woman's determination to kill Duan Lingtian, he felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. At the same time, he made a final effort. Is there any misunderstanding between your sect leader and my friend? As far as I know, my friend isn't a native of the spirit overarching heaven. He's an ascender who has ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to have offended your sect leader, right? Qin Yu could not figure out how Duan Lingtian, who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago, could have offended the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. After all, the gap between the two of them was too wide. It was almost impossible for them to cross paths. Ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago? Following Qin Yu's words, not only did the old woman's pupils slightly shrink, she also displayed an expression of shock and disbelief. Even the Duke of Qin and the third prince were stunned. What? Duan Lingtian is an ascender? Moreover, He ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago? How's this possible? Based on Duan Lingtian's aura, we can confirm he's less than 100 years old. If he's an ascender, it means he's only a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial when he ascended to the Devata realm. How could a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial possess strength comparable to a great overarching Golden Celestial in just 5 years? What a joke! Even if a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial has mastered heaven-grade celestial methods, divine abilities, cultivated heaven-grade cultivation methods, and had the best cultivation resources and environment in King Qin's mansion, it's impossible for him to possess such strength in just 5 years. Qin Yu must be lying. He must be trying to mislead the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect into letting Duan Lingtian go. After hearing what Qin Yu said, the people present were all shocked. After a while, they all came to the same conclusion: Qin Yu was lying. It was impossible for Duan Lingtian to have ascended to the spirit overarching heaven less than 5 years ago. Boy. Chapter 2700. Senior, I'm not lying to you. Qin Yu smiled wryly and helplessly when he saw the old woman's cold gaze. It's true that Duan Lingtian has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. I, Qin Yu, can guarantee this with my dignity. Qin Yu's expression was solemn as he spoke. The old woman firmly stared at Qin Yu. She was trying to see if Qin Yu was lacking in confidence from his eyes. However, she discovered that Qin Yu was fearlessly looking back at her without the slightest bit of fear. She could not help but feel puzzled. Could it be that what this Qin Yu said was true? Do you know Murongbing? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice while the old woman stared at Qin Yu. Her heart was filled with doubt. Murongbing. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the old woman's eyes widened. She shifted her gaze from Qin Yu to Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. She sneered and said, "It seems like you're aware that Miss Bing is from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If that's the case, you should be able to understand that you didn't die in vain." As she spoke, the killing intent in the old lady's eyes soared to the extreme. She's from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Duan Lingtian smiled when he heard the old woman's words. He was certain Murongbing was from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. This was the answer he had been searching for ever since he had parted ways with Murongbing. "Does she know that you're here to kill me?" Duan Lingtian asked as he stared at the old woman. A person who's about to die doesn't need to know too much. The old woman scoffed. Celestial origin energy surged out of her body. Like a ferocious beast, she sent King Qin and the third prince, who were standing in front of Duan Lingtian, flying to the side. Following that, Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was sent flying to the side as well. Duan Lingtian. Qin Yu, who had been sent flying to the side, seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. Looks like she doesn't know. Withdrawing his gaze from the old woman's eyes, the smile on Duan Lingtian's face became even more brilliant. Even when Qin Yu and Qin Wang beside him were blasted far away, he did not show any signs of fear or panic. Die. When the old woman saw the brilliant smile on Duan Lingtian's face, her old face became distorted and hideous. She let out an earth-shattering shout as waves of terrifying celestial origin energy surged out of her body. In an instant, the rolling celestial origin energy enveloped Duan Lingtian like a dark cloud, making him look like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. In the next moment, the rolling dark clouds rapidly shrank. The terrifying power swept towards Duan Lingtian with an oppressive aura. "You shouldn't be so hesitant." At this moment, Duan Lingtian's calm voice resonated in the air. Judging from his tone, he didn't seem to reveal the slightest bit of panic even until now. "When you return to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, tell your sect leader that I'll personally bring the betrothal gifts to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect and marry Murongbing in a grand manner." Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air again. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old woman frowned as though she had sensed something. Her expression changed drastically. You have the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman." When the old woman cried out in shock, her celestial origin energy that was rolling like dark clouds began to converge. A loud bang rang in the air as the old woman's voice reverberated in the air. Following that, the celestial origin energy that had been gathering rapidly exploded. In the next moment, an exaggerated mushroom cloud appeared and rose into the sky. This is bad. Wah! Puff! The instant the mushroom cloud appeared, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions from the center of the mushroom cloud. The terrifying shockwave swept through the surroundings of the arena in the blink of an eye, killing most of the young experts under the age of 100 from the various prefectures under the Duke of Qin's mansion. Only a few of the remaining young experts survived. Even the elders and revered elders from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion could barely protect themselves from the shockwave. All of them coughed out mouthfuls of blood and were severely injured. Only the county governors of the 16 counties, who were great overarching golden celestials, were capable of protecting the young powerhouses. However, their strength was limited. They could only protect some of the young powerhouses. Under such circumstances, it was only natural that they would choose to protect the young powerhouses who were more important. For example, in the spectator seats where the people from Soaring Wind County were seated, several elders and sinecures from the county governor's mansion of Soaring Wind County were severely injured. The county governor, Chu Tingxian, was only able to protect his two children, Chu Yan and Chu Yu. The rest of the young experts who participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties were all dead. The situation was similar in the other counties. The elders and revered elders could barely protect themselves while the county governors protected the talented and powerful young powerhouses who came to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Apart from Duan Lingtian, the other 9 people who participated in the martial competition of the 16 counties survived. The 9 specters county suffered the most. This was because Tian Jiyu, the county governor of the 9 specters county, had been killed by the celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Therefore, there were no great overarching golden celestials to protect the young powerhouses. Only the inner court elders of the county governor's estate of the 9 specters county, Peng Bing, Jingqiu, and a few revered elders survived. The people from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion were in a terrible state. Only the VIP seats were better off. There weren't many people, and only a few were injured. The people in the VIP seats were from the major sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. These sects and clans were more powerful than the powerhouses from the 16 counties under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction. Many great overarching golden celestials had come to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. Therefore, these great overarching golden celestials had protected most of the people. Only a small number of people, due to various reasons, were affected by the aftershocks of the mushroom cloud and suffered some injuries. As for the people from King Qin's mansion, almost all of them were unharmed. Qin Wang and the third prince are protecting Qin Yu effortlessly. The host of the martial competition of the 16 counties was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven. If he had been among the audience, he would not have felt any pressure. However, because he was close to the mushroom cloud, he still suffered some minor injuries. As for the people from King Qin's mansion behind the VIP seats, they were unharmed. Even the 9 snow-white horses with the cultivation base of violet sun golden celestials were unharmed under the protection of the great overarching golden celestials from King Qin's mansion. Boom! 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 The remaining power of the mushroom cloud in the sky above the battle arena continued to spread in all directions, causing the spectator seats around the battle arena to completely collapse, turning into ruins. This caused the people in the seats to only be able to step into the air and stand in the empty space. Whoosh! 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 After a long while, the mushroom cloud above the combat ring finally disappeared. A gust of wind blew past, and the scene returned to its original state. However, apart from the combat ring, all the buildings in the venue were unharmed. Apart from the curtains behind the VIP spectator seats, the rest of the spectator seats had been reduced to a pile of rubble. Whoosh! 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 Just as the entire place fell silent, everyone turned to look at the plainclothed figure in the air above the combat ring. The plainclothed figure was none other than the old woman dressed in a plainclothed robe. The old woman stood there. She couldn't be considered tall and had nothing to do with being strong. However, as she stood there, the gazes that landed on her body were filled with the fear of surviving a calamity. The powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect is so terrifying. This destructive power. Isn't it too terrifying? Moreover, she didn't use it on us. It's the aftershock of her attack on Duan Lingtian. Even a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial wouldn't have such terrifying strength, right? Is this old woman a celestial duke from the compassionate celestial traveler sect? Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at the old woman. Based on their words, most of them felt the old woman was stronger than an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. A celestial duke. There were many celestial dukes in the compassionate celestial traveler sect. Is he dead? Among the people from the soaring wind county, Chiu looked at the sky above the combat ring anxiously. He wanted to find the purple-clothed figure, but his efforts were in vain. He should be fine. If he's dead, there would be traces left behind. Didn't you notice there's no blood on the combat ring? Chu Yen, who was standing next to Chu Yu, shook his head. Upon hearing Chu Yu's words, Chu Yu lowered his head and looked at the combat ring. Indeed, there was no blood on the combat ring. Logically speaking, if Duan Lingtian was really killed, then even if his body was directly blasted into powder, there would surely be a mist of blood that fell down and left behind some traces on the combat ring. However, there was none. This meant Duan Lingtian was still alive. Before the old woman unleashed her power, she seemed to have lost her composure and shouted the shadow void escaping talisman. If I'm not mistaken, Duan Lingtian must have used a shadow void escaping talisman at the most critical moment to escape from this place. Chu Tingxian, the county governor of the Soaring Wind County, said in a deep voice. At this moment, the gentle and refined middle-aged scholar's expression was unsightly. Earlier, the other 28 young powerhouses who came with him to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties were killed by the old woman's power. Duan Lingtian. In the sky above the combat arena, Qin Yu, who was protected by Qin Yu and the third prince, had just recovered from his shock and seemed to have suddenly recalled something, causing his face to go pale. Subsequently, he looked left and right as if he'd gone mad, wanting to find traces of Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, he's fine. Chapter 2701. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Duan Lingtian had escaped. However, he could not help but look at King Qin in confusion. This was the first time he had heard of the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. The Shadow Escaping Talisman is an immortal talisman that immortal kings expended great effort to inscribe, and its success rate is extremely low. Possessing a single shadow escaping talisman is equivalent to possessing a single chance of survival from an expert below the immortal king realm. As long as the target isn't a celestial king, they can only watch as the target escapes if they can't kill the target before the target uses the shadow void escaping talisman. King Qin paused for a moment before he looked at the old woman in the distance. Currently, the old woman's face was contorted even more. She looked exceptionally ferocious. His shadow void escaping talisman. You gave it to him? All of a sudden, the old lady turned around. The moment she turned around, her sharp gaze landed on Qin Wang. It was as though she would not hesitate to kill Qin Wang as long as he responded with a yes. Senior. Do you think I have the shadow void escaping talisman? King Qin smiled bitterly. A hint of helplessness could be seen in his bitter smile. As the master of King Qin's mansion, he was usually high and mighty. He was respected and awe-inspiring. But today, in front of this old woman in front of him, he could not muster up any courage. This was because he could not bring himself to act tough. The old woman was a Duke Celestial. If she wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as lifting her hand. Duan Lingtian isn't dead? It can't be, right? He's still alive even after being swept away by such a terrifying force? How's that possible? At this moment, the people in the surroundings finally realized Duan Lingtian was still alive. Duan Lingtian isn't dead. It seems like he used the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. Shadow Void Escaping Talisman? Is that the talisman that can only be inscribed by a celestial king? Moreover, even a celestial king has less than a 1% success rate when inscribing it. Once this Shadow Void Escaping Talisman is used, it's said that one can easily escape from existences below the Immortal King realm. It's an extremely precious and rare immortal talisman. Generally speaking, this kind of celestial talisman is rare even in high-rank celestial kingdoms. How did Duan Lingtian get it? While everyone was discussing animatedly, they were also shocked that Duan Lingtian actually had the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman in his hands. Moreover, he had used it at the critical moment and successfully escaped. It seems like Duan Lingtian's background isn't as simple as it seems. Not only did he attract the attention of the powerhouses from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, but he also possesses a precious celestial talisman like the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. He must be an enemy of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Previously, I wasn't so sure. However, now, I'm certain he's from a force that's hostile to the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Moreover, that force isn't weak. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's identity in that force is definitely not simple. Of course. Even in the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, I'm afraid there aren't many disciples below the age of 100 who possess a rare and precious celestial talisman like the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman. At this moment, many people were certain that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. Duan Lingtian's background was not simple. Moreover, he was most likely from an enemy force of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. You said he has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years, right? Under the gazes of everyone present, the old woman who stood in the sky above the battle arena looked at Jianghu with a cold gaze and asked with a cold smile. Senior, I'm not lying to you. Jianghu smiled wryly. Although he had a wry smile on his face, he was inwardly happy that Duan Lingtian had successfully escaped. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. A person who has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. Moreover, he's not even 100 years old, yet his strength is comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, he possesses the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Do you really think I'm a fool? The old woman's voice grew increasingly ice-cold. Her increasingly chilly gaze gave Jianghu a feeling as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. It caused Jianghu's complexion to instantly become incomparably pale. Senior, I'm not lying to you. The wry smile on Jianghu's face grew wider. From beginning to end, the old woman's chilly gaze was fixed on Jianghu's eyes. She wanted to find clues from Jianghu's eyes and confirm that what Jianghu said was false. However, she discovered that Jianghu was not lying to her. Even though she is pressuring Jianghu now, Jianghu still does not have a guilty conscience and does not show any sign of deceiving her. This made her feel slightly vexed. That brat. Could it be that he has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years? If that's true, I'm afraid even the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect can't compare to his background, right? It was not that he did not think it was possible for a freak to possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial who had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. However, such freaks were extremely rare even in the Devata realms. Such monstrous geniuses usually obtained the inheritance of a powerful force in a Devata realm when they were still in the mundane realms. Moreover, they were also very outstanding. After all, there were many people in the mundane realms who had obtained the legacies from the top forces in the Devata realms. Even so, they might not be able to possess strength comparable to a great overarching golden celestial within 5 years of ascending to the Devata realms. It was impossible for a bodiless celestial to ascend before the age of 100 since it was impossible for a bodiless celestial to ascend before the age of 100. A bodiless celestial would become a golden celestial after ascending to the Devata realms. On the other hand, a bodiless celestial could only become a heavenly celestial after ascending to the Devata realms. If I find out in the future that you're lying to me, I won't just kill you, I'll tear you to pieces, and I'll burn your bones to ashes. I'll bury the entire King Qin's mansion with you." After coldly casting a glance at Qin Yu and leaving behind those words with an ice-cold tone, the old woman's figure started to turn illusory before everyone's eyes. In the end, she turned into a void and gradually disappeared before everyone's eyes. In the end, she disappeared into thin air. Swoosh! Swoosh! Although the old woman had left, her words caused King Qin and the third prince's expressions to change drastically. Swoosh! Even the expression of the powerhouse from King Qin's mansion who presided over the martial competition of the 16 counties changed drastically. Swoosh! 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 Behind the curtains behind the ruined VIP seats, the expressions of the people from the Duke of Qin's manor changed. All of them, without exception, thought Qin Yu was lying to the old woman. Duan Lingtian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years? How was this possible? I bet Qin Yu didn't expect his cleverness would drag King Qin's mansion into this mess, right? Indeed, he thinks he's clever. He's not even 100 years old and has only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. How could such a person become so powerful in just 5 years? Before the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect left, she said that once she confirmed that Qin Yu was lying to her, not only would he be in trouble, but King Qin's mansion would be in trouble as well. Qin Yu is the jinx of King Qin's mansion. As soon as he returned to King Qin's mansion and acknowledged his family, he's already a potential threat to King Qin's mansion. Apart from the people from the Flying Dragons sect who remained silent, the people in the VIP seats discussed among themselves. All of them felt that Qin Yu was a burden to King Qin's mansion and that he was a threat to King Qin's mansion. Even the people from King Qin's mansion felt the same way. You, Qin Wang and the third prince look at Qin Yu. There is nothing but helplessness on their faces. If Qin Yu was their son, they would have slapped him in the face for bringing such a threat to King Qin's mansion. However, Qin Yu was their fourth brother's son. Eldest uncle, third uncle. Now that the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect has left, there's no reason for me to lie to you, right? Duan Lingtian. He's really an ascender. Moreover, he's only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. Qin Yu smiled wryly. He didn't take the old woman's threat to heart because he had a clear conscience. However, he could understand how King Qin and the others felt. Are you telling the truth? The third prince frowned. He did not expect his nephew would still insist that Duan Lingtian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. It was just as his nephew had said. Since the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect had left, there was no reason for him to lie to them. King Qin's brows furrowed as well. Eldest uncle, third uncle. It's better for you to deal with the matters here. As for the matters regarding Duan Lingtian, I'll tell all of you in detail after you've dealt with the matters here. Qin Yu said as he looked at his surroundings. With so many people watching and so many ears, he did not plan to expose Duan Lingtian's background here. Initially, he had told the Celestial Duke from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect that Duan Lingtian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years because he was worried the powerhouse from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had found the wrong person. After all, he did not think there was any connection between Duan Lingtian and the sect leader of the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. However, when Duan Lingtian mentioned a woman named Murongbing, Duan Lingtian was certain of one thing even though he did not know what that woman was involved in. The powerhouse from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect had not found the wrong person. The person she was looking for was Duan Lingtian. At that time, he was unaware that there was no misunderstanding between Duan Lingtian and the Celestial Duke from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. He was also unaware that Duan Lingtian possessed a shadow void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king that allowed him to easily escape from the Celestial Duke from the compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. Otherwise, he would not have revealed that Duan Lingtian had only been in the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. What he said was equivalent to betraying Duan Ling Tian to a certain extent. It might bring some hidden dangers to Duan Ling Tian and create some obstacles for Duan Ling Tian in the future. Chapter 2702. It could be said that Qin Yu was worried. Qin Yu's concern had caused him to panic. Otherwise, he would not have exposed the fact that Duan Ling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years. After all, it would only be detrimental to Duan Ling Tian if that matter was exposed. There was no benefit at all. Upon hearing Qin Yu's words, King Qin and the third prince nodded despite their confusion. Then, they turned to look at the people standing in the air. Apart from the group of people in the VIP seats who were unharmed, there were only a few people from the 16 counties who had come from King Qin's mansion. Everyone. The third prince stepped out of the air and stood in front of the group of people in the VIP seats. He said apologetically, King Qin's mansion didn't expect so many accidents to happen during the martial competition of the 16 counties. I'm sorry. You're exaggerating, third prince. When they saw the second-in-command of King Qin's mansion apologizing to them, the people from the sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction immediately waved their hands and said, King Qin's mansion did not intend for this to happen. We know this very well, so there's no need for you to apologize, third prince. That's right. Third prince, today's accident happened because of the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. It's normal for King Qin's mansion to be powerless when the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect came. After all, the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect is a powerful sect that far surpasses the celestial kingdoms. Third prince, do you know the cultivation base of the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? Third prince. Is the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect a celestial duke? The group of people who came out from the VIP seats did not blame King Qin's mansion. Instead, they were interested in the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. They were curious to know the powerhouse's cultivation base. That senior is a core elder of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. She's a celestial duke. The third prince sighed helplessly when he saw the eager gazes of the people in front of him. A celestial duke. As soon as the third marquis finished speaking, the entire place fell into a dead silence. Although many of the people present on the scene guessed the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect was a celestial duke, they could only speculate before they received any confirmation. Now that the third marquis of the Duke of Qin's mansion had spoken, their hearts were filled with shock. Hiss. 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 After a short while, the group of people reacted and gasped one after another, only stopping after a long while. I didn't expect the powerhouse from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect to be a celestial duke. In our King Qin manor, it has been 100 years since an immortal monarch expert has appeared in public, right? I didn't expect that there would be such a pleasant surprise during our visit to the martial competition of the 16 counties. This trip was worth it. Hee hee. When we return to the sect, we'll be able to boast about the fact that we've seen a high celestial duke make a move with our own eyes. At that time, there will definitely be many people who will envy us and regret not coming. The people from the various sects and clans under King Qin's mansion's jurisdiction were whispering among themselves. Every single one of them was excited. It was obvious that they had seen a high celestial duke make a move with their own eyes. Upon seeing this, the third marquis was stunned. Cough cough, the third marquis coughed a few times to attract the attention of the people in front of him. Then, he said, everyone, there are still some matters that we need to attend to in King Qin's mansion. If you want to stay in King Qin's mansion and rest for a few days, I'll ask someone to make the necessary arrangements. If you want to leave, I'll ask someone to escort you out of King Qin's mansion now. The third marquis said. Ha. Third marquis, I'm in a hurry to return to the sect. There's no need for you to ask someone to escort me out. A loud laughter rang in the air as a figure disappeared from his spot. He left King Qin's mansion at an extremely fast speed. Third marquis, I'm in a hurry to return as well. Farewell. Farewell, third marquis. After a few moments, the people in front of the third marquee left. The people from the various sects and clans who were invited by King Qin's mansion were excited to see and witness a high celestial duke with their own eyes. They could not wait to return to their respective clans and sects to brag about it. In just a blink of an eye, only the people from King Qin's mansion and the 16 counties were left in the vast wasteland. I didn't want this to happen. King Qin said in a deep voice as he looked at the 15 county governors and the 2 inner court elders of 9 Spectres County. All the counties have suffered great losses this time. In addition to the rewards I promised for the top 10 and the rewards for the counties behind them, I'll give each of the 16 counties a low-grade celestial pill, the great overarching pill, Duanling Tian said as he looked at Duanling Tian. King Qin said in a clear voice. After Qin Wang said this, the eyes of the people from the various counties, who were originally dispirited, lit up, and their breathing quickened in an instant. The rest of the people from the 16 counties were directly under King Qin's mansion. Therefore, King Qin only needed to show them some mercy and authority to send them away. After sending the people from the 16 counties to stay in the guest rooms of King Qin's mansion, King Qin and the third marquis brought Qin Yu to the central great hall of King Qin's mansion. The central great hall of King Qin's mansion was very spacious, and the decorations and furnishings inside were dazzling and magnificent. Qin Yu, who was here for the first time, could not help but be stunned for a moment before he regained his senses. When had he ever seen such a magnificent and majestic hall? Now that there are only 3 of us here, you don't have to worry about anything. The third marquis said to Qin Yu. Although King Qin did not say anything, he nodded encouragingly at Qin Yu after hearing the third marquis words. Qin Yu nodded. Following that, he told them everything he knew about the Duanling Tian and everything he knew about the Duanling Tian after he came into contact with the Duanling Tian. He did not hide anything. At this moment, he knew that if he were to hide anything, it would only make the 2 people in front of him doubt his words. After listening to Qin Yu, King Qin and the third marquis looked at each other. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Had it not been for Qin Yu saying it himself, they would find it hard to believe that an ascender who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, an ascender who was less than 100 years old, in merely 5 years, had actually done so many shocking things. Of course, those things did not sound like much at first. However, if they were to add another sentence, those things were done by someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 5 years and was not even 100 years old. It was enough to shock anyone. If that's the case, this Duanling Tian must have obtained a shocking inheritance when he was in the mundane realm. If that's the case, it's not surprising that he has the shadow void escaping talisman inscribed by a celestial king. The third marquis sighed. This Duanling Tian has a bright future. It's your fortune to know him. King Qin said as he looked at Qin Yu. At this moment, King Qin and the third marquis still felt that Qin Yu's words were true. Although King Qin and the third marquis still felt that Qin Yu's words were unbelievable. Nevertheless, they still believed Qin Yu's words. Because some of the things that Qin Yu said, as long as they went to investigate a bit, they would be able to find out the truth. They were simply not worried that Qin Yu would lie. Furthermore, Qin Yu also took the initiative to suggest that they go investigate to verify the truth of what he said. I'm worried. Is he being chased by the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect? He might not have a second void-escaping talisman in his hands. Qin Yu said with a wry smile. Although Duanling Tian had escaped under the nose of the Celestial Duke from the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect, he could not help but worry about Duanling Tian's safety. Don't worry. The third marquis patted Qin Yu's shoulder and said with a smile, the shadow void escaping talisman is an immortal talisman inscribed by a celestial king. Moreover, the success rate of inscribing it is less than 1%. This immortal talisman is not to be trifled with. Once the shadow void escaping talisman is used, it can send the user 1,000,000 miles away. Moreover, when the shadow void escaping talisman is used, it will leave traces in other directions to mislead others. The third marquis continued to say, therefore, you don't have to worry about Duanling Tian being in danger. Then I'm relieved. Qin Yu nodded. Eldest uncle, third uncle. Suddenly, Qin Yu's eyes flashed as though he had thought of something. He looked at King Qin and the third marquis and asked, "What's the purpose of King Qin's mansion holding the martial competition of the 16 counties? We can't just let the young powerhouses from the 16 counties compete to determine the ranking and send them back, right?" "Of course not." The third marquis shook his head and said with a smile, Do you think King Qin's mansion has nothing to do with the generous rewards we prepared for the martial competition of the 16 counties? Then, what's the reason?" Qin Yu asked curiously. "In a barren mountain a million miles away from King Qin's mansion." "Where's this place?" A purple figure in a slightly sorry state rose into the air from the barren mountain, looking left and right. The purple figure was a young man. He was dressed in purple, but his purple clothes were tattered. It was as if he had just gone through a tough battle. The young man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament. He was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had used the Shadow Void escaping talisman in King Qin's mansion and escaped from the compassionate celestial traveler sect Celestial Dukes. "I've lost my life-saving technique just like that. I can't risk my life like this again before I obtain another Shadow Void escaping talisman." Chapter 2703. About a year ago, before Duan Lingtian left the Nine Spectres County, he went to Bloody Spectre City, one of the 9 cities under the 9 Spectres County. Bloody Spectre City was the first place he went to after he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Before he left the 9 Spectres County, he went to Bloody Spectre City to meet Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. From there, he learned that an old woman had gone to the city governor's estate to ask Lu Fenggu about his whereabouts. When he left Bloody Spectre City and the 9 Spectres County, he did not plan to participate in the martial competition of the 16 counties. However, by chance, he managed to buy a celestial talisman, the Shadow Void escaping talisman, for only 10 prominent celestial stones at a roadside stall in a small town under the Horse-Tooth County of King Qin's mansion. Fortunately, the people who passed by the roadside stall did not know what was good for them. Otherwise, they would not have let him off so easily. Ever since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, Duan Lingtian had studied the memory celestial talisman in both Bloody Spectre City and the 9 Spectres County. That was how he learned about the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Since he had read about the Shadow Void escaping talisman in a memory celestial talisman, he was able to identify the Shadow Void escaping talisman by looking at the patterns on the Shadow Void escaping talisman at the roadside stall in the small town. One needs to be at least a celestial king to inscribe the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Moreover, even a celestial king only has a 1% success rate and requires rare and precious materials to inscribe the Shadow Void escaping talisman. Once the Shadow Void escaping talisman is used, it can send the user up to a distance of 1 million miles away. The Shadow Void escaping talisman allows the user to escape from a celestial king and below. It was precisely because of the Shadow Void escaping talisman that Duan Lingtian decided to go to King Qin's mansion to join the martial competition of the 16 counties. Moreover, he did not go to the martial competition of the 16 counties with his real identity. First, he joined the Flying Dragon sect, and then he became a consecrator of the Flying Dragon sect. After that, he and the other members of the Flying Dragon sect were invited to the martial competition of the 16 counties as distinguished guests of King Qin's mansion. Firstly, he was worried that the old woman who wanted to kill him was waiting for him. Secondly, he had not decided whether to participate in the martial arts competition of the 16 counties. Once he did, his identity would be exposed. After his identity was exposed, if that old woman was waiting for him, then he would have to use the void escaping talisman. Let alone an intermediate rank celestial kingdom like the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, even high-rank celestial kingdoms might not be able to find a shadow escaping talisman. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew how precious the shadow escaping talisman was. If it was not necessary, he did not intend to use the shadow void escaping talisman. Because of this, when he watched the martial competition of the 16 counties as a great elder of the Flying Dragon sect, he did not want to take the risk even though he was hesitant to participate in it. It was not until Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, bought him an hour of time that he decided to take the risk. At that time, he knew, if the old woman was not there, he would not have to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. If the old woman was there, he would not have to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman to escape. He might not even have enough time to win the martial competition of the 16 counties. Unless the old woman was no match for King Qin from King Qin's mansion and King Qin had interfered to restrain her. I've suffered a loss this time. However, I fulfilled my promise to County Governor Tian and Elder Jingqiu. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian knew it was useless even if he regretted his decision. There was no cure for regret in this world. Since things had progressed to this stage, there was no point in feeling conflicted. Therefore, he might as well relax and accept all of this. It's a pity that County Governor Tian did not manage to obtain the mediocre celestial pill, the great overarching pill, until his death. When Duan Ling Tian recalled how Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, had died at the hands of the old woman, he could not help but sigh inwardly. However, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel sad or angry about it. He even regarded the old woman as his mortal enemy. There was no friendship between him and Tian Jiyu. They were just using each other. He believed that if Tian Jiyu could obtain more mediocre celestial pills by killing him, Tian Jiyu would not hesitate to make a move on him. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian did not feel anything about Tian Jiyu's death. If he had to say what he felt, it would be pity for Tian Jiyu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County, who was so close to obtaining the great overarching pills. However, since I know Murong Bing's background, it's not too bad. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. In his opinion, his biggest gain this time was not winning first place in the martial competition of the 16 counties. After all, even if he won first place, he would only be fulfilling his promise to Tian Jiyu and Jingqiu, the county governor of 9 Spectres County. To him, the biggest gain was learning about Murong Bing's background. So, you're a disciple of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. I believe we'll meet again very soon, the beautiful figure from a few years ago flashed in Duan Lingtian's mind. His eyes became misty again. To be honest, he did not have any feelings for Murong Bing. However, he and Murong Bing had slept together after all, and it was Murong Bing's first time. As a man, he had to take responsibility for it. He had to take responsibility for it. Murong Bing could only be his woman. He would not allow any other man to lay a finger on Murong Bing. After learning about Murong Bing's background, Duan Ling Tian knew even if he did not know about it this time, he would eventually learn about it as he walked on a bigger stage in the future. Therefore, he felt it was not a loss to use the Shadow Void escaping talisman to learn about Murong Bing's background. If he did not learn about Murong Bing's background through other means, he would feel it was worth it even if he used the Shadow Void escaping talisman. In his opinion, this was not the case. The value of a Shadow Void escaping talisman could not be compared to Murong Bing, who he had already regarded as his woman. Where is this place? Why do I feel like I haven't reached the end even after traveling for so long? Duan Ling Tian was flying above the barren mountains at an extremely fast speed. However, even after a few days and nights, he still could not see the end of the barren mountains. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian took a step forward. Something flashed in front of his eyes. The next moment, what appeared in front of him was a vast expanse of white snow. He appeared in a world of ice and snow. What entered his eyes were numerous snowy peaks, as well as the seemingly endless ice fields and glaciers. It was exceptionally beautiful. Illusion? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian suddenly realized that he had fallen into an illusion. Moreover, it was not an ordinary illusion. If it had been an ordinary environment, it would have been impossible for him to not notice it. Moreover, he would not have been able to wander around the barren mountains in the illusion for so long. Since I know this is an illusion, I should observe carefully and see how I can break this illusion. Illusions were man-made. Therefore, to break the illusion, one had to find the core of the illusion. The core of the illusion was like the formation eye of the formation. Once it was broken, the formation would disappear after the formation eye was broken. The illusion would also disappear completely when the core was broken. This illusion is not simple. Another few days and nights passed, and the scene before Duan Ling Tian's eyes changed again. The world of ice and snow disappeared. Now, Duan Ling Tian appeared on a vast and boundless grassland. All he could see was lush greenery. He could not see the end of it at all. In such a place, it was more difficult than climbing the sky to find the core of the illusion. I can only wait for the next scene. Duan Ling Tian knew in his heart that it was impossible for such a sophisticated illusion to only have 3 scenes. Even if there were only 3 scenes, after the grassland scene, he would definitely return to the barren mountains or glaciers from before. The truth was just as Duan Ling Tian thought. After Duan Ling Tian walked casually for a few days and nights, another new scene appeared. This time, it was a lush forest. There were many illusory beasts in the forest that would disappear with a touch. Duan Ling Tian entered the forest and searched. Whether it was flowers, grass, trees, birds, or beasts, he did not miss a single thing. He intended to find the core of the illusion and make it disappear. Only then would he be able to leave this place. However, after a few days and nights, Duan Ling Tian still could not find the core of the illusory realm when the scene changed again. Why am I so unlucky? It's my first time using the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman, and I've come to such a lousy place. Moreover, I've entered an illusion. Moreover, it's obvious this illusion is not an ordinary one. Duan Ling Tian felt helpless. Although he had managed to escape from the eyes of the powerhouse from the compassionate celestial traveler sect with the help of the Shadow Void Escaping Talisman, he had accidentally entered the mysterious illusory realm. As time passed, the scenes continued to change, but he still could not find the core of the illusion. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally realized something. With his current strength, he still could not find the core of the illusion. It seems like I won't be able to leave this place anytime soon. Duan Ling Tian sighed. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had resigned himself to his fate and no longer struggled. This was because he knew that with his current cultivation base, it was impossible for him to find the core of the illusory realm and leave it. Chapter 2704. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is not bad. Although it's not as good as the stone room in the latent dragon abyss in the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, it's still better than most places. I'll cultivate here and read some books. I'll see if I can leave the illusory realm after I break through. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he no longer cared about where he was in the illusory realm. He immediately sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to cultivate. An immortal stone appeared in his hand. At the same time, he swallowed a medicinal pill. The secret of crystal clearance. The heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Ling Tian's body circulated rapidly through his 99 heavenly veins before it finally transformed into celestial origin energy and became part of his body. At the same time, his cultivation base was also increasing with every passing moment. With my current cultivation base, it won't take long for me to break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial. After he had consumed the primitive celestial pill, the gilded gold pill, to become a green sun golden celestial, before he left 9 Spectres County, he had also made a breakthrough to become a blue sun golden celestial. Of course, the reason why he was able to break through so quickly was not only because of his hard work in cultivation, but also because of the gilded gold pill. Not only did the gilded golden pill help him break through and become a green sun golden celestial, but it also helped him improve his cultivation base, bringing him closer to becoming a blue sun golden celestial. However, this was an unfamiliar place after all. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian was still cautious even though he was immersed in his cultivation. He would wake up immediately if there was any movement in his surroundings. The scenery in the illusory realm changed every few days as Duan Ling Tian entered the illusory realm. Half a month later, the scenery stopped at a ruin that was illuminated by the moonlight. In the ruins, the wreckage of houses could be seen everywhere. Behind the wreckage of these houses, there were tombstones. Some tombstones were straight, while others were crooked. However, they all had one thing in common: none of the tombstones had any inscriptions on them. After a few days, the ruins illuminated by the moonlight did not change to another scene. In fact, the scenery did not change for the next month. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew through the illusory realm, stirring up dust. Reading a book? As the breeze blew past, a snow-white figure appeared like a ghost. It appeared in front of the purple figure who was sitting cross-legged in the sky above the ruins. It opened a pair of eyes that were like autumn water and carefully sized it up. The figure sitting cross-legged above the illusory realm was none other than Duan Lingtian, who was immersed in his cultivation. Duan Lingtian was Duan Lingtian, who was in the illusory realm. However, he did not seem to be aware of the ghostly figure that had appeared in front of him. It was as if he had not noticed the other party's appearance from the beginning to the end. That was the truth. If Duan Lingtian discovered the other party, he would definitely wake up from his cultivation and be vigilant against the other party as though he was facing a great enemy. Time passed quietly. Duan Lingtian continued to cultivate. The ghost-like white figure that appeared in front of Duan Lingtian remained motionless like a white statue as he sized up Duan Lingtian. After an unknown period of time, Duan Lingtian discovered that he was only one step away from becoming an indigo sun golden immortal. However, it was this step that he found difficult to take. I've reached a bottleneck. While sighing, Duan Lingtian gradually regained consciousness. He stretched his arms and waist, then slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh! The moment Duan Lingtian opened his eyes, Duan Lingtian's expression changed completely. This was because he saw a white figure standing in front of him. Moreover, this white figure gave him an extremely unreal feeling. He was like a wandering ghost in the wilderness. Who are you? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he took a deep breath and studied the white figure in front of him. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally saw the white figure clearly through the bright moonlight above the ruins. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the white figure. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as though he had just seen a goddess who had descended to the mortal world. The white figure standing in front of Duan Lingtian was a graceful figure. The bright moonlight shone on her body and her face, allowing Duan Lingtian to see her clearly. She had a graceful figure and a peerless appearance. Duan Lingtian had never seen her in his life. Before today, it was difficult for Duan Lingtian to imagine that such a peerless beauty could actually appear in this world. The woman was dressed in a thin white robe. Her beautiful cheeks looked as though they were sculpted by the most outstanding craftsmen. At the very least, Duan Lingtian could not take his eyes off her face the moment his eyes landed on her face. Duan Lingtian had seen many women in the past, and many of them were extremely beautiful. Moreover, each of them had a different temperament and gave off a different feeling. However, in the past, Duan Lingtian had never seen a woman like the white-clad woman in front of him. Although the woman in white in front of him had a peerless appearance, other than a faint allure, there was also a purity that contradicted the allure. She gave off a feeling that she had not experienced much in the world. It was as though she was a young girl who had just come out of her boudoir. Too perfect. I can't believe there is such a perfect woman in this world. Although Duan Lingtian's heart was as calm as still water and did not plan to have any entanglements with other women, when he looked at the white-clad woman in front of him, his heart that was as calm as an old monk's could not help but stir a few times. It took a while before it calmed down due to the interference of his strong will. This was an instinctive impulse that originated from a man's instinct. It was not Duan Lingtian's intention. If she goes out, I don't know how many men will be mesmerized by her and go crazy for her. Duan Lingtian could imagine, once this white-clothed woman left this place, she would definitely set off a storm of blood. As long as it was a normal man, it would be hard for him to resist her charm. As for those men who were slightly unable to control themselves, they would definitely want to take her for themselves. Stunner, a peerless stunner. The words "a peerless stunner" gradually appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. Who are you? Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the woman in white's beautiful eyes moved slightly. Then, she slowly spoke. As soon as her voice rang in the air, Duan Lingtian's body involuntarily went limp. She was beautiful, and her voice was beautiful as well. Duan Lingtian. After a few moments, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down before he said his name. What about you? Duan Ling Tian asked. Me? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's question, the woman in white fell silent for a moment before a faint smile appeared on her face. Ever since I was born, my mother has called me Huan. You can call me Huan, like my mother. Huan. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he asked, where's your mother? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Huan lowered her head and sighed. Mother left a long time ago. She told me to stay here and wait for someone to take me out. She said that as long as the first person who came in after she left and didn't annoy me would be the one who could take me out. I've been waiting and waiting. I've been waiting and waiting. You've finally come. A hint of joy could be seen in her bright eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. I heard my mother say that the outside world is very fun. But she never brought me out. After that, she left. Because of what she said to me before she left, I didn't dare to leave this place alone. If I leave here alone, Mother will definitely be very angry when she finds out. Mother is very scary when she's angry. She seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of lingering fear appeared on her beautiful cheeks. According to your mother's words, no matter who it is, as long as they don't annoy you, they can bring you out of here? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Could it be that no one has been here before me? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Yes. Huan nodded. Then, she looked at the nameless tombstones in the ruins and said, each tombstone represents a person who entered this place. Among them, there are women like me, and there are also men like you whom my mother told me about. 1 woman and 8 men. That woman looked at me with jealousy as Mother told me. I hated that kind of gaze, so I killed her. Duan Ling Tian could not help but smile bitterly when he heard Huan Er's words. Only a few women who were confident in themselves would not be jealous of a woman as perfect as Huan, right? As for the 8 men, I hated the way they looked at me, so I killed them as soon as they saw me. Huan continued to say. From the beginning until the end, Huan talked about her killing spree as though she was talking about something insignificant. I didn't hate the way you looked at me. So, you're the person my mother said can take me out of here. I want to go out and see the outside world. Mother said that the outside world is very interesting and fun. Chapter 2705. The corner of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched when he heard Huan mention the 8 men. With Huan Er's unparalleled beauty that was blessed by the Creator, it was only natural that men would be attracted to her. Among these men, most of them had the desire to possess her. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian had lived 2 lives and experienced many things. His heart was as calm as still water. That was why he did not lose his composure in front of Huan Er. It's a good thing I didn't lose my composure in front of Huan Er. Otherwise, she would have killed me just like how she killed the 8 men. When Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he looked at the 9 nameless tombstones in the ruins again. If that's the case, I'll have to stay here forever. Perhaps there'll be a tombstone for me there as well, but it'll be a nameless tombstone. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could not help but rejoice inwardly. That's right. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have recalled something. His eyes narrowed as he muttered to himself, I almost forgot. Before I started cultivating, I was trapped in an illusory realm. Since I couldn't find the core of the illusory realm, I couldn't break out of the illusory realm. Due to this reason, I couldn't leave. After that, I could only stay here and cultivate, hoping that I'll be able to break out of the illusory realm after I improve my cultivation base. Earlier, due to Huan Er's appearance, Duan Ling Tian had completely forgotten what he had experienced before he started cultivating. Now that he had regained his senses, he finally remembered what he had experienced. Is this place an illusory realm as well? Is this woman called Huan also an illusory realm? With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his hand, wanting to touch Huan to see if she was an illusory realm cultivator or not. It was only when his hand touched her soft skin that Duan Ling Tian felt as though he had been electrocuted. At this moment, he realized he had chosen the wrong place. I am sorry. Duan Lingtian felt extremely awkward as he retracted his hands at lightning speed. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This peerless beauty wouldn't kill him because of his indecent behavior, right? Although Duan Lingtian did not know the cultivation level of this beautiful woman, he had a feeling she was no weaker than him. Based on the fact that she was able to appear in this place and trap him in an illusion, he could tell she was not an ordinary person. She just said, "She's been here all this time?" It seems that this illusion was left behind by her mother. Duan Lingtian guessed. Huan who had been staring at Duan Lingtian the entire time, retracted his hand as if he had been electrocuted. At the same time, she reached out and gently pinched Duan Lingtian's breasts. Why are they like rocks? I can't feel anything. She frowned slightly as she retracted her hands from Duan Lingtian's chest. She rubbed her own breasts as she muttered to herself, "Yes, they're soft." Is this the difference between a man and a woman, as mother said? Men aren't fun at all. Like a playful child, she patted Duan Lingtian's muscular chest twice. You're right. Duan Lingtian nodded. You're right. Duan Lingtian gulped. He reached out and grabbed Huan's hands and moved them away from his chest. If it weren't for the pure and innocent look in her eyes, he would have thought this peerless beauty was deliberately seducing him to commit a crime. Did you just say you can leave this place? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the heat in his lower abdomen before he changed the topic. Yes. Huan nodded. Then, she asked, Duan Lingtian, are you going to bring me away from this place? Huan's eyes lit up when she asked this question. She looked like a playful child who was trapped at home and finally had the chance to go out and play. I don't think I can leave this place. How am I supposed to bring you away? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Why can't you leave this place? Huan asked curiously. Upon hearing Huan's question, Duan Lingtian instinctively extended his divine consciousness. He discovered the ruins beneath his feet were real and not just an illusion. What's going on? Duan Lingtian had a stunned expression on his face as he muttered, Isn't this supposed to be an illusion? You're talking about an illusion. When I appeared before you, I removed it, Huan said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan extended her hand and waved it in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. Huan held a white pearl in her hand. The pearl was not big so she could hold it in her hand. However, the white light that flowed within it was like a bottomless abyss. As soon as Duan Lingtian laid eyes on it, he felt as though he was about to be devoured by it. You removed it? Duan Lingtian turned pale with fright. One had to know that he couldn't do anything to that illusory realm before. But now, she was telling him that she had withdrawn from the battle? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless. Yes. Huan nodded innocently. The illusion you're talking about was created by the illusory pearl my mother gave me. I had to remove the illusion before I could appear before you and let you see me. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then, he asked, Huan, what's your cultivation base? Cultivation base? Huan frowned slightly when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. However, even then, she still looked beautiful. I don't know what my cultivation base is. However, I have a feeling that half of the 9 people I killed are stronger than you. Half of them are stronger than me? Duan Lingtian remained silent when he heard Huan's words. After all, his strength was not on par with his cultivation base. Although he was only a blue sun golden celestial, his true strength was comparable to a great overarching golden celestial. If he unleashed his full strength and used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, his strength would be comparable to an earth rank or heaven rank great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Huan's strength was comparable to his. When she said he was stronger than her, she was referring to the time when he had used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, to break through the illusory realm with all his might. Even then, he still could not break through the illusory realm. At that time, his strength was comparable to an Earth-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial or a Heaven-rank Great Overarching Golden Celestial. Duan Lingtian, where are we going now? A hint of curiosity could be seen in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I don't know where we are. Let's take one step at a time. Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked around for a while before he decided to head in a random direction. Just like that, after Duan Lingtian managed to break free from the illusory realm that gave him a headache, he had a tail by his side. Huan, apart from your mother, do you have any other relatives? Duan Lingtian asked Huan, as they walked aimlessly. It was a man's dream to have a peerless beauty by his side. However, Duan Lingtian felt like she was a hot potato. He wondered if he could get rid of her. Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to leave her behind. Although they had not spent much time together, Duan Lingtian could tell that Huan was a woman who had never been born. Huan was like a girl who had just stepped out of a boudoir. Although she had a peerless beauty, she had never shown it to anyone. To be more precise, she had never shown herself to anyone other than Duan Lingtian and her mother. Once, 9 people accidentally entered the illusion and saw her, but because they looked at her with eyes that made her feel disgusted, she killed them all. Based on what she said, it seems like her mother told her to wait for someone. As for her mother telling her to follow someone she doesn't hate, it's probably to protect her so she doesn't leave with a stranger. Duan Lingtian felt like he had accidentally abducted Huan. In truth, Huan-er's mother had told her to wait for someone else. However, Duan Lingtian was different from ordinary men. Therefore, Huan had mistaken him for the person she was waiting for. No. Huan shook her head when she heard Duan Lingtian's question. Duan Lingtian nodded and sighed inwardly. He knew he would not be able to get rid of this peerless beauty for the time being. After traveling for a while, Duan Lingtian finally found 5 living people. Moreover, there were 5 living people in total. There were 3 young men and 2 old men. Huan, why don't you wear a veil? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Huan, who was like a femme fatale next to him. Why? Huan, asked in confusion when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. What a beautiful woman. A surprised voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. He knew his warning was too late. Among the 5 people walking toward them, the 2 old men looked fine. The 3 young men in front were all wearing brocade clothes, and from the attitude they showed, it could be faintly seen that they were the kind of rich playboys. When one of the young men saw Huan, he exclaimed in surprise. He looked at Huan, with a lecherous look in his eyes. It was as though he wanted nothing more than to push her to the ground and ravage her. Chapter 2706. I want this woman. The young man in embroidered robes, who was the leader of the 3 young men, looked at Huan, with bright eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a desire for possession that was not concealed in the slightest. Since Brotherly wants her, it's only natural that she's yours. Brotherly, it seems like you're quite lucky with women. The other 2 young men in embroidered robes chimed in. Although their eyes were filled with reluctance, they did not dare to show it. Although they were from the same clan, their status was far inferior to the young man in embroidered robes. They were only able to come out because of the young man in embroidered robes. It was not that they could not come out on their own, but their lives would be in danger if they came out on their own, unlike the young man in embroidered robes who had 2 great overarching golden celestials to protect him. Even the 2 old men's eyes lit up when they saw Huan. They had lived for thousands of years, but this was the first time they had seen such a perfect woman. That peerless face was as if the Creator had ordered the craftsman to use the most perfect features to carve it out. It even made their hearts, which had been silent for many years, stir a little. After all, they did not lose their composure even in front of the most beautiful woman in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Young Master Li, at this moment, one of the old men looked at the young man in embroidered robes whom the other 2 young men addressed as Brotherly and said bluntly, such a perfect woman. If young Master Li marries her, she'll bring disaster to the clan in the future. Let's not talk about the others. If the sixth prince finds out young Master Li didn't give such a beauty to him, he'll be the first to be unhappy. The old man continued to say. Sixth prince. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man in embroidered robes, who was addressed as young Master Li by the old man and brother Li by the other two young men, shuddered as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Earlier, his heart was filled with desire. All he could think of was how to obtain the woman before him. After all, she was too perfect. She was so perfect that it took his breath away. Now, after the old man's reminder, he realized that such a perfect woman was not someone he could touch. I, Nangong Li, am fortunate enough to encounter such a perfect woman, but I can't take her for myself. How sad. Nangong laughed at himself. The sixth prince was the sixth son of the emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He was also the emperor's follower. Of course, in the eyes of the sixth prince, Nangong Li was just an insignificant follower. It was even possible that the sixth prince might not even remember his name. Young Master Li, as long as you give this beauty to the sixth prince. I think the sixth prince will definitely remember you, young Master Li. He might even consider you as his confidant. Although I've lost the beauty, I've gained the favor of the sixth prince. It's not a bad deal. Another old man said. You're right. The sixth prince has never mistreated those who have rendered meritorious service. If I were to present him with such a peerless beauty, the sixth prince would definitely be very happy and put me in an important position. Nangong Li's eyes lit up when he heard this. With the old man's reminder, Nangong Li finally regained his senses and realized what was more important. Two elders, kill that man first, then capture that beauty. Remember, you must not harm a single hair on the beauty. Otherwise, when the sixth prince blames you, not only me, even you will not be able to bear the consequences. When Nangong Li looked at Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he was looking at a dead man. However, when his eyes landed on Huan, he could not help but lust. It was as though he could not wait to pounce on Huan, and make her his. When the other two brocade-clad young men heard that Nangong Li was going to offer the beauty to the sixth prince, the unwillingness in their eyes disappeared completely. However, when they looked at Huan, again, their eyes were filled with lust. Huan was too perfect. She was so perfect that there was not a single flaw. It was impossible for a normal man not to be attracted to her. Yes, young Master Li. Upon hearing Nangong Li's words, the two old men behind him responded immediately. Then, they looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly as though they were looking at a dead man. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the two old men made their move, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. It was not because the two old men were great overarching golden celestials. Based on their speed, although they were great overarching golden celestials, they were only yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials. Their strength was, at most, comparable to Zhou Tong, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County who had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. In the past, Duan Ling Tian was able to kill Zhou Tong. Let alone now. The reason Duan Ling Tian's face was so grave was due to the fact that the young man in embroidered clothes, Nangong Li, had said he wanted to kill him as soon as he opened his mouth. He did not seem to have any enmity with him. In fact, it seemed like this was the first time they had met. When the two old men were halfway to Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy began to stir as he prepared to make his move. You're not allowed to kill Duan Ling Tian. A melodious voice rang in the air. Although the voice was cold, it was like the sound of nature. When the voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears, he felt as though he was listening to the most beautiful music in the world. The three young men, including Nangong Li, were mesmerized by the voice. She's beautiful, but her voice is even more beautiful. What a pity. We can only look at such a beauty, but we can't touch her. The three of them sighed inwardly. The voice belonged to Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. When the two old men heard Huan's melodious voice, they paused for a moment. However, They quickly regained their senses and continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian at lightning speed. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian and the two old men could react, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Huan appeared out of thin air in front of the two old men. "I told you, you're not allowed to kill Duan Lingtian," Huan said. As soon as she spoke, a terrifying chill surged out of her body. Duan Lingtian and the three brocade-clad young men standing in the distance felt as though winter had arrived. They could not help but feel a bone-chilling coldness in the air. It should be noted that with their cultivation bases, they would not feel cold even if they were in the depths of a snow-covered glacier. However, at this moment, Duan Lingtian and the three young men in embroidered robes were so cold that they could not help but shiver. Even their lips had turned blue from the cold. After a short moment, Duan Lingtian noticed the coldness that gushed towards him had been restrained, and he heaved a sigh of relief. He discovered that even if he used his celestial origin energy to block the cold aura, it would not be able to do much. The cold aura was extremely terrifying. When Duan Lingtian lifted his head instinctively to look at the two old men who were still some distance away from him, he discovered the two old men had already turned into two ice sculptures amidst the flying snow. Moreover, there were cracks on the ice sculptures as well. Chi! 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 As the cracks on the two ice sculptures spread, the bodies of the two old men also shattered into thousands of pieces along with the ice sculptures. They couldn't be more dead. Hiss! Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp. At this moment, the way he looked at Huan had changed completely. She was dressed in a thin white robe that fluttered in the wind, making her look like an ice goddess. She was high and mighty, and no one could profane her beauty. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian turned to look at one of the three young men in embroidered robes. It was none other than Nangongli. Nangongli hastily crushed a celestial talisman in a panic. In the next moment, whoosh! Nangongli seemed to have disappeared into thin air before Duan Lingtian's eyes. A drifting light and shadow talisman. When Nangongli crushed the celestial talisman, Duan Lingtian saw the inscriptions on the celestial talisman and recognized it as a floating light and shadow talisman. The drifting light and shadow talisman was a celestial talisman inscribed by a celestial duke. The success rate was less than 1%. However, since celestial dukes were capable of inscribing this celestial talisman, it was much more common than the shadow void escaping talisman that Duan Lingtian used. Even intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms had this kind of celestial talisman. Naturally, only sects and clans with strong foundations in intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms could afford this kind of celestial talisman. Although they could afford this kind of celestial talisman, they could not afford to buy a lot of it. Generally, only important members of sects and clans would be able to afford this kind of celestial talisman. No. Don't kill me. Spare my life. Fairy. Spare my life. The two young men in embroidered robes were horrified when they saw Huan looking at them. They hurriedly begged for mercy. However, as soon as Huan approached them, their bodies stiffened, and they followed in the footsteps of the two old men. They turned into ice sculptures and died when their ice sculptures shattered. Duan Lingtian, I can't catch up to him, Huan said. After killing the four young men, she returned to Duan Lingtian's side as though nothing had happened. He used the drifting light and shadow talisman. His speed is comparable to a celestial duke. It's only natural that you can't catch up to him. Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. Chapter 2707. Huan, it's better for you to wear a veil. Duan Lingtian looked at Huan, and sighed. If this femme fatale didn't cover up her extremely perfect and peerless appearance, who knew how many wild bees and butterflies would pounce on her in the future? Why? Huan seemed slightly displeased. If you don't wear a veil, there will be more people like that who come after us in the future. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. He did not want to be constantly harassed. Moreover, he was being hunted by the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect. If the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect found out he had such a beautiful woman by his side, it would be easier for them to find him. After all, wherever Huan went, there would be a group of perverts coming after her. At that time, if the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect's powerhouses heard about her, they would be able to track him down easily. I'll just kill as many as they come after me, Huan said indifferently. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Currently, Huan sounded like a demoness. She made it sound as though killing was easier than eating. Huan, if you don't wear a veil, don't follow me in the future. Duan Lingtian said with a stern expression on his face. However, when he said this, he actually did not have much confidence in himself. Who knew if Huan would kill him in a fit of anger? Although Huan had made a move earlier, he did not know her exact strength. However, there was one thing he was certain of. Huan's cultivation base was at least at the peak of the heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial stage. After all, she had killed the 2 yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials before they could even react. With his current strength, even if he used all his techniques, he would only be able to fight an ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. An ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial was a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial who cultivated low-level cultivation methods and mastered low-level celestial methods and divine abilities. Duan Lingtian could barely deal with such a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial if he used all his techniques. However, if she was a heaven realm great overarching golden celestial, would she be an ordinary heaven realm great overarching golden celestial? Although he did not know much about Huan's background, based on the illusory realm created by the illusory realm orb, Huan's mother was definitely not an ordinary person. On the other hand, his mother was not a simple person. How could Huan's cultivation technique, immortal techniques, and divine abilities be simple? Therefore, Duan Lingtian could almost conclude that there was no doubt that he was no match for her. Even if he used the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he wouldn't be able to hold back. Moreover, when she killed the 2 great overarching golden celestials earlier, she didn't use any celestial artifacts. Duan Lingtian gasped as he thought to himself, it seems like I've underestimated her. She's most likely a peak great overarching golden celestial. He might even be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In King Qin's mansion, only King Qin, the master of King Qin's mansion, was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Duan Lingtian waited anxiously for Huan's reply. I see. Then, realization dawned on her as she said, Duan Lingtian, it must be because you don't want others to see my face. That's why you want me to wear a veil, right? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huan's words. Is Huan right? Huan asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. If you want to think of it that way, it's fine as long as you wear a veil. Duan Lingtian said helplessly. Since you don't want others to see my face, Duan Lingtian, I'll wear a veil so no one can see my face. From now on, I'll only show my face to you, okay? Apart from mother, I'll only show it to you, Duan Lingtian. As she spoke, she raised her hand. Celestial origin energy that was brimming with coldness surged out of her body and formed a white veil over her face that matched her thin white robes. Duan Lingtian blushed when he heard Huan's flirtatious words. However, when he saw Huan's bright eyes, he knew she did not have any ulterior motives. Based on Huan's expression, it was clear she did not know what love was. Duan Lingtian sighed in relief when he saw Huan's reaction. Good girl, Huan. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he patted Huan's head. Her long hair was smooth to the touch. When he retracted his hand, he could smell a refreshing fragrance wafting from it. It was Huan's unique fragrance. However, I'll have to find a real veil for you to wear. This veil formed from celestial origin energy isn't very reliable. Duan Lingtian said. Anyone with a higher cultivation base than Huan would be able to see through the veil formed from celestial origin energy. All right. Huan nodded obediently. I'll listen to you, Duan Tian. At this moment, Huan was like an innocent and naive girl. She was like a completely different person compared to the ice goddess who had killed 4 people in a row. Duan Tian was the most affected by Huan's behavior. She. Who is she? Duan Tian was puzzled as he looked at Huan. Huan, do you know who your mother is? Do you know where she went? Duan Tian asked. Mother isn't human. She's a celestial beast, a phantom fox. She didn't tell me where she went, so I don't know. Huan said with a hint of disappointment in her voice. Celestial beast? Duan Tian inhaled sharply when he heard this. He looked at Huan, in disbelief and asked, Does this mean you're not human as well? Yes. Huan nodded. Indeed, I'm not completely human. Mother said I'm a rare 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is the offspring of a Phantom Fox and a human. Generally speaking, the offspring of a Phantom Fox and a human is either a Phantom Fox or a human. The chances of 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox appearing is less than 1 in 10,000. 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is born with the appearance of a human baby. It can only transform into 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox through continuous evolution. Duan Tian nodded. In that case, I can be considered half a human. Duan Tian nodded. Yes. Huan nodded. Huan, do you want to look for your mother? Duan Tian asked. Yes. Huan nodded again. Then, she looked at Duan Tian and said, Duan Tian, can you accompany me to look for my mother? I haven't seen my mother for a long time. I miss her so much. I miss my mother so much. Tears streamed down Huan's cheeks as she spoke. She looked so pitiful that it made Duan Tian's heart ache. All right, I'll accompany you to look for your mother. Duan Tian's heart ached when he saw Huan's pitiful appearance. I miss my mother so much. Huan sobbed as she sobbed. Without any warning, Huan threw herself into Duan Tian's arms and kissed Duan Tian softly. Duan Tian's lower abdomen reacted immediately. It took him a while to suppress the reaction. As a man, Duan Tian could not hold himself back when a peerless beauty came knocking on his door. Huan, don't cry. Huan, after suppressing the desire in his heart, Duan Tian patted Huan's back gently and comforted her as though he was coaxing a child. She's asleep? Huan's sobbing gradually faded away. Duan Tian did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Huan had fallen asleep in his arms. However, when Duan Tian saw Huan sleeping soundly, he did not dare to make any rash movements. Just now, those people mentioned the 6th prince. They also mentioned something about the most beautiful woman in the capital. That young man dressed in embroidered robes is Nangong Li. Duan Tian began to organize his thoughts and ponder based on the clues left behind by those people earlier. In the end, he managed to come up with a few guesses. I used the Shadow Void escaping talisman to travel 100,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. I'm certain I'm no longer in King Qin's mansion's territory. However, it's not enough for me to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. The capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is in the vicinity of the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. There's indeed a Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although it's only a second-rate clan in the capital, its foundation is not inferior to King Qin's mansion and the other mansions in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. I've long heard that the 6th prince, one of the most outstanding sons of the Emperor of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, is not only talented in civil and martial arts, but he's also a womanizer. It seems like I'm in the center of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom's territory. Duan Tian had a rough idea of his current location. I wonder if the sect leader of the Compassionate Celestial Traveler sect only sent that old woman to kill me. If there are a few people like that old woman, it wouldn't take them too long to search the area that's 100,000 miles away from King Qin's mansion. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. He made up his mind and decided to leave the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom after she wakes up. Chapter 2708. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared 100,000 miles away from Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. It was none other than Nangong Li, the son of the clan leader of the Nangong clan in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and the great young master of Nangong clan, who had escaped with a floating light shadow talisman earlier. After reappearing, Nangong Li's face was still filled with shock and fear. That woman who is so perfect and flawless, who on earth is she? How's she so strong? The two elders were yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials. She didn't even do anything, but the cold aura she emitted froze the two elders into ice sculptures and killed them. Even if the cold aura was formed by her celestial origin energy, she didn't use any celestial weapons. Nangong Li could not help but gasp when he thought about this. He muttered to himself, generally speaking, only a peak great overarching golden celestial would be able to kill two yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials without using any celestial weapons. That perfect and flawless woman is actually such a powerful existence? At this moment, Nangong Li felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. The desire that had risen in his heart was completely extinguished. Where's this place? After regaining his senses, Nangong Li looked around and discovered he was in the middle of a lofty mountain range. I have to find a place to hide first. Then, I'll send a message back to my father and ask him to send someone to bring me back to the capital. At this moment, Nangong Li did not dare to return to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom alone. With his cultivation base, there was a high chance he would be killed by the powerful celestials on his way to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Therefore, he found a secluded cave and hid there. Then, he took out a communication celestial talisman and channeled his celestial origin energy into it before it transformed into a streak of light that shot up into the sky toward the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. In the communication celestial talisman, apart from asking his father to send someone to bring him back, Nangong Li also gave a rough description of his surroundings so his father would not overlook this place. As for where he was right now, he didn't know either. However, as long as his father received his immortal message talisman, he believed that his father would be able to determine his location through the immortal message talisman. After all, the communication celestial talisman traveled in a straight line. As the son of the clan leader, Nangong Li's communication celestial talisman was inscribed by an overarching celestial supreme celestial. Known Nangong Li's communication celestial talisman. For this reason, the speed of Nangong Li's communication celestial talisman was comparable to an ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Unless an overarching heavenly supreme celestial intercepted the communication celestial talisman, the communication celestial talisman would be able to reach the capital and Nangong Li's communication celestial talisman. After Nangong Li used the communication celestial talisman to send a message to his father, he hid in a secluded cave and waited for his father to send someone to bring him back. Meanwhile, at this moment, Huan, who was lying in Duan Lingtian's arms, finally calmed down. After a while, she said, Duan Lingtian, although your body is different from mine, it's still very comfortable. After calming down, she extended her left hand and gently tapped Duan Lingtian's chest with a smile on her face. Duan Lingtian fell into a daze for a moment before he regained his senses. Huan Er's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. It was so beautiful and enchanting that Duan Lingtian fell into a daze. When she regained her senses, her body moved away from Duan Lingtian and pressed against his body. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel a burning sensation in his lower abdomen when he felt the softness on his chest. What a seductress, Duan Lingtian gasped inwardly as he pushed Huan away. He was worried he would lose control if Huan continued to move. This was his first time being aroused by a woman to such an extent. Although he had deliberately distanced himself from other women, he was still a normal man. If he didn't feel anything when a woman with perfect looks, perfect figure, and flawless body leaned on him, he would really suspect that there was something wrong with his body. Huan, let's look around and see if there's a town nearby. Let's figure out where we are first before we decide what to do next. Duan Lingtian said as he pushed Huan away. I'll listen to Duan Lingtian. Huan nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Ever since she was born, other than her mother, she had only come into contact with 10 people. 9 of them had looked at her with disgust, and she had killed them as soon as she saw them. Duan Lingtian was the only one who did not look at her with disgust when he saw her for the first time. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had fulfilled the condition her mother had told her to leave the ruins. Due to this reason, she had left with Duan Lingtian. Huan had never been exposed to the world before. She was not aware of the dangers of the world. In many ways, she was inferior to those maidens who were raised in a boudoir. At the very least, those maidens knew the rules. However, there were no rules in Huan's world. From the moment she left the ruins with Duan Lingtian, other than her mother, Duan Lingtian was her everything. Of course, the current Huan did not know anything about friendship or love. She only knew that Duan Lingtian was the person her mother said would be able to bring her out of the ruins. He was someone she didn't dislike, someone she cared about, so she wouldn't allow anyone to harm Duan Lingtian. Anyone who wanted to hurt Duan Lingtian deserved to die. For this reason, the 2 elders from the Nangong clan who wanted to kill Duan Lingtian were instantly killed by Huan. At this moment, Huan was like a blank sheet of paper. As for what would happen in the future, it would depend on her future experiences and Duan Lingtian's guidance. Let's go then. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan before he took the lead and stepped into the air. Huan followed him closely, leaning on him as though she did not want to be separated from him for even a moment. Duan Lingtian could sense Huan's attachment to him. However, he did not mind it. After all, he knew Huan had not come into contact with enough people and things. After spending some time in the outside world, she would learn the difference between men and women. At that time, she would no longer cling to him. A few days later, Duan Lingtian finally saw a city. After entering the city, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to buy an exquisite white veil for Huan. Moreover, it was the type that did not allow light to pass through the veil. It could cover up Huan's flawless cheeks so that it would not arouse any man's imagination. Although Huan wore the veil, she still attracted the attention of all the men around her. Even some of the women could not help but steal a few more glances at her. Huan followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. When there were other people around, she did not appear as innocent as she usually did. Instead, she appeared cold and distant, giving off an aura that made others feel as though they were 1,000 miles away. Huan was dressed in a thin white robe. Her temperament was cold, and she exuded a sense of holiness that made others feel inferior. That woman just now, although she was wearing a veil, but, just based on her temperament and her pair of flawless autumn eyes, I can imagine that under that veil, there must be an incomparably beautiful face. I think so too. It's impossible for a woman like her to be ugly under the veil. Perhaps she's wearing a veil because she has a flaw in her face? After all, women are born with a desire for beauty. If she's beautiful, wouldn't it be a waste of her beauty to cover it up? I really want to see what kind of face she has under the veil. When Duan Lingtian and Huan walked on the street, the passers-by fell silent. Everyone was looking at Huan curiously. When the duo walked past them, they could not help but discuss among themselves. As they spoke, they were captivated by Huan's cold and holy aura. Looking at Huan's beautiful eyes, they guessed that under the veil, there was an 80% to 90% chance that Huan had a flawless face. Even if her eyes were not as flawless, she would not be too far off. Please wait a moment. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan walked past a spacious street, a voice rang from behind them. Huan ignored the voice. It was only when she saw Duan Lingtian turning around that Huan stopped and turned around. Duan Lingtian looked at the person who spoke to them. It was an elegant young man who was dressed like a scholar. He held a folding fan in his hand. He had a handsome appearance and a gentle smile on his face. However, there was a hint of wickedness between his brows. It made him look a little contradictory. Behind the scholarly young man was an old man. He looked like an ordinary old man, but Duan Lingtian could tell he was not as simple as he looked. At the very least, he was not weaker than the two Nangong elders who died in Huan Er's hands not long ago. Both of you seem to be outsiders, right? The scholarly young man's smile deepened. There was a hint of wickedness in his smile as he asked Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. However, his gaze was more focused on Huan Er's body. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the scholarly young man. Sir. A hint of jealousy flashed in the scholarly young man's eyes when he saw Huan Er leaning against Duan Lingtian. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, I'd like to ask you to remove the veil from your face. I want this female companion of yours to remove the veil on her face. Of course, this is not free. As long as your companion is willing to remove the veil from her face, I'm willing to pay both of you 10,000 prominent celestial stones. Chapter 2709. As long as she removes her veil, you'll give both of us 10,000 prominent celestial stones each? Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard the scholarly young man's words. His eyes narrowed into slits. Huan Er's beautiful face that was hidden under the veil turned cold immediately. When Duan Lingtian gently patted her hand and transmitted his voice to her, leave this to me, Huan Er. Huan nodded obediently. That's right. When the scholarly young man saw Huan nodding, he thought she had agreed. He smiled as though he did not notice Duan Lingtian's slightly darkened expression. As for whether he really did not notice Huan Er's expression, only he knew. Isn't that Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi clan? It's him. He took out 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to see a woman's face. No wonder people say the second young master of the Qi clan is a spendthrift. It seems like it's true. I wonder if the woman will remove her veil. The passers-by on both sides of the street recognized the scholarly young man. As they spoke, they revealed the scholarly young man's name and identity. The city they were in, Qiliu City, had two masters. The Qi clan and the Liu clan. The two clans were evenly matched in strength. They kept each other in check and controlled Qiliu City together. Although they had been fighting for thousands of years, neither of them could destroy the other. For this reason, the two clans had coexisted in Qiliu City for thousands of years. That's 20,000 prominent celestial stones. Anyone would be tempted by that amount, right? I think she'll remove her veil. I don't think so. Didn't you see her partner's expression is grave? I think so. Many passers-by noticed Duan Lingtian's expression when they were talking. They could feel the atmosphere was a little strange. I'll take out 100,000 high-grade immortal stones. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Qiyu. He said coldly, take off all your clothes and walk around the streets of Qiliu City naked. If you do that, I'll give you the 100,000 prominent celestial stones. What do you think? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian's smile froze. The old man behind him immediately looked at Duan Lingtian with a cold glint in his eyes. Whoosh! As for the passers-by on both sides, they were in an uproar. Oh my God! What did I hear? Is this person crazy? This is the second young master of the Qi family. He actually dares to humiliate the second young master of the Qi family? He's dead. He's dead meat. When the crowd looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. You're free to make a move if you think you can bear the consequences. Duan Lingtian said indifferently when he saw Qiyu and the old man were about to go berserk. After he finished speaking, he looked at Huan Er with a faint smile on his face and said, Huan Er, let's go. After he finished speaking, he turned around and continued to walk away. Huan Er turned around and followed after him. Meanwhile, the scholarly young man and the old man behind him were stunned by Duan Lingtian's meaningful gaze. Just as their expressions changed and they were about to make a move out of shame and anger, a voice suddenly rang out. second young master of the Qi family, you can't even remove a veil from a woman's face. You've really embarrassed yourself this time. Accompanied by a frivolous voice, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes and holding 2 beads in his right hand walked over with a tall and sturdy man with a curly beard. He looked at Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi family, mockingly. It's the first young master of the Lu clan. What's the occasion today? The second young master of the Qi family and the first young master of the Lu family, the 2 outstanding figures of the younger generation of the Qi family and the Lu family, actually appeared together. I'm afraid these 2 rivals are going to fight again. Many people whispered among themselves when they saw the young man dressed in luxurious robes. Lu Wenbin. Qiyu's expression darkened when he saw Lu Wenbin, the first young master of the Lu clan. He sneered and said, "You said I can't even remove a veil from a woman's face? Then, why don't you do it? Why don't you, Lu Wenbin, stop blabbering in front of me?" Qiyu, who was about to make a move on Duan Lingtian, was interrupted by Lu Wenbin. It was precisely because of Lu Wenbin's interruption that his anger towards Duan Lingtian subsided a little. At the same time, he calmed down. The woman next to the purple-clad young man had a cold and holy air about her. She did not seem like an ordinary celestial. Moreover, the purple-clad young man whom Qiyu had thought was bluffing had a strong aura. Both of them combined. Qiyu suddenly felt that the purple-clad young man was not bluffing at all. The purple-clad young man might not have been bluffing. It was very likely that he didn't fear him or the Qi clan behind him. That was why he dared to do that. Therefore, he planned to use reverse psychology to provoke Lu Wenbin and get Lu Wenbin to test the purple-clothed young man. Qiyu. Lu Wenbin sneered when he heard Qiyu's words. Then, watch carefully. Not only can I remove that woman's veil, but I can also kill the man next to her as well. Lu Nan, go and kill that man, then bring the woman over. This young master wants to personally take off her veil and see her true appearance. If she looks alright, this young master doesn't mind bringing her back to the Lu family to play with for a few days. As soon as Lu Wenbin finished speaking, a voice rang in the air. The curly-bearded man, Lu Nan, who was standing behind Lu Wenbin, was about to make a move. You're seeking death. An earth-shattering voice rang in the air. Lu Nan was so shocked that he did not even have the time to react, let alone make a move. Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave with Huan, was horrified when he heard Lu Wenbin's words. After that, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out of his 99 heavenly veins like raging dragons. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a raging dragon. Swoosh. 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 As soon as his celestial origin energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body, it transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays. Moreover, as Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the sword rays began to grow rapidly before they merged into a sword formation. Then, they seemed to have transformed into more than 10 clones before they merged into one. The sword formation's light grew even brighter and more dazzling. From afar, it looked like a blazing sun. In the next moment, swoosh. 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 The sword formation broke through the air, heading straight for LV Wenbin. In the blink of an eye, it was near LV Wenbin. It was as if it had turned into a rain of swords, whistling down on LV Wenbin. Young master. Lu Nan, who was standing behind Lu Wenbin, finally reacted. He wanted to make a move, but it was already too late. Lu Wenbin was completely enveloped by the rain of swords. When the rain of swords dissipated, there was only a pool of dazzling blood left where LV Wenbin had been standing. The blood that had splashed out was scattered all over the place, like a dazzling blood-colored rose. Lu Wenbin, the great young master of the Lu clan, the future clan leader of the Lu clan, he was dead. The entire place fell silent. Gasp. Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi clan, was the first to regain his senses. He gasped when he regained his senses. An expression of lingering fear could be seen on his face. He was truly terrified. If Lu Wenbin had not appeared and mocked him earlier, he would have attacked the purple-clad young man. If he had attacked the purple-clad young man, the person who would be reduced to a pool of blood on the ground would not be Lu Wenbin, but him, Qiyu. The old man standing behind Qiyu regained his senses as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, his expression was solemn. A hint of dread could be seen on his face. This purple-clad young man is also a great overarching golden celestial. Based on the purple-clad young man's earlier attack, he was certain the purple-clad young man was also a great overarching golden celestial like him. However, he was not certain which stage the purple-clad young man was at. However, he was not certain he would be able to defeat the purple-clad young man. You! How dare you kill my young master? After Qiyu and the old man behind him, Lu Nan also regained his senses. His curly beard twitched, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand and a spiked club appeared in his hand. The celestial origin energy on the mace shone brightly as he swung it at Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 The spiked mace was a primitive celestial weapon. It seemed to have come alive in Lu Nan's hand. Although it looked heavy, it was extremely agile. In just a blink of an eye, it formed a net that enveloped Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. With just a thought, he took a celestial sword out of his spatial ring and merged it with the sword formation before it shot out toward the net formed by the spiked mace in Lu Nan's hand. It broke through the barrier as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. In the end, Lu Nan was engulfed as well. Upon seeing this, Lu Nan, naturally, swung the spiked mace in his hand to defend himself. However, in the blink of an eye, the spiked club in his hand strangely slipped out of his hand. It was no longer under his control and had left him. Swoosh! 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 The rain of swords continued to howl for a while before it finally disappeared. After the rain of swords disappeared, Lu Nan disappeared as well. He was replaced by a pool of blood. Gasp! 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 The passers-by who had just regained their senses saw Lu Nan had died in Duan Lingtian's hands. They could not help but gasp. His strength is comparable to an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. The old man standing behind Qiyu muttered to himself with a horrified expression on his face. Chapter 27:10. Lu Nan is a great overarching golden celestial from the Lu clan. However, he was easily defeated by the purple-clad young man. Lu Wenbin is the first young master of the Lu clan. He's the favorite son of the clan leader of the Lu clan. He's also the future clan leader of the Lu clan. However, this purple-clad young man killed him just like that. Who is he? Isn't he afraid of the Lu clan's revenge? The onlookers whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. On one hand, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. On the other hand, they were shocked by Duan Lingtian's audacity to kill Lu Wenbin, the first young master of the Lu clan, in Qiliu City. Fortunately, the second young master of the Qi clan did not make a move earlier. Otherwise, he and the Qi clan's elder behind him would be reduced to a puddle of blood. I think the second young master of the Qi clan and the people behind him were about to make a move earlier. However, the first young master of the Lu clan arrived at the critical moment and prevented them from making a move. This means the first young master of the Lu clan is the savior of the second young master of the Qi clan? That seems to be the case. When the onlookers recalled the earlier scene, they looked at Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi clan, with mixed feelings on their faces. They lamented Qiyu's luck. Sir, please forgive me for offending you earlier. After Qiyu regained his senses, his expression gradually calmed down. He bowed and cupped his hands together as though nothing had happened. He apologized to Duan Lingtian. The old man behind him bowed as well. If Duan Lingtian had only killed Lu Wenbin, he would not have bowed to him. However, Duan Lingtian had killed Lu Nan, the Lu clan's elder, who was on par with him. This made him realize that Duan Lingtian was much stronger than him. For this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian. You used me as a tool. Do you think I'll let it go with just an apology? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Qi Yu. His eyes that were originally wide open suddenly narrowed into slits. Then, what else do you want? Qi Yu asked nervously with his head lowered. Although Qi Yu did not think there was no one in the Qi clan who could defeat Duan Lingtian, he could only admit defeat for now, the powerhouses from the clan. Powerhouses from the clan. Duan Lingtian clan. Duan Lingtian glanced at Qi Yu indifferently and said, "Let's talk as we walk." Yes. Qi Yu's, I'll grant you, since you're going to Duan Lingtian, I, Duan Lingtian, since you, I've you, Lingtian, you, Duan man and I Lingtian a man, I. Master of clan Lingtian clan master of the clan, master of his clan, he, master of the clan master of clan, clan's leader. Qi Yu lowered his head as he thought about this. A cold glint flashed across his eyes. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan followed Qi Yu and the Qi clan's elder to the Qi clan's estate under the watchful eyes of the passers-by. The passers-by quickly made way for them. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian and the others had disappeared from the passers-by's sight. At this moment, the passers-by finally sighed in relief. They began to discuss among themselves. Why did that purple-clad young man follow the second young master of the Qi clan to the Qi clan's estate? Based on his words, it's obvious he's going to seek revenge from the second young master of the Qi clan. However, why did he ask the second young master of the Qi clan to bring him to the Qi clan's estate? Does he think he'll be able to ask for as much as he wants in the Qi clan's estate? Isn't he seeking death by going to the Qi clan's estate? Although he's strong, I don't think he's strong enough to challenge the Qi clan, right? The Qi clan is a powerful clan with 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. The passers-by were confused as they discussed among themselves. Why would the purple-clad young man take the initiative to go to the Qi clan's estate? Was this not tantamount to sending a lamb to a tiger's den? Do you think it's possible that the purple-clothed young man and the woman beside him were all sent here by the Qi clan? At this moment, a passerby with a wise look in his eyes deduced and guessed, everything that happened just now was actually a trap set up for the Liu clan's eldest young master. The purpose was to kill the Liu clan's eldest young master. Earlier, they tried their best to create a hostile relationship with each other so that they could fool the Liu clan. Now, that man and woman might be going to the Qi clan to get their reward before they leave Qiliu City. As long as those 2 people leave, even if the Liu family suspects that the man and woman were sent by the Qi family, there's no evidence. The Liu family can't fall out with the Qi family because of a suspicion without any evidence. This passerby's words received the approval of the majority of the crowd. I knew it. Although the Qi clan's second young master is a well-known prodigal, he wouldn't spend 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to get a woman to remove her veil. That's possible. Although he's a prodigal, he's never done something so extravagant. Spending 20,000 prominent celestial stones just to get a woman to remove her veil is indeed ridiculous. As the group of passers-by chatted, they further believed that the previous person's guess was most likely correct. The man and woman were hired by the Qi clan. Fortunately, Qi Yu, the Qi clan's second young master, was not present. Otherwise, he would have vomited blood from anger when he heard these people's words. This was the first time the Qi clan had been wronged. If the man and woman were hired by the Qi clan, would he have been so nervous when he brought them back to the Qi clan's estate? What do you want? Qi Yu was the first to break the silence when they returned to the Qi clan's estate. He slowly turned around and asked Duan Lingtian anxiously. I want a detailed map of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and its neighboring celestial kingdoms. Qi Yu's expression remained calm when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After all, this was just a small matter to him. In fact, he could easily find such a map in the Qi clan. Also, the Qi clan has to pay me 1 million prominent celestial stones. Duan Lingtian continued to say. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Qiyu's expression changed drastically. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Although the Qi clan could afford it, it was not a small sum. Even the expression of the Qi clan's elder changed slightly. Although he had guessed the purple-clad young man would extort celestial stones, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to extort so many prominent celestial stones. That was 1 million prominent celestial stones. Was the purple-clad young man so confident he could afford it? I can't decide. I'll have to ask my father after we return to the Qi clan. Qiyu took a deep breath and said. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. It's all right, I'll follow you back to the Qi clan first. However, I only have an hour. If I don't get 1 million prominent celestial stones within an hour, don't blame me for being rude to you. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Qiyu. Qiyu's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly looked away, no longer daring to meet Duan Lingtian's eyes. Second young master, this purple-clad young man wants 1 million prominent celestial stones as soon as he opens his mouth. What a big appetite. One of the Qi clan's elders said through voice transmission. Indeed, he has a big appetite. However, he has to be alive to eat it. Qiyu sneered through voice transmission. I don't think he's a reckless person. Moreover, the Qi clan's background isn't a secret in Qiliu City. It's very likely he knows about the Qi clan's background. The Qi clan's elder said through voice transmission. You're saying he dares to follow me back to the Qi clan and blackmail us despite knowing about the Qi clan's background because he's not afraid of the Qi clan? Qiyu's tone turned solemn. Something like that, the elder said. The Qi family's elder said, either he's hiding his strength, or his origin is not simple. It doesn't matter who he is, we'll ask my father to test him when we return to the Qi clan. If that doesn't work, we'll ask the ancestor and my father to test him. Qiyu said. There were 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials in the Qi clan. They were the 2 strongest heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials in the clan. One of them was the current clan leader of the Qi clan, Qiyu's father. The other person was the old man in the Qi clan whom Qiyu referred to as the ancestor. Although they were both heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the old man in the Qi clan was stronger than the clan leader of the Qi clan. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the Qi clan under Qiyu and the old man's lead. Duan Lingtian, why are we following them? I don't like them, and I don't want to be with them. Huan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian as soon as they entered the Qi clan's residence. We're following them to get celestial stones. I bought all the interesting things for you in the city with celestial stones. After all, celestial stones don't last long. That's why we're here to get them. Once they give us the immortal stones, we can go and buy even more rare and interesting things. Duan Lingtian spoke as though he was coaxing a child. Wow! Huan Er's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, she said, then, let's ask them to give us all the celestial stones they have. If they don't give us their celestial stones, I'll kill them. Huan Er's eyes flashed with killing intent when she spoke. Qiyu and the old man could not hear their conversation since Duan Lingtian and Huan were communicating through voice transmission. Chapter 27:11. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he heard Huan Er's voice transmission. How could he not see that this girl had the potential to be a bandit? Naturally, he knew Huan Er only said this because she did not have the right values. After all, she was inexperienced and did not know what to do and what not to do in the outside world. Huan that's not right. Even if we want to take other people's celestial stones, we have to have a good reason. For example, they offended us first. That's why we came to their house to take their celestial stones. Since Duan Lingtian knew Huan did not have the right values, he was trying to guide her to the right path. If she chose the wrong path, not only would she be destroyed, but many people would also be implicated. I understand. As long as they don't provoke me, I won't take their celestial stones. However, if they provoke me, I'll take their celestial stones. Huan nodded after listening to Duan Lingtian's persuasion. But wasn't it too impulsive of me to kill those people from the Nangong clan? I didn't even ask them for their celestial stones. Huan was filled with regret when she recalled the 4 people from the Nangong clan whom she had killed earlier. Who said you didn't ask them for their celestial stones? After you killed them, they left their spatial rings behind. However, I kept them in my possession. Their celestial stones are in their spatial rings. Huan, don't tell me you don't know what a spatial ring is? When Duan Ling Tian realized she did not even have a spatial ring and did not know what a spatial ring was, he began to patiently explain to her how to establish and remove the claim of ownership on a spatial ring. Then, he passed a spatial ring to Huan. Huan, there are 100,000 prominent celestial stones in this spatial ring. Take them and spend them. Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. All right. After putting on the storage ring, Huan stared at it as if she was looking at a treasure. It was as if the storage ring on her finger was more important than Duan Lingtian. You two, please wait here for a moment. I'll go look for my father. After arranging Duan Lingtian's room in the Qi clan's main hall, Qiyu left. As for the Qi family elder behind him, he stayed behind to entertain Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, instructing the Qi family servants to serve them tea. When Qiyu went to find his father, the current head of the Qi family. On the other side, the Lu family was also in a mess. Eldest young master is dead? Furthermore, he was killed by an outsider? That outsider is most likely someone from the Qi family? The entire Liu clan was in an uproar. Meanwhile, the clan leader of the Liu clan, who was also the father of the Liu clan's first young master, Liu Wenbin, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, immediately gathered the Liu clan's high-ranking officials for a meeting. At the same time, his father and the old ancestor of the Liu family were invited to the meeting. The Liu family had 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. One of them was the clan leader of the Liu family's father, the former clan leader of the Liu family. The other person was the person with the highest seniority in the Liu family. He was the old ancestor of the Liu family. What? Bin is dead? The clan leader of the Liu family's father, the former clan leader of the Liu family, was furious when he heard that his grandson had been killed. It was as though he could not wait to go to the Qi family and seek revenge from the purple-clad young man who had killed his grandson. Old ancestor, what should we do about this? The clan leader of the Liu family did not bother to discuss this matter with the other high-ranking members of the Liu family. He immediately looked at the old ancestor of the Liu family and asked for his opinion. As long as the old ancestor made the decision, nobody would object. Your father and I will go with you to the Qi family. If that person hasn't left the Qi family's estate, we'll kill him to avenge your son. If that person has left, we'll go to the Qi family to denounce them. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to settle this matter. You must be mentally prepared for this. The old ancestor of the Liu family said. I understand. The clan leader of the Liu family nodded bitterly. He knew very well that there was no evidence to prove that his son had been killed by the Qi family. Even if there was evidence to prove that his son had been killed by the Qi family, the Liu family would not go to war with the Qi family because of his son. If the 2 families were to go to war, both sides would suffer losses. At that time, there would be outsiders who would take advantage of the situation to interfere. This was not something the Liu family and the Qi family wanted to see. Naturally, if there was evidence to prove that his son was killed by someone hired by the Qi family, although the Liu family could not go to war with the Qi family, they could use this to threaten the Qi family and force them to hand over Qiyu, the second young master of the Qi family, who was the most outstanding among the younger generation in the Qi family. They would use Qiyu's life in exchange for his son's life. It's good that you understand. The old ancestor of the Liu family continued to say, in that case, let's go to the Qi family now. The later we go, the more likely it is that your son's murderer has left the Qi family. Yes, said the patriarch of the Lu clan. Immediately after, the patriarch of the Lu clan and the patriarch of the Lu clan left the Lu clan's residence and headed towards the Qi clan's residence in a menacing manner. Meanwhile, in the Qi family's estate, Duan Lingtian and Huan were sat together in the main hall of the Qi family's estate. At this moment, apart from the Qi family's elder and Qi Yu, there were two other people sitting in front of them. One of them was a middle-aged man who was dressed in brocade robes. His face was as fair as jade. The other person was an old man with white hair and brows who was dressed in grey robes. He had a youthful appearance. However, at this moment, Qiyu, the Qi family's elder, and the other two people were kneeling on the ground. Their bodies were trembling as they knelt on the ground with their heads lowered. A faint chill could be felt on the ground where they were kneeling. It was as though they had just been baptized by snow. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The woman with the veil is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Qiyu knelt on the ground. He was originally elegant, but now he was in a sorry state. Other than fear, there was only fear on his face. He had thought the clan leader of the Lu family was here. Even if his father, the clan leader of the Qi family, and the old ancestor of the Qi family could not kill the purple-clad young man due to fear of the purple-clad young man's strength and background, he should be able to save the 1 million prominent celestial stones. What he did not expect was that the clan leader of the Qi family was here. When his father, the clan leader of the Qi clan, and the old ancestor of the Qi clan arrived in the hall, their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies as they extended their divine consciousness in an attempt to probe the purple-clad young man and the veiled woman standing next to him. The woman had only raised her hand, and a gust of cold wind blew past. Half of the bodies of his father, the clan leader of the Qi family, and the old ancestor of the Qi family were frozen to the ground. It was as though their bodies had become one with the main hall, and they could not move at all. The woman only stopped when the purple-clad young man spoke. His father, the clan leader of the Qi family, and the old ancestor of the Qi family regained their freedom. However, after regaining their freedom, the two of them collapsed on the ground because their lower bodies had been frozen for a short period of time, causing them to be unable to react quickly. When they regained their senses, they struggled to kneel in front of the woman and apologized profusely. "I didn't know you were an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, my lady. Please forgive us." At that time, Qiyu and the Qi family's elder had also knelt on the ground in fear and apologized profusely. At this moment, Qiyu finally realized what was going on. As it turned out, the purple-clad young man was not the strongest among them, but the veiled woman. "I didn't expect Huan to really be an overarching heavenly supreme celestial." Although Duan Ling Tian had suspected Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, he had assumed she was a peak great overarching golden celestial. It was only when Huan had easily captured the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials that he realized Huan's strength was not as great. Huan was really an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. 1 million prominent celestial stones. Have you prepared them? Do you have the map as well? Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Qiyu indifferently. I'll prepare them right away," Qiyu hurriedly replied. At the same time, he glanced at his father, the clan leader of the Qi family. His father hastily took out a spatial ring that contained enough celestial stones and handed it to Duan Lingtian. "My lord, there are 300,000 prominent celestial stones and 70,000 supreme celestial stones in here," the clan leader of the Qi family said. Duan Lingtian nodded. 70,000 supreme celestial stones? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. After establishing ownership over the spatial ring, he glanced at its contents. "Yes, there are indeed 70,000 supreme celestial stones." "Duan Lingtian, what's a supreme celestial stone? Didn't you ask for 1 million supreme celestial stones? Why did he only give you 370,000 supreme celestial stones?" Although she was inexperienced, she still knew the basics of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Her mother had taught her this before. Upon hearing her words, the 4 members of the Qi family were dumbfounded. My lord. The clan leader of the Qi family stammered as he knelt in front of Kerr. His body trembled violently, and he did not know what to say. He thought the overarching heavenly supreme celestial was trying to prank him. After all, a supreme celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones. This was common knowledge in the Devata realms. Clan leader of the Qi family, there's no need to worry. She just doesn't know that a supreme celestial stone is equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones. The clan leader of the Qi family sighed in relief when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he still found it hard to believe that an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was unaware that a supreme celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones. Because in his opinion, that was common sense that couldn't be more basic. Chapter 27:12. I see. Realization dawned on her after listening to Duan Lingtian's explanation. Don't you use celestial stones to cultivate? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile on his face. In his opinion, since Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, she must have used celestial stones to cultivate. Otherwise, how could she have attained such a cultivation level in just a short 100 years? Previously, when Duan Lingtian probed Huan, with his divine consciousness, he could sense the aura of her flesh and blood. Huan was no older than 100 years old, just like him. No need. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Kerr shook her head innocently. Upon hearing her words, the 4 members of the Qi clan were speechless again. She did not use celestial stones? How on earth did this little grandaunt cultivate? How could she become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial without using celestial stones? Huan, won't your cultivation be slow if you don't use celestial stones? Duan Lingtian frowned and said, that shouldn't be the case. Your mother would have given you celestial stones to cultivate. Normally speaking, she should have given you immortal stones and medicinal pills to assist in your cultivation. After all, without celestial stones and pills, your cultivation speed would be slow. Although Duan Lingtian did not know what kind of person Huan's mother was, he was certain that she was not an ordinary person. However, since Huan's mother had left behind an illusory realm to trap Duan Lingtian, it meant she was not an ordinary person. Even if she was a celestial beast, there was no doubt she was not an ordinary celestial beast. It was impossible for a celestial beast like her to not give her daughter celestial stones and pills to cultivate. Mother gave me pills to cultivate, and the medicinal efficacy of the pills is still in my body. Moreover, she also gave me this. However, this isn't a celestial stone. Huan's expression was still as innocent as ever when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. As she spoke, she pulled down the necklace on her neck, revealing the pendant of the necklace to everyone, including Duan Lingtian. The pendant of the necklace was a small, completely enclosed, circular box. She pressed a button on the side of the box, causing it to open. A bright light flashed, dazzling Duan Lingtian and the others. Whoosh! 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 As soon as she opened the small, round box, a bright light flashed from within, and a vast amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy that was close to liquefying gushed out of the small box. In the blink of an eye, it was like a vast ocean that swept through the entire Qi clan's great hall. It was as though the main hall of the Qi clan had turned into a holy land for cultivation in an instant. Isn't the spiritual energy of heaven and earth a little too exaggerated? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he sensed the Qi family's hall filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy. The heaven and earth spiritual energy in the Qi clan's main hall was 1,000 times denser than the spiritual energy in the hidden dragon abyss in the 9 Spectres county governor's mansion. He tried to absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, but found that he had reached the limit of what he could absorb. In other words, with his current cultivation base, it would be a waste for him to cultivate in such a place. Although the heaven and earth spiritual energy was more abundant, there was a limit to how much heaven and earth spiritual energy one could absorb when one's cultivation base was at a certain level. Just like now, Duan Lingtian had encountered such a situation. Even an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to cultivate in such an environment, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. It did not matter if an overarching heavenly supreme celestial was in a cultivation environment like this or a cultivation environment that was much better than the one they were in right now. After all, there was a limit to how much heaven and earth spiritual energy one could absorb. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial would be able to cultivate in such an environment. With such an environment, there was no need for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial to fight for a better cultivation environment. This was because the effect of cultivating in such an environment was the same for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Of course, if a celestial high immortal were to cultivate in such an environment, he would not be able to reach his limit. He could still strive for a better cultivation environment. That's right. There's also the cultivation method. I almost forgot. In the Devata realms, the higher the grade of one's cultivation method, the faster one can absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was a frog at the bottom of a well. He also knew that the assumption in his heart was completely based on the foundation of cultivating the yellow grade cultivation method. Moreover, this energy is coming from the crystal in the small round box on her necklace. It's filling the entire hall with the heaven and earth spiritual energy. If she were to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the crystal. Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian did not dare to continue thinking about it. Even if Huan was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial and cultivated a heaven-grade cultivation method, she should still be able to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy from the crystal, right? Huan, close it. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan closed the small round box on the necklace and severed the connection between the crystal and the outside world. As a result, the Qi clan's great hall was no longer filled with heaven and earth spiritual energy. Because of this, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi family's main hall became thinner and thinner. Although she had closed the box, she could not help but sigh. However, Duan Lingtian was able to clearly see what was inside. It was a crystal that was completely transparent. It was quite similar to the diamond in his previous life, but there were some subtle differences. Of course, the diamond itself had no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Duan Lingtian had already noticed this when he returned to Earth. Therefore, the crystal was only somewhat similar to a diamond, but its nature was completely different. It could even be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal crystals, those are immortal crystals, the Qi family ancestor, who had been greedily absorbing the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi family's main hall, raised his head with an intoxicated expression when the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Qi family's main hall became thin. When he looked at the necklace on her neck again, his eyes were filled with greed and greed. Humph. The Qi family ancestor only regained his senses when he heard Duan Lingtian's cold snort. His expression changed drastically as he hastily withdrew his gaze from the necklace. The other 3 members of the Qi family also regained their senses. They prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, they recalled something. The celestial crystal belonged to an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. You said that's a celestial crystal? As far as I know, even a supreme-grade celestial crystal wouldn't have such an effect, right? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the Qi family ancestor indifferently. He knew about celestial crystals. He had read about celestial crystals in some memory celestial talismans. He knew that celestial crystals only appeared in supreme-grade celestial stone veins. Moreover, the chances of them appearing were much lower than supreme-grade celestial stones in prominent celestial stone veins. For this reason, one celestial crystal was worth 1,000 supreme-grade celestial stones. In fact, the heaven and earth spirit Qi contained in one immortal crystal was at most equivalent to the heaven and earth spirit Qi contained in 1 or 200 supreme-grade immortal stones. The celestial crystals mentioned here were only primitive celestial crystals. Above the supreme-grade celestial stone vein, there were low-grade celestial crystal veins that produced low-grade celestial crystals. At the same time, there was also a chance of middle-grade celestial crystals. Like immortal stones, immortal crystals were divided into low-grade immortal crystals, medium-grade immortal crystals, high-grade immortal crystals, and supreme-grade immortal crystals. However, the exchange rate of celestial crystals was completely different from that of celestial stones. The exchange rate between each grade of celestial stone was 1 to 10. One supreme-grade celestial stone was equivalent to 10 prominent celestial stones, 100 mediocre celestial stones, and 1,000 primitive celestial stones. The exchange rate between each grade of celestial crystal was 1 to 100. A supreme-grade celestial crystal was equivalent to 100 prominent celestial crystals, 10,000 mediocre celestial crystals, and 1,000,000 primitive celestial crystals. According to Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the intermediate rank celestial kingdom, the cloudy rock celestial kingdom, did not have any primitive celestial crystal veins. In fact, even the high-rank celestial kingdoms did not have primitive celestial crystal veins. Although the high-rank celestial kingdoms did not have primitive celestial crystal veins, the number of supreme-grade celestial stone veins they had was not something an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom or a low-rank celestial kingdom could compare to. "You're very wise, my lord." The Qi clan's old ancestor nodded in response to Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he said, "If I'm not mistaken, the celestial crystal on Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial's necklace is a divine celestial crystal that only appears once every 10,000 years in a supreme-grade celestial crystal veins." Divine crystal. As soon as the Qi clan's old ancestor finished speaking, the breathing of the other 3 members of the Qi clan quickened. To them, the divine crystal veins were extremely rare. The divine crystal was an existence that only existed in legends. It was something that could only be looked at but was out of reach. I, Qi Yunsheng, have no regrets now that I've seen and felt the power of the divine crystal. The clan leader of the Qi clan sighed emotionally. With the Qi clan's status and influence, we'll have no regrets even if we die now that we've seen the divine crystal. The Qi clan's old ancestor chimed in. Divine crystal? A supreme-grade celestial crystal veins that only appear once every 10,000 years? Upon hearing the Qi clan's old ancestor's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock. Based on what he knew, in any of the 81 Devata realms, there would not be more than 10 supreme celestial crystal veins in the Devata realms. In other words, on average, one divine crystal would only appear once every 1,000 years in a Devata realm. Who's Huaner's mother? The phantom fox must not be an ordinary celestial beast. What a joke! How could an ordinary celestial beast leave a divine crystal for its daughter? Duan Lingtian could still remember. Chapter 27:13. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in the colossal world. There were no more than 10 supreme-grade celestial crystal veins in each Devata realm. A supreme-grade celestial crystal vein would take 10,000 years to produce a divine crystal. In other words, on average, it would take at least 1,000 years for a divine crystal to form in each Devata realm. Based on this, one could easily imagine how precious a divine crystal was. However, Huan actually had a divine crystal in her possession. Huan She's not simple. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. Duan Lingtian was still thinking about Huan's background when he heard the divine crystal. At this moment, a loud voice rang in the air. The clan leader of the Liu clan, Liu Quan, has come with the old ancestor of the Liu clan and the former clan leader of the Liu clan to visit the clan leader of the Qi clan and the old ancestor of the Qi clan. This resounding voice was extremely penetrating. As it spread throughout the entire Qi family mansion, it also reached the main hall of the Qi family mansion. It's the clan leader of the Liu clan, Liu Quan. The Liu clan is here. Qi Yunsheng, the clan leader of the Qi clan, narrowed his eyes slightly. Lords. The Liu clan is here to denounce us for the death of Liu Wenbin, the first young master of the Liu clan. Qi Yu, the second young master of the Qi clan, said in a low voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan. However, a hint of schadenfreude could be seen in the depths of Qi Yu's eyes. In his opinion, the people from the Liu clan were digging their own graves by coming here. Even the clan leader of the Qi clan and the old ancestor of the Qi clan who were kneeling on the ground thought the Liu clan was digging their own graves. In fact, they were already imagining things. After the powerhouses from the Liu clan killed the people from the Liu clan, the Qi clan would be able to annihilate the Liu clan in one fell swoop. From then on, the Qi clan would dominate Qi Liu City. At that time, Qi Liu City would have to change its name. After all, the Liu clan would be gone. The Liu clan? Humph. Just in time. Duan Lingtian rose to his feet as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Together with the Devata artifact, the seven orifices exquisite sword, his celestial origin energy formed a myriad of seven-colored sword rays on the surface of his body before he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. At the same time, the thousands of sword radiances on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body converged into a sword array. They circled around his body and brought out a dozen phantoms. Finally, they gathered together. The sword array formed by the convergence of seven-colored sword radiances suddenly burst into light and illuminated the entire Qi family's main hall. In an instant, the entire Qi family hall seemed to be immersed in a sea of seven colors. What a powerful force! This purple-clad young man is no weaker than an ordinary heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. The hearts of the Qi family's patriarch and old ancestor shuddered. This was especially true for the head of the Qi clan. If he were to fight the current Duan Lingtian, he knew that he had no chance of winning. At most, he would be able to fight the Duan Lingtian to a draw. He's still concealing his strength? At this time, Qiyu and the Qi family elder also vaguely realized this point. Although Duan Lingtian had unleashed his full strength, the clan leader and the old ancestor of the Qi clan were not on guard at all. This was because they thought Duan Lingtian was accumulating his strength to deal with the Liu clan's members who were charging at them. Naturally, the reason they were not on guard was mostly because of the veiled woman sitting next to Duan Lingtian. This woman was an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. It would be easy for her to kill them. For this reason, it did not cross their minds that Duan Lingtian was making such a big fuss just to kill them. Whoosh! 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 The clan leader and supreme elder of the Qi clan finally realized that Duan Lingtian had been accumulating his strength for the sake of attacking them. Horror dawned on their faces. They instinctively wanted to fight back. Alas, before they could even muster their celestial origin energies, Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword formation had already shrouded them and killed them. Blood flowed like a river in the Qi clan's main hall. The clan leader of the Qi clan, the old ancestor of the Qi clan, Qiyu, and the old ancestor of the Qi clan were all killed by Duan Lingtian. Huan was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's actions. She asked curiously, Duan Lingtian, didn't you tell me there's no need to take their celestial stones and kill them if they didn't provoke us? What are you? Huan was not bothered by the bloody scene. She was more concerned about Duan Lingtian's actions. Clearly, Duan Lingtian's actions were different from what he had taught her. You're right, Huan. After killing the 4 people from the Qi clan, Duan Lingtian looked at Huan and said, I killed them not because they provoked us, but because they know you have the divine crystal. Once the divine crystal in your possession is exposed, both you and I will attract a fatal calamity. After all, many people will want to take it away from you. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn when he spoke. A man's wealth was his fault. After living 2 lives, Duan Lingtian knew this very well. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had decided to kill the 4 members of the Qi clan who knew about the divine crystals in her possession. He wanted to eliminate all potential threats before it was too late. Initially, when the clan leader of the Qi clan handed over the 1 million prominent celestial stones, he had no intention of making things difficult for the Qi clan. Unfortunately, the development of events was often beyond his control. Due to the divine crystal, he had no choice but to do this. He did not want Huan's hands to be stained with blood because he did not want a young girl like Huan to have too much blood on her hands. It was better for him to do these things. Take what's mine. This? Huan touched the pendant of the necklace around her neck. A hint of coldness could be seen on her face as she said, "This is something my mother left behind for me. I'll kill anyone who tries to take it away from me." Huan, the world is big. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, "There are many powerful people in this world. You can't stop them if they want to take what's yours. For this reason, what we need to do now is to keep the secret of the divine crystal a secret." Huan nodded and said, "Yes, my mother told me that there are many people stronger than her in this world. I'm still not as strong as my mother was when she left." Huan nodded. Duan Lingtian continued to say, "For this reason, don't open the small box on your necklace in front of others. Once you open it, the secret of the divine crystal will be known to others. Even if those people don't have the ability to take the divine crystal from you, they'll spread the news. Once the news reaches the ears of those who are stronger than you, you won't be able to stop that person from snatching your divine crystal. You can only watch as he takes it away." Duan Lingtian nodded. Emicham, Huan, nodded obediently. It was obvious she understood the severity of the matter. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and collected the spatial rings of the 4 people from the Qi clan. His eyes lit up when he saw the wealth in the 4 people's spatial rings. There are more than 100,000 supreme celestial stones in the Qi clan spatial rings. However, there are very few low-grade celestial stones. There are also tens of thousands of supreme celestial stones in the clan leader of the Qi clan's possession. Duan Lingtian did not care about the wealth in the spatial rings of the Qi clan's second young master, Qiyu, and the elder from the Qi clan. "Huan, come with me to meet the people from the Liu clan," Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huan, "Before we leave Qiliu city, we can still make a fortune from the Liu clan." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he rose into the air. "Are we going to rob them of their celestial stones?" Huan eyes lit up immediately. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Moreover, how many celestial stones we can rob will depend on your performance. As long as you can subdue them, we'll be able to ask for as many celestial stones as we want." As Duan Lingtian and Huan approached the Lu family had just entered the Qi family's estate. Although the voice of the head of the Lu family had already spread throughout the entire Qi family mansion, no one from the Qi family rose into the air to welcome the head of the Lu family. Because everyone in the Qi family knew, at this time, it was time for the Qi family's patriarch and the Qi family's ancestor to make a move. Otherwise, no one would be able to suppress the menacing Lu family. "Who are you?" Due to this reason, the group of Liu clan members led by the clan leader of Liu clan, Liu Quan, could not help but frown when they saw the 2 unfamiliar faces. None of them expected that, at this time, the people who came to greet them were actually not the Qi family patriarch or the Qi family ancestor. Instead, it was a brat who looked like he was still wet behind the ears and a woman wearing a veil. A veil? At this moment, Liu Quan, the clan leader of Liu clan, seemed to have thought of something. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, coldly. You're the man and woman who killed my son." The other members of the Liu clan regained their senses immediately. They stared at Duan Lingtian and Huan, as though they were facing a formidable enemy. The fact that these 2 people dared to greet them at this time meant that they were either here to die or were not afraid of them. Based on their expressions, it did not seem like the former. "So, you're the ones who killed my grandson, Lu Wenbin?" The clan leader of Liu clan, the former clan leader of Liu clan, was one of the only 2 heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials in the Liu clan. When he looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan, killing intent surged out of his body. Chapter 27:14. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm as he faced the hostile gazes of the people from the Liu clan. It was as though he would remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. "Huan, Duan Lingtian called out softly before he said indifferently, "Show them your strength." "HM." The people from the Liu clan were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They instinctively turned to look at Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a chilling aura rose from Huan Er's eyes. In the next moment, swoosh! Huan waved her hand, and a terrifying wave of cold energy appeared in the air. Before the people from the Liu clan could react, the cold energy had already shrouded them. However, Huan knew when to stop. The cold energy shrouded the people from the Liu clan below their waists. Swoosh! 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 Before the people from the Liu family could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures from the waist down. Waves of cold air rose from the void beneath their feet. The cold air became denser and denser, and finally condensed into ice. Boom! Rumble. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds that seemed to have come out of nowhere, the waves of cold air that had condensed into ice in the void finally condensed and turned into a vast ice platform. A platform that was completely condensed and formed from ice. As soon as the platform appeared, it was put to good use. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects crashing into each other reverberated in the air. The people from the Liu clan, whose lower bodies were frozen, could no longer maintain their celestial origin energy. As a result, they slowly fell from the sky and smashed onto the ice platform. This was due to the fact that they did not fall quickly. Otherwise, with such a smash, half of their bodies that were frozen into ice sculptures would definitely be smashed into smithereens. At that time, they would all become cripples with half of their bodies paralyzed. Even so, the people from the Liu clan who landed on the ice platform were still in a daze. It took them a long time to regain their senses. Swoosh! Shwa! The first to regain their senses were the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Liu clan. They were the ancestor and the former clan leader of the Liu clan. Horror dawned on them as they looked at the veiled woman in unison. Their eyes were filled with fear and panic. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. This woman is an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. At this moment, the two Heavenly Realm Great Overarching Golden Celestials from the Liu family were also shocked. As Heaven Realm Great Overarching Golden Immortals, they could not react to the means displayed by the veiled woman standing next to the purple-clad young man. By the time he reacted, he had already been struck. This also allowed them to confirm one thing: she was at least an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Even a peak Golden Immortal did not have the ability to put them in such a sorry state. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Such an existence was enough to annihilate the Liu family's group of people with the flip of a palm. Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial, we're here for the Qi clan. Please forgive us for our earlier offense. Please forgive us, my lord. The old ancestor of the Liu family and the former clan leader of the Liu family bowed and apologized to Huan Er. Their bodies trembled violently as they apologized to Huan Er. Even the former clan leader of the Liu family, who had threatened to avenge his grandson earlier, had no choice but to admit defeat at this moment. Although it was important to avenge his grandson, it also depended on the situation. Based on the current situation, it was impossible for him to avenge his grandson. For this reason, he had no choice but to give up despite his reluctance. After all, if he did not give up, he might lose his life. Moreover, even if he lost his life, he might not be able to avenge his grandson. After living for so many years, it was only natural for him to know what was more important. Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? This woman is an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial? The patriarch of the Liu family and the elders of the Liu family were shocked when they heard the words of the Liu family's old ancestor. It was as if a storm had set off in their hearts. They were no longer surprised when they saw the old ancestor of the Liu family and the former clan leader of the Liu family kneeling before the veiled woman. After all, she was an overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Her strength far surpassed the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials of the Liu family. Greetings, Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Greetings, Lord Overarching Heavenly Supreme Celestial. Under the lead of Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu family. The elders of the Liu family bowed respectfully to Huan, from the beginning until the end. They no longer looked as arrogant as before. On the contrary, their bodies trembled violently like the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Liu clan. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial. An overarching heavenly supreme celestial could easily kill all of them in a fit of rage. Duan Ling Tian, how did I do? At this moment, Huan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on her face as though she was asking for credit for her actions. Good, good, good. You did well, Huan. Duan Ling Tian patted Huan's head with a smile and said, Huan, remove the energy that froze them. All right. Huan nodded obediently. Then, she raised her hand and a gust of wind blew past. Whoosh! As the gust of wind blew past, apart from the ice platform that was hovering in the air, the frozen bodies of the people from the Liu family returned to normal. However, they were still emitting a chilling aura. Thud. Thud. The two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Liu family were the first to recover. As soon as they recovered, they knelt in front of Huan and looked at Duan Ling Tian with fear and uneasiness in their eyes. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was not as strong as them. However, based on what they had seen earlier, they could tell that the purple-clad young man in front of them was a terrifying existence. After all, the purple-clad young man was the leader of the terrifying woman in the veil. If the purple-clad young man had asked for their deaths, the woman would not have shown them any mercy. Thud. 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 After the two heaven-ranked great overarching golden celestials from the Liu family knelt in front of Duan Ling Tian and Huan, the clan leader of the Liu family and the elders from the Liu family also knelt on the ice platform. Clan leader Liu, you're right. When the Liu clan members all knelt down, Duan Ling Tian inadvertently glanced at the Liu clan's patriarch, Liu Quan, and said indifferently, your son, the Liu clan's eldest young master, Liu Wenbin, was indeed killed by me. If Patriarch Liu wants to avenge your son, you can make a move now. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Liu Quan meaningfully. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Liu Quan lowered his head and shook his head in panic when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. It was as though asking him to attack Duan Ling Tian was as difficult as asking him to kill Duan Ling Tian. In fact, Liu Quan did not think that asking him to attack Duan Ling Tian was any different from asking him to kill Duan Ling Tian. What a joke. Perhaps, the purple-clad young man was not as strong as him. However, the purple-clad young man seemed to be the only one who had the cultivation base of an overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. If he attacked the purple-clad young man, he would be killed by the woman before he could even touch the purple-clad young man. Does this mean you don't want to avenge your son, clan leader Liu? Duan Ling Tian asked again. No. I won't avenge him. My unfilial son deserved to die for offending you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, for helping me clean up the mess. Thank you, my lord, for helping me clean up the mess. LV Quan was just about to say, no, I won't. However, when he thought about it, he felt it was inappropriate. He quickly changed his words and thanked Duan Ling Tian instead. What about you? Based on what you said earlier, Liu Wenbin is your grandson? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Liu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Liu clan. My unfilial grandson was blind to have offended you, my lord. Thank you, my lord, for helping me clean up the mess. The former clan leader of the Liu clan had always been extremely unwilling in his heart. He also knew that when one was under someone else's roof, one had no choice but to lower one's head. Following his son, he repeatedly thanked Duan Ling Tian. Very good. Duan Ling Tian grinned and did not beat around the bush as he said, everyone from the Liu clan, you should thank us instead. HM. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the people from the Liu clan were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The two men in front of them had forced them to kneel, and yet, they were still being asked to thank them. Although they felt indignant, they did not dare to show it on their faces. Earlier, I killed 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. I'm sure this is good news for everyone from the Liu clan, right? Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the people from the Liu clan straightened their backs. Although they were still kneeling on the ground, their backs were as straight as javelins. My lord, are you serious? Liu Quan asked with bright eyes and hurried breathing. At this moment, not only was he no longer feeling indignant, but the resentment he felt for not being able to avenge his son had disappeared as well. Is there a need for me to lie to you? Duan Lingtian glanced at Liu Quan indifferently and said, speaking of which, I've helped the Liu clan this time. From now on, the Liu clan will be the only clan in Qiliu City. Indeed, their auras are no longer there. At the same time, the divine consciousness of the 2 great overarching golden celestials from the Liu family confirmed that the aura of the 2 great overarching golden celestials was gone. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. Chapter 27:15. My lord, the entire Liu clan is grateful for your kindness. After receiving confirmation from the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, Liu Quan, the clan leader of the Liu clan, quickly bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. A hint of joy could be seen on his face. It was as though Duan Lingtian was his savior and not the one who had killed his son. Thank you, my lord. The group of Liu clan elders who followed behind the clan leader also expressed their gratitude to Duan Lingtian. At the same time, they could not suppress the excitement on their faces. They knew very well what the death of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan meant. It meant the Qi clan would no longer be able to stop the Liu clan. The Liu clan would become the new ruler of Qiliu City. But I seem to have killed your son. Duan Lingtian glanced indifferently at Liu Quan as he brought up an old matter. My lord, you've given the Liu clan a chance to rule Qiliu City. Let alone a son. If you're willing, I can have a few more sons for you to kill. LV Quan was so excited that he lost his composure. He was not afraid of Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's strength. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart. If he could have used his son's death in exchange for the Liu clan's rule in Qiliu City, he would have killed his son with his own hands. In his eyes, the Liu clan's fate was sealed. He could always have another son. However, even if he lost the chance to rule Qiliu City, it would not happen again. He had his own thoughts on which was more important and which was more important. Duan Lingtian was speechless when he heard Liu Quan's words. He did not dwell on the matter since he did not think it was necessary. In Liu Quan's opinion, the clan's interest was more important than anything else. However, I've helped the Liu clan to get rid of the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan. Shouldn't the Liu clan do something about it? Duan Lingtian said with narrowed eyes. Of course, Liu Quan replied. Liu Quan answered as he looked at his father. Then, the 2 of them looked at the old ancestor of the Liu family. My lord, what do you want? As long as it is within the power of our Liu family, we will definitely cooperate. Liu family's old ancestor looked at Duan Lingtian and said seriously. First of all, I want the largest map that your Liu family can provide. That map must be very detailed. Duan Lingtian said lightly. Perhaps that kind of map could be found in the storage rings of the Qi family members who had died at his hands, but he was too lazy to look for it. This is a small matter. The old ancestor of the Liu family, who thought that Duan Lingtian had a difficult task for the Liu family, was relieved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sir, is there anything else you need? The ancestor of the Liu family continued to ask. Yes, there's one more thing. Duan Lingtian nodded. He glanced at the people from the Liu clan before he narrowed his eyes and said, the 2 of us will leave in 3 days. I want to see 1 million supreme celestial stones in 3 days. 1 million supreme grade immortal stones. As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, everyone from the Liu family, including the Liu family's old ancestor, paled. My lord, the Liu clan's old ancestor said bitterly, the Liu clan can only come up with 300,000 to 400,000 supreme celestial stones at once. If you give us more time, We might be able to come up with 5 or 600,000 supreme celestial stones, but 3 days is too short. You said it yourself, it's your Lu family. Now that the 2 heaven realm great overarching golden immortals from the Qi family are dead, you can eat up the Qi family immediately. At that time, won't you be able to gather 1 million supreme grade celestial stones? Duan Lingtian said lightly. My lord, there is something you don't know. The old ancestor of the Lu clan took a deep breath before he mustered up his courage and said, for clans like the Lu clan and the Qi clan, at least half of the clan's wealth is in the hands of 2 heaven realm great overarching golden celestials. Since you've killed the 2 people from the Qi clan, I'm sure their spatial rings are in your hands as well. For this reason, almost half of the Qi clan's wealth is in your hands, my lord. The old ancestor of the Lu clan said. 800,000 supreme grade celestial stones. Duan Lingtian waved his hand impatiently when he heard the old ancestor of the Lu clan's words. 800,000 supreme grade celestial stones. I want to see it in 3 days. If I don't see it, I don't mind sending the 2 heaven realm great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan to hell. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he ignored the shocked expressions of the people from the Lu clan and looked at Huan. The impatience on his face disappeared and was replaced by a smile. Huan, let's go. All right. Huan nodded obediently before she left with Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian and Huan's figures slowly disappeared from the sight of the people from the Lu clan. The people from the Lu clan watched as Duan Lingtian and Huan left. However, none of them dared to say a word. Because they had all seen it. They knew the purple-clad young man had made a huge concession. Who are they? The former clan leader of the Lu clan muttered to himself after Duan Lingtian and Huan's figures had disappeared from sight. I don't know. Lu Quan shook his head when he heard his father's question. They must be outsiders. It might even be their first time in Qiliu City. From today onward, Qiliu City will cease to exist. Only Liu City will exist. The old ancestor of the Lu clan said with a scoff. Liu City. As soon as the old ancestor of the Lu clan finished speaking, the eyes of the Lu clan's people lit up like bright stars in the night sky, gorgeous and dazzling. Old ancestor. Can we really gather 800,000 supreme grade celestial stones in 3 days? Lu Quan could not help but pour cold water on the hopes of the people from the Lu clan. It doesn't matter if we can gather that many supreme grade celestial stones or not. Didn't you see the Lord's attitude earlier? The old ancestor of the Lu clan said in a deep voice. Then, the old ancestor of the Liu clan looked at the former clan leader of the Liu clan and said, Liu Jiu, after we've taken over the Qi clan, you'll make a trip to the surrounding cities. Look for clans and sects that cooperate with the Liu clan and borrow as many supreme celestial stones as you can. Yes, old ancestor. The former clan leader of the Lu clan bowed respectfully. Although they were both heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the old ancestor of the Lu clan was much stronger than him. Moreover, the old ancestor of the Lu clan was much more senior than him. For this reason, he did not dare to be careless in front of the old ancestor of the Lu clan. Following that, the people from the Lu clan charged into the Qi clan's estate like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. Since the Qi clan had lost their 2 most powerful heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials, the remaining high-ranking members of the Lu clan were no match for the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials. It did not take long before all the great overarching golden celestials in the Qi clan's estate were killed. On the other hand, there were no casualties on the Lu clan's side. In just a day, the Qi clan that was supposed to be on par with the Lu clan was devoured by the Lu clan without any casualties. When news of this spread, it caused an uproar in Qiliu City. The next day, the Lu clan made an announcement. From today onward, Qiliu City would be renamed as Liu City. No one in Qiliu City dared to object to this announcement. They're quite fast. I only hope they'll be able to hand over the 800,000 supreme grade celestial stones on time. Duan Lingtian could not help but mutter to himself as he listened to the discussions in the restaurant. He was seated in a private room near the main hall of a restaurant in Liu City. Meanwhile, Huan, who had removed her veil, sat across from Duan Lingtian as she swept through the dishes on the table. Although Huan had lost her image, she was still beautiful and flawless from every angle. Even Duan Lingtian, who was as calm as a lake, could not help but stare at Huan from time to time. "Brother Lingtian, I'm full." After about an hour, Huan wiped her greasy mouth and said to Duan Lingtian with a smile, "The food outside is delicious. Brother Lingtian, can you bring me out to eat every day?" "All right, as long as you're happy." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the change in the way Huan addressed him. After leaving the Qi clan's estate yesterday, Duan Lingtian had brought Huan around Liu City to buy many things for her. During their shopping spree, they had encountered a few lovey-dovey couples. When Huan heard the way they addressed each other, she changed the way she addressed him. She no longer called him Duan Lingtian. Instead, she called him Brother Lingtian. Naturally, he knew the change in the way she addressed him did not mean anything. Huan was still the same Huan. She was still the same Huan, who knew nothing about love. She was as pure as a piece of white paper. Even though the white paper was now stained with some colors, most of the places were still white and translucent. "Since we're full, shall we go out for a walk?" Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. "Sure. I still have a lot of things I wanted to buy yesterday." Huan nodded like a chick pecking at rice. After that, Duan Lingtian and Huan strolled around Liu City for 2 days before they arrived at the entrance of the Liu clan's estate. "Greetings, my lords." "Greetings, my lords." When Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived at the entrance of the Liu clan's estate, the high-ranking members of the Liu clan, whom Duan Lingtian and Huan had met 3 days ago, were all present. They bowed humbly at Duan Lingtian and Huan. "Is everything ready?" Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the old ancestor of the Liu clan. He had noticed 3 days ago that the old ancestor of the Liu clan was a member of the Liu clan. The old man was the leader of the Liu clan. "My lord, everything is ready." Chapter 27:16. Duan Lingtian nodded after he took the spatial ring from the Liu clan's old ancestor and performed the ownership claim on the spatial ring. Yes, there were 1,000,000 supreme celestial stones. Apart from that, there was also a memory celestial talisman. A map of the memory celestial talisman? Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened immediately. With just a thought, he took out the memory celestial talisman. After he sent his celestial origin energy into the memory celestial talisman, a map appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind. The map covered the entire Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom, the neighboring celestial kingdoms, and even some distant regions. "I'm currently in Liu City." Liu City is only 200,000 miles away from the capital of the Cloudy Rock celestial kingdom. This is the king's city of King Qin's mansion. It's more than 1,000,000 miles away from Liu City. That's the 9 Spectres County and the Bloody Spectre City under King Qin's manor. After Duan Lingtian used the memory celestial talisman, a map appeared in his mind. It allowed Duan Lingtian to know his current location, his surroundings, and his surroundings. If I'm not mistaken, this map of the memory celestial talisman is extremely valuable. When the memory celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand disappeared, he regained his senses and looked at the old ancestor of the Liu clan meaningfully. In the Devata realms, maps were divided into ordinary maps and memory celestial talismans. The latter was extremely valuable because not many people were willing to spend so much time and effort to carve a map on a memory celestial talisman. Instead of spending so much time and effort on cultivating, one might as well spend it on cultivating. It was not worth it to carve a map. Naturally, this did not mean no one was willing to spend so much time and effort to carve a map. If that was the case, there wouldn't be a memory immortal talisman map that Duan Lingtian had just used. Normally, only those who were limited by their talent and could not make any progress in their cultivation and those who did not have the ability to easily earn immortal stones would spend a lot of time and energy to carve memory immortal talisman maps in order to earn a large amount of immortal stones. It was also because of this that Duan Lingtian said that the memory immortal talisman map was very valuable. As long as my lord is satisfied. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old ancestor of the Lu family heaved a sigh of relief and quickly responded. Ever since Duan Lingtian said he was the one who killed the two Heaven Realm great overarching golden celestials from the Qi clan 3 days ago, the old ancestor of the Lu clan had regarded Duan Lingtian as a peak great overarching golden celestial. He feared Duan Lingtian from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, even if he did not fear Duan Lingtian, he would not dare to act recklessly in front of Duan Lingtian since Huan was by his side. At most, he would secretly look down on Duan Lingtian. Huan, now that we've obtained the item, it's time for us to leave this city. After Duan Lingtian put the spatial ring away, he looked at Huan, who had put her veil back on, and said with a faint smile on his face. Leave this city? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan, tugged at Duan Lingtian's sleeve and said with a pitiful look in her eyes, Brother Lingtian, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why don't we play for a while longer? We'll leave after I've had enough fun. The people from the Lu family were stunned when they saw Huan's expression. Was this the same overarching heavenly supreme celestial who had subdued and killed them with just a wave of his hand? Why does she look more like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet? Huan, it's fine if you don't want to leave. However, don't blame Brother Ling Tian for not reminding you that the place we're going to is much more fun than this place. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. More fun than this place? Huan's eyes lit up. She waved her hand and sent out a wave of celestial origin energy that emitted a cold aura. The people from the Lu family were on guard. In just a blink of an eye, Huan and Duan Lingtian disappeared from the entrance of the Lu family's estate. Brother Lingtian, let's go to a more fun place. Huan's voice rang in the ears of the people from the Lu family. All of a sudden, the people from the Lu family looked at each other and saw the shock and astonishment in each other's eyes. Was he really an overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Why did he sound like a playful child who had yet to grow up? Ancestor. How strong do you think the purple-clad young man is? Is he an overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well? Lu Quan, the clan leader of the Lu family, could not help but ask. I don't know if he's an overarching heavenly supreme celestial or not. However, since he killed the two heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family, it means he's at least a peak great overarching golden celestial. The Lu family's ancestor replied. Most importantly, Lu Quan suddenly said. All of a sudden, the old ancestor of the Liu family narrowed his eyes as if he had thought of something. 3 days ago, when I probed them with my divine sense, I accidentally discovered that the aura of their flesh and blood was enough to prove that they were not even 100 years old. Less than 100 years old. As soon as the Lu family's ancestor finished speaking, the atmosphere fell silent again. Is this for real? One of them is at least a peak great overarching golden celestial, and the other is an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. The Lu family members present couldn't help but question in their hearts. They didn't dare to believe that the man and woman were actually less than 100 years old. 3 days ago, I thought I was mistaken. It seems like they're really less than 100 years old. Lu Quan's father, the former clan leader of the Lu family and the other heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial and the Lu family, sighed when he heard the Lu family's ancestors' words. His sigh dispelled the doubts in the others' minds. If the Lu family's ancestor was the only one who had said this, they could still suspect that he had been mistaken. However, even the former clan leader of the Lu family had said the same thing. Regarding this, they could only firmly believe it. Heavens! A peak great overarching golden celestial and an overarching heavenly supreme celestial less than 100 years old. Who are they? He must be from a big place. Let alone an overarching heavenly supreme celestial who's younger than 100 years old. We don't even have a peak great overarching golden celestial who's younger than 100 years old in the high-rank celestial kingdoms. I think so as well. They must be young disciples from powerful sects or clans that are superior to high-rank celestial kingdoms. It's our luck that we managed to unite Qiliu City with them. There's no comparison. A young man who's not even 100 years old is strong enough to topple a clan that has existed for thousands of years. It's hard to imagine the power behind them. After Duan Lingtian and Huan left, the people from the Lu family discussed among themselves. In the end, they came to a consensus. Duan Lingtian and Huan were from powerful forces that were superior to high-rank celestial kingdoms. As for those forces, they were forces that they could only look at but not reach. Let alone the Liu clan, even the strongest imperial family in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the Liu clan, was not a match for those forces at all. I still don't understand. Why did they kill the people from the Qi family? Why did they help us? The old ancestor of the Lu family sighed. Then, under the watchful eyes of the people from the Lu family, he continued to say, think about it. Duan Lingtian and Huan killed the people from the Lu family and followed the people from the Qi family to the Qi family. There's no way the people from the Qi family wouldn't have probed them. Once we find out how strong they are, the Qi clan will definitely treat them as guests of honor. At that time, when our Lu clan goes looking for them, we will inevitably be killed by them. At that time, the Qi family will unify Qiliu City. However, before we went to the Qi family, they had already killed the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family. Is it because the Qi clan was blind and offended them, which is why they were killed? I have a feeling things aren't that simple. The people from the Qi family wouldn't be so reckless. The more the old ancestor of the Lu family spoke, the more confused he became. He had interacted with the people from the Qi family all his life. He knew the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family were not reckless people. For this reason, he found it strange that the 2 mysterious young men would kill the 2 heaven-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Qi family to help the Lu family. You're right, it doesn't make sense. The people from the Lu family also felt that something was amiss when they heard the old ancestor of the Lu family's words. However, they did not expect the old ancestor of the Qi family. This time, the Qi family and not the Lu family were annihilated in Qiliu City because the people from the Qi family knew something they were not supposed to know. Otherwise, the Lu family would not be the ones who would unify Qiliu City. The old Qiliu City was located outside of the current Liu City. Brother Ling Tian, where's the fun place we're going to? Is it far? After Huan brought Duan Ling Tian out of the city, her beautiful face was filled with eagerness. It was as though she could not wait to grow a pair of wings and fly to a more fun place. Huan, we're going to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom now. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, to be more precise, we're going to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the nearest high-rank celestial kingdom to the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian had chosen the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom as his next stop because he did not have a better choice. The high-rank Celestial Kingdom was only 3 million miles away from the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Chapter 27:17. Duan Lingtian and Huan left Qiliu City and headed to the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Previously, Nangongli had successfully escaped from Duan Lingtian and Huan, using the fleeting light shadow talisman that was inscribed by a celestial duke. He had been hiding in a cave in the mountains for a long time. At this moment, the savior he had been waiting for finally arrived. Father. You. Why did you come here? Nangong did not expect his father, the clan leader of the Nangong clan, would come here personally. Li, what's going on? Didn't I ask the 2 elders to follow you? Nangong's father, the clan leader of the Nangong clan, Nangong Zheng, was a middle-aged man with a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, there was a hint of shrewdness in his eyes. He looked at Nangong with a slightly gloomy expression on his face. Because Nangongli had only said in his immortal message talisman that he was in danger, and had asked his father to send someone to fetch him, his father still did not know what had happened. Father, the 2 elders are dead. Nangong Ji and Nangong, you are dead as well. Nangongli smiled bitterly. The only reason I'm still alive is because of the floating light and shadow talisman you gave me. You used the floating light and shadow talisman? Nangong Zhang's eyes widened when he heard his son's words. Even the two Nangong clan elders' expressions changed slightly when they heard Nangong Li's words. The flickering light shadow talisman was an extremely precious immortal talisman. At the very least, it was extremely precious to the Nangong family. Even in the Nangong family, there were only two of them. Nangong clan had spent a lot of effort to obtain the two floating light and shadow talismans. One floating light and shadow talisman was in the possession of Nangong Zheng, the clan leader of the Nangong clan. Nangong Zheng had given the other floating light and shadow talisman to his son. Now that they heard that Nangong Li had used up the flickering light and shadow talisman, Nangong Zheng and the two Nangong elders behind him subconsciously felt their hearts ache. After all, the flickering light and shadow talisman was not an immortal talisman that could be easily obtained. What the hell happened? Nangong Zheng asked grimly. The two elders he had sent to his son had died, and his son had even used the flickering light and shadow talisman. This made him realize that his son had definitely encountered an extremely great danger and had directly used the flickering light and shadow talisman to escape. Before Nangong Zheng, Nangong Li did not dare to lie. As he spoke, he began to narrate the entire sequence of events. What? You did it all, light and shadow did it? Moreover, you're the one who provoked her? Upon hearing Nangong's words, Nangong Zheng raised his voice. His voice was filled with anger as he glared at Nangong Li. It was as though he could not wait to slap Nangong Li a few times. Father. She's not an ordinary woman. Not only is she powerful, but her appearance is definitely top-notch among all the women I've ever seen. The other women can only look up to her. Nangong Li retorted when he heard the anger in his father's voice. It just so happens that I used the floating image pearl when the two elders made their move. Although it only recorded a brief moment, I was able to see the woman's appearance. As soon as Nangong Li finished speaking, he brought out another floating image pearl and channeled his celestial origin energy into it. In the next moment, a trembling mirror image appeared in front of Nangong Zheng's eyes. It was frozen in the void. In the frozen mirror image, there were two figures. One was a purple-clad young man, and the other was a white-clad young woman. As soon as the mirror image froze, Nangong Zheng and the two elders from the Nangong clan behind him turned to look at the white-clad young woman in the mirror image. As soon as their eyes landed on her, it was difficult for them to look away. This was because the white-clad young woman was simply too perfect. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and her eyes were as clear as water. She was tall and slender, and she was dressed in a thin white robe. The cold aura she exuded made her seem like a celestial. She was elegant and refined, and she looked like a celestial who had descended from the heavens. Her perfect cheeks, in particular, looked like they were created by the Creator. It was as though there were no flaws in her cheeks at all. Whether it was Nangong Zheng or the two elders from the Nangong clan behind him, they would never have imagined that they would be able to see such a scene before today. They had lived for half of their lives, and their hearts were as calm as water when it came to women. However, they would still be stunned by a woman's appearance. I didn't expect there to be such a perfect woman in this world. It's no wonder that young Master Li and the two boys couldn't hold themselves back. If it was when I was young, I definitely wouldn't be able to hold myself back either. After the two elders from the Nangong clan regained their senses, they sighed. Nangong Zheng sighed as well. How could he not have the same thoughts as well? I wonder, who on earth are that man and woman? One of the elders from the Nangong clan said with a fearful expression. No matter who they are, I won't let them off so easily for killing my people from the Nangong clan. Nangong Zheng said in a cold tone. After he finished speaking, he looked at Nangong Li and said, Li, when we return this time, bring the floating image pearl in your hand to see the sixth prince. I think if the sixth prince sees the woman in the floating image mirror, he'll definitely be interested in her and even want to obtain her. A hint of conspiracy could be seen in the depths of Nangong Zheng's eyes when he finished speaking. He wanted to use the sixth prince as a tool. Furthermore, He believed that with the sixth prince's character, after seeing that perfect and flawless woman in white, he would definitely try to obtain her at all costs. Just as Nangongzheng had expected. When Nangongzheng returned to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and brought the floating image pearl to the sixth prince of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the sixth prince's eyes lit up immediately. His breathing quickened as he left his seat and flew to Nangongzheng's side. Nangongzheng. Who's this woman? The sixth prince asked bluntly as he lifted Nangongzheng's collar. The sixth prince was a young man wearing a long golden robe. He had a thin figure and his footsteps were light. There was a haze between his eyebrows. However, from the speed he displayed just now, one could tell that he was not weak. At the very least, he was much stronger than Nangongzheng. Nangongzheng, the sixth prince is asking you a question. Nangongzheng, why are you in a daze? Hurry up and reply to the sixth prince. Nangongzheng was still in a daze when he saw the sixth prince's reaction. A group of young men dressed in luxurious robes sitting on both sides of the main seat began to reprimand him. These young men were all disciples of great clans in the capital. Each of them was from a clan that was not any weaker than the Nangong clan behind Nangongli, sixth prince. I don't know who she is as well. I met her outside, Nangongzheng said with a wry smile on his face. Nangongzheng, don't tell me you brought her back to the Nangong clan and hid her away? A young man dressed in luxurious robes who was not on good terms with Nangongzheng asked with a sneer. The sixth prince's gaze on Nangongzheng immediately turned sharper. Sixth prince, if I really brought her back to the Nangong clan, I would definitely give her to you as soon as possible. However, the problem is, I used up a floating light shadow talisman just because I wanted to bring her back and give her to you as a gift. Moreover, 2 elders from the Nangong clan died because of this. 2 of my clan brothers died as well. Nangongzheng said with a wry smile on his face. Upon hearing Nangongzheng's words, the sixth prince released his grip on Nangongzheng's collar. I don't think you'd dare to deceive me. Take this floating light shadow talisman as a reward for this floating image pearl. If this prince finds that girl in the future and obtains her, this prince will reward you handsomely. The sixth prince said indifferently as he took out a celestial talisman and tossed it to the ground beside Nangongzheng. Nangongzheng squatted down and picked up the celestial talisman as he thanked the sixth prince respectfully. Thank you, sixth prince. Thank you, sixth prince. On that day, the sixth prince had ordered his subordinates to search for the whereabouts of the white-clothed woman in the floating image pearl. For this reason, he even had someone who was good at draw a portrait of the white-clothed woman in the floating image pearl. It did not take long before everyone in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom learned that there was a flawless woman in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom and that the sixth prince was looking for her. Moreover, it was said that she was quite strong. She had even killed 2 yellow-rank great overarching golden celestials from the Nangong clan, the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Even then, many people were still searching for her. After all, the sixth prince would reward them handsomely if they managed to find her, even if they only managed to provide some useful information. Perhaps, if Duan Ling Tian had left the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom a little later, he would have found out that Huan Er's appearance had been widely spread in the kingdom. While the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom was in an uproar over Huan Er's portrait, meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er entered the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's territory and arrived outside the capital. Although the buildings in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom were similar to those in ordinary cities, the overall structure and the majestic aura it exuded gave Duan Ling Tian a new feeling. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken aback by this. Brother Ling Tian. This city is huge, Huan said as she stood beside Ling Tian. A hint of surprise could be seen in her clear eyes as she looked at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. She stood beside Duan Ling Tian and looked at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, apart from the surprise in her eyes, there was more excitement in them. Such a huge city. There must be a lot of fun and interesting things in there. Chapter 27:18. The capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a high-rank celestial kingdom, was much more magnificent than Duan Ling Tian had imagined. Apart from that, there were rules in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from the guards of the capital, no one was allowed to fly in the sky above the capital. Otherwise, it would be considered a provocation to the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and Huan had no choice but to enter the capital through the main entrance. At this moment, not only was she wearing a veil, but she was also wearing a veil on her head. Her eyes were barely visible through the veil, and it was impossible to see her clearly. This was also Duan Lingtian's request. Previously, Duan Lingtian had been taught a lesson in Jianghu City, so he was well aware of this. Huan was still attractive even with a veil on her face. Therefore, it was better for her to wear a veil. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. After Huan put on the veil, she was no longer as attractive as before. On the contrary, the handsome Duan Lingtian attracted more women. Even some men looked at Duan Lingtian with jealousy in their eyes. There were many handsome men in the world. However, it was rare to see someone as handsome and charismatic as Duan Lingtian. Due to this reason, many people instinctively speculated that Duan Lingtian must have an extraordinary background when they first laid eyes on him. Otherwise, he would not have such a temperament. As the saying went, dragons give birth to dragons, and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Brother Lingtian, can you take off your veil? Look at the people on the street. I don't see anyone wearing a veil. Huan walked next to Duan Lingtian and saw many women staring at Duan Lingtian. For some reason, she felt displeased and took the initiative to ask Duan Lingtian to take off his veil. It was not that she wanted to compete with Duan Lingtian to see who was more attractive. It was because she felt that as long as she took off her veil, those women's gazes would definitely be on her and not on Duan Lingtian. Although Huan didn't know much about relationships, after spending so much time with Duan Lingtian, she had developed a sense of possessiveness toward Duan Lingtian. She did not want to share Duan Lingtian with another woman. Even if it was just a few glances. Huan, don't mess around. If you don't listen to me, big brother Lingtian won't accompany you to find your mother. Duan Lingtian said with a straight face. What a joke. He had witnessed Huan's charm before. Even if she wore a veil, she would still attract a lot of attention. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to let Huan wear the veil. And it turned out that the veil was a good choice. It no longer made Huan the center of attention. Under such circumstances, he naturally did not want her to remove her veil. Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Apart from that, Duan Lingtian found it strange as well. Huan had just put on the veil, but why did she not reject it when they first arrived in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Alas, Duan Lingtian did not expect Huan to be jealous of Huan. She did this because she didn't want those women to pay too much attention to him. To put it bluntly, Huan was jealous. Huan was jealous. You only know how to bully me. Huan pouted when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although Huan was wearing the veil, Duan Lingtian could see the tears in her eyes since he was standing close to her. He could not help but feel a headache coming on. He comforted her and said, Huan, brother Lingtian asked you to wear the veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. With your strength, you might be able to subdue those people in Jianghu City. However, we're in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, a high-rank celestial kingdom. There are many powerhouses here who are stronger than you. It's better for us to keep a low profile. Brother Lingtian, I promise you that you won't have to wear the veil after we find a place to stay. You can also take off your veil. What do you think? Duan Lingtian comforted her patiently. Then, brother Lingtian, you have to promise me that you'll accompany me to buy a lot of fun and delicious things. Huan begged with tears in her eyes. All right. Brother Lingtian will accompany you to buy a lot of fun and delicious things. Duan Lingtian nodded and comforted Huan as though she was a child. Only then did Huan's tears stop. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. In his eyes, Huan was like a child who had yet to grow up. It was tiring for him to keep her by his side. However, what could he do now? Should he dump her? Based on Huan's naivety, it would not take long before she was captured by those men who were stronger than her. At that time, perhaps, death would be the best outcome for her. Duan Lingtian did not dare to think about it any further. Moreover, to a certain extent, he was the one who brought her out of the ruins. Moreover, it was also thanks to her that he was able to leave the illusory realm. He could not possibly repay her kindness with ingratitude, right? I just hope I can find Huan's mother as soon as possible and bring her back to her mother. At that time, I'll be free. Although Duan Lingtian was a normal man, he had a strong desire to possess Huan. However, his rationality prevailed over his desire. At this moment, he still treated Huan as a little girl who had yet to grow up. Huan, let's look for a restaurant to eat first. Duan Lingtian led Huan through the spacious streets of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom in search of a restaurant with private rooms. After all, he could not possibly let Huan eat in the main hall of a restaurant. Huan would have to remove her veil and hat when she was eating. If she did so in the main hall of a restaurant, who knew how much trouble she would attract? The spacious streets of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom were filled with endless streams of carriages. Pedestrians walked on both sides of the streets while carriages were in the middle. Occasionally, one could see strange celestial beast mounts. Naturally, these celestial beast mounts were mostly celestial beasts with no intelligence. For example, the snow-white celestial beasts Duan Lingtian had seen in King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Although their cultivation bases were comparable to Violet Sun Golden Celestials, they had no intelligence and could only be enslaved. Let's go to this restaurant. After a while, Duan Lingtian and Huan finally arrived at a restaurant in the south of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom that was relatively lively and had vacant rooms. When Duan Lingtian and Huan entered the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, they had taken the south gate. Even after walking for half a day, they were still in the south of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. One could easily imagine how vast the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was. When the dishes were served, Duan Lingtian asked the waiter to leave. After he closed the door, Huan removed her veil and hat before she began to sweep her face clean. She did not look ladylike at all. This is delicious. It's delicious here as well. This is delicious as well. Huan devoured the delicacies on the table as she pouted and said to Duan Lingtian, "Brother Lingtian, the food in this restaurant is much better than the food in the other restaurants." Of course. This is the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, after all. Duan Lingtian smiled. During their journey to the capital of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, Duan Lingtian would bring Huan to eat whenever they came across a city. For this reason, he was used to seeing Huan devouring delicacies, so he was not surprised at all. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's ears perked up as he listened to the sounds coming from the restaurant. Earlier, when he was choosing a private room, he had chosen one that was close to the restaurant's main hall. It had to be said that the soundproofing of the private room was quite good. If Duan Lingtian did not pay attention, he would not have been able to hear the sounds coming from the restaurant's main hall. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not hear anything that piqued his interest. However, after Huan had finished eating half of the dishes on the table, Duan Lingtian finally heard something that piqued his interest. A month later, the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 will gather in the Imperial Palace. I wonder which mansion will have the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100. I heard that the Grand Prestige Mansion has a Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, Violet Sun Golden Celestials younger than 100 years old are extremely rare. A Violet Sun Golden Celestial who's younger than 100 years old? That young powerhouse is very talented. Duan Lingtian could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard these people's words. Another young powerhouse under the age of 100 years old? Moreover, They said that the grand mansions under the soaring dragon celestial kingdom are looking for the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 years old in their respective territories. Moreover, they will gather in the imperial palace of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom in a month's time. Does this have something to do with the martial competition of the 16 counties held by King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? Previously, I thought King Qin's mansion must have some ulterior motive for holding the martial competition of the 16 counties and promising such a generous reward. It seems like the imperial family of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom must have ordered King Qin's mansion and the other grand mansions to do so. However, why are the imperial families of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom recruiting the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 from their respective territories? Duan Lingtian could not figure it out. Chapter 27:19. Generally speaking, if a person wanted to rise from a small place to make a name for himself in a big place, he would have to rely on his own efforts to stand out. And if a young expert with exceptional talent really appeared in a small place, some of the major powers, including the royal family, would also extend an olive branch to him, but this kind of situation rarely happened. Because it was rare for such people to appear. The Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, as a high-rank celestial kingdom, actually ordered the king mansions under its rule to recruit the most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100. On the surface, it seemed as though the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was only looking for talents. However, Duan Lingtian could vaguely sense something was amiss. Things shouldn't be that simple. If the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was truly thirsty for talent, they would not have limited the age of the young powerhouses. After all, there were some young powerhouses who were slightly over 100 years old who were much more talented than the young powerhouses under 100 years old. Most importantly, the King Qin's mansion in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom is also looking for young powerhouses below the age of 100. Is King Qin's mansion going to bring the top 10 contestants of the martial competition of the 16 counties to the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to compete with the young experts under the age of 100 from the other king mansions of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom? As Duan Lingtian continued to listen, he learned more. A month later, the 10 most outstanding young powerhouses under the age of 100 would gather in the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there would be a martial competition to determine the strongest 50 people. It was precisely because of this that he felt, in the martial competition of the 16 counties organized by the King Qin's mansion under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom, the young experts who made it to the top 10 would be brought to the imperial palace in the capital of the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom to compete with the young experts under the age of 100 from the other king mansions under the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's ears perked up. At the same time, a voice rang from outside. This time, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom isn't the only one who's chosen. Even the intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms and low-rank celestial kingdoms will select some young powerhouses who are younger than 100 years old. Intermediate celestial kingdoms will select the 30 strongest young experts under the age of 100. Low celestial kingdoms will select the 20 strongest young experts under the age of 100. As soon as this voice was heard, it immediately caused the entire restaurant to fall into a deathly silence. After a while, someone asked, "How do you know?" Mid-rank and low-rank immortal kingdoms will also select young experts who are less than 100 years old. I thought the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the only one doing it. Why are there so few spots for intermediate and inferior immortal kingdoms? More and more people voiced their doubts. The owner of the voice from before continued, "Judging from your expressions, I don't think you have heard that there will be a Wasteland Grand Competition in a year's time, right? The Grand Contest of the Wasteland is jointly organized by the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland. The participants are the most outstanding young experts under the age of 100 from the celestial kingdoms around the Wasteland. There are 50 spots for high-rank celestial kingdoms, 30 spots for intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms, and 20 spots for low-rank celestial kingdoms. It's said that the best participants in the Grand Contest of the Wasteland will be given a chance to join the 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland." As soon as that person's voice fell, the restaurant fell into a dead silence once again. No one made a sound for a long time. The Wasteland? The 3 major celestial sects of the Wasteland? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a map slowly unfolded in his mind. He had obtained this map from the Liu clan in Qi Liu City in the Cloudy Rock Celestial Kingdom. He had obtained the map through a memory celestial talisman. Therefore, after he studied the map, it became part of his memory. This map covers a vast area. The south of the map is a barren mountain, and the north of the barren mountain is the wasteland. There are 373 celestial kingdoms around the wasteland. 39 of them are high-rank celestial kingdoms, 125 intermediate-rank celestial kingdoms, and the rest are low-rank celestial kingdoms. The wasteland is vast, but it doesn't belong to any celestial kingdom. In fact, the wasteland is surrounded by high-rank celestial kingdoms. The Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. The three celestial sects marked on the map must be the three major celestial sects. Subsequently, the voices that resonated in the restaurant's lobby confirmed Duan Lingtian's speculation. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland were indeed the Martial Dragon Celestial Sect, the Tai Yi Celestial Sect, and the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. A year later, the Wasteland Grand Contest would be held in the wasteland. At that time, the royal families of the various celestial kingdoms around the desolate region would bring their most outstanding young experts under the age of 100 to participate in the competition. None of the celestial kingdoms would be absent. This was because the three major celestial sects of the wasteland had sent invitations to the 373 celestial kingdoms around the wasteland. At that time, if any celestial kingdom was absent, they would definitely be hated by the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. In the history of the wasteland, similar incidents had happened before. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland were much more powerful than celestial kingdoms. Even high-rank celestial kingdoms could not compare to them. In the Devata realms, celestial sects were much more powerful than high-rank celestial kingdoms. For example, the sects in the various celestial kingdoms that were weaker than the imperial family would not be called celestial sects since they were not qualified to be called celestial sects. The three major celestial sects of the wasteland are much more powerful than high-rank celestial kingdoms. I wonder if they're stronger than the compassionate celestial traveler sect. After learning about the three major celestial sects of the wasteland, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as a beautiful figure appeared in his mind. Apart from that, he remembered the compassionate celestial traveler sect as well. Previously, he had left King Qin's mansion because the sect leader of the compassionate celestial traveler sect had sent someone to kill him. Since the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom is a high-rank celestial kingdom, I should be able to find information about the compassionate celestial traveler sect in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I should also look for information about the three major celestial sects of the wasteland. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Subsequently, the group of people in the restaurant's lobby basically revolved around the Wasteland Grand Tournament. Moreover, most of them were talking about the young experts under the age of 100 that they knew were recruited by a certain king's mansion. However, Duan Lingtian was not interested in what they were talking about at all. Huan, don't be in such a hurry. Eat slowly. If these dishes aren't enough, I'll ask them to serve more. Duan Lingtian's attention returned to Huan. Huan was still devouring the delicacies on the table like a whirlwind. One could see the number of dishes on the table dwindling at an alarming rate. The empty plates on the table were stacked up to the height of a 7-year-old child. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan continued wolfing down the dishes. She only responded to Duan Lingtian briefly before she ignored Duan Lingtian. What a little glutton. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face. After Huan finished the dishes on the table, Duan Lingtian asked the waiter to serve another 2 tables of dishes. After Huan finished the last 2 tables of dishes, she wiped her greasy mouth and rubbed her stomach. Not bad. I'm 60% full. Let's call it a day. We'll continue tonight. 60% full? Upon hearing Huan's words, Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. If he did not know Huan had the bloodline of a celestial beast, he would have thought Huan was a monster. After Huan put on her veil and hat again, Duan Lingtian paid the bill and left the restaurant, he could sense the waiter looking at him and Huan, as though they were monsters. Duan Lingtian really wanted to turn around and explain that he did not eat anything and that Huan, was the only one who ate. Boom! Rumble. Just as Duan Lingtian and Huan were about to look for an inn to stay in, an earth-shaking rumble rang from the end of the road. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian saw another group of celestial beasts. 9 mighty and strange-looking immortal beasts were pulling a roofless carriage as they whistled through the air. They were so fast that they were not inferior to King Qin's carriage that he had seen in King Qin's mansion. These celestial beasts are as strong as Violet Sun Golden Celestials as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the roofless carriage. A woman dressed in an orange-red dress could be seen sitting on the carriage. Although she was beautiful, she was far from being as beautiful as Huan. Based on the arrogance and haughtiness in her eyes, it was not difficult to tell that she was a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. When Duan Lingtian looked at the woman on the roofless carriage, the woman noticed his gaze as well. Her eyes lit up as soon as she met his gaze. She looked like a hungry wolf that had just seen its prey. However, since the 9 celestial beasts were moving at a fast speed, the roofless carriage passed by Duan Lingtian and Huan, in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian did not look at the woman as he continued to walk forward with Ker. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. This was because he had heard the rumbling of the 9 immortal beasts as they turned their heads and charged towards him. At the same time, he had also sensed something. Chapter 27:20. Boom! Rumble. In just a blink of an eye, the road that Duan Lingtian and Huan were traveling was filled with clouds of dust. The passers-by who were slower were almost hit by the 9-headed celestial beasts that were charging toward them. When the dust settled, the roofless carriage pulled by the 9-headed celestial beasts appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and Huan. A young woman dressed in an orange-red robe sat on the roofless carriage and stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. She did not seem reserved at all. Behind the woman on the roofless carriage was a very old woman. The old woman wore a gray robe and stood there expressionlessly. She gave off an unfathomable feeling. "What's your name?" the young woman asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Although her voice was pleasant to the ears, it was jarring to the ears when it entered Duan Lingtian's ears. When the young woman spoke, her eyes that were looking at Duan Lingtian seemed to have turned into 2 demonic moons that shone with an evil light. When Duan Lingtian saw the young woman driving the carriage and almost hitting some passers-by, he was certain of his suspicions. As expected, this young woman was an arrogant young lady from a wealthy family. Moreover, she treated human lives like grass. Duan Lingtian merely glanced at the young woman indifferently. Then, he held Huan's hand and prepared to pull her around the 9-headed celestial beasts that were blocking their way to find an inn. However, just as he was about to take a detour, crack! Along with a crisp and ear-piercing sound, a red long whip appeared in the hand of the arrogant woman in the front seat. With a swing of her hand, she threw the long whip at the void where Duan Lingtian was about to pass through. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically, and he stopped in his tracks. A layer of frost appeared on Huan's face under the veil, and she emitted a chilling aura. "What are you doing?" Duan Lingtian asked angrily as he glared at the young woman. "What am I doing?" The young woman looked at Duan Lingtian indifferently and said, "Didn't you hear me? I'm asking for your name." "Do I know you?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown on his face. "From this moment on, you'll know me. I'm called Zhou Shu Dong. From today onwards, you will be this young lady's boy toy. It's your fortune that I've taken a liking to you." The young woman raised her head arrogantly. "Boy toy?" Duan Lingtian was dumbstruck when he heard the arrogant woman, and he was unable to react for a long time. Duan Lingtian's eyes, naturally, he knew what a boy toy was. However, generally speaking, wasn't it only those older women who had the hobby of looking for male toys for them to play with? How could this arrogant girl, who looked so young, have such a fetish? That's right. Even people from the mundane realms can stay young forever, let alone people from the Devata realms. This Zhou Shu Dong looks young. She might be an old woman who has lived for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. She just looks young. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Boy toy. Upon hearing the young woman's words, Huan, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, could not help but ask, Brother Lingtian, what's a boy toy? Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Huan Er's question. He did not know how to explain it. I was wondering why the fourth miss of the Zhou clan would block this young man's path. As it turns out, she's taken a liking to this young man and wants to bring him back to the Zhou clan to be her boy toy. At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard a passerby whispering to Duan Lingtian. Through this, Duan Lingtian learned that the arrogant young woman, Zhou Shu Dong, was from the Zhou clan. Although the fourth miss of the Zhou clan is open-minded and likes to have boy toys, I have to say she has high standards. It's difficult for ordinary men to become her boy toy. This purple-clad young man's appearance and temperament are top-notch. It's not surprising that she's taken a liking to him. This young man has an extraordinary temperament. It's obvious he's not from an ordinary family. Isn't the fourth miss of the Zhou clan afraid of offending someone with a powerful background? You're overthinking it. Not only is the Zhou clan one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, but they're also related to the Imperial family. In the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, the only young men the fourth miss of the Zhou clan can't afford to offend are her cousins in the Imperial family. What if this young man is an outsider? Then, he can only blame himself for being unlucky. Haven't you heard of the saying, a strong dragon can't suppress a snake in its old haunts? The whispers of the group of passers-by entered Duan Lingtian's ears in a timely manner. It also allowed Duan Lingtian to have a certain understanding of the arrogant woman's background. The fourth miss of the Zhou clan. The Zhou clan was one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, they were related to the Imperial family. The fourth miss of the Zhou clan would address the princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's Imperial family as her cousin brother or cousin brother. No wonder she's so arrogant. As it turns out, her background is not simple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Based on the words of the passers-by, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan could be considered as one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, it's my good fortune to be chosen by Miss Zhou. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhou Shu Dong and said indifferently, however, I'm a person who doesn't have much luck, so I'd like to thank you for your kindness. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After saying that, Duan Lingtian held Huan Er's hand and prepared to leave. Since he knew Zhou Shu Dong's background was not simple, Duan Lingtian did not want to get into a conflict with her unless it was absolutely necessary. Naturally, if necessary, he would have no choice but to fall out with her. After all, he, Duan Lingtian, was an unyielding man. He was not a pushover. Stop. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave with Huan Er, Zhou Shu Dong leaped out of her carriage and appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Her gaze was cold when she looked at Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's hands. If her gaze could be turned into a blade, she would have cut off Huan Er's hand. Miss Zhou, a forced melon won't be sweet. Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold when he was stopped by Zhou Shu Dong again. There's nothing I can't get if I want it. Today, you'll either die with this woman or kill her with your own hands. Then, follow me back to the Zhou clan and become my boy toy, Zhou Shu Dong said coldly. Zhou Shu Dong's tone turned cold as well. With just a few words, she had already decided Huan Er's fate. When she saw the man she liked holding another woman's hand, she treated that woman as a dead person. She had always treated that woman this way and expressed her displeasure. You want to kill me? Her voice was frosty and cold. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian could feel the coldness from Huan Er's hand. He quickly squeezed her hand and said in a low voice, "Leave this to me. If I can't handle it, you can make a move. Miss Zhou, please be polite to my sister." Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice after letting go of Huan Er's hand. He could see it as well. This Zhou Shu Dong was extremely jealous. She's your sister? As expected, Zhou Shudong was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Her cold expression softened a little as she said, "Since she's your sister, I won't kill her. However, you'll have to follow me back to the Zhou clan and become my boy toy. Otherwise, I'll repeat what I said earlier. Both you and your sister will die." Zhou Shudong's eyes gleamed coldly when she finished speaking. "Now, make your choice. Do you want your sister to die with you, or do you want to follow me back to the Zhou clan and become my boy toy?" Zhou Shudong gave Duan Lingtian an ultimatum, forcing him to make a choice. "Miss Zhou, there are many men in this world. Why must you target me?" Duan Lingtian would have lost his patience if this was any other time. However, now that he had finally arrived at the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, he did not want to offend Zhou Shudong and be forced to move to another place. "I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you still haven't made a choice after 10 breaths, I'll take it as you've rejected my offer," Zhou Shudong said coldly. "Huan, let's go." Upon hearing Zhou Shudong's words, Duan Lingtian knew there was no turning back. His expression turned cold immediately. Even his voice was filled with coldness. He held Huan Er's hand and walked to Zhou Shudong's side. "Humph." Zhou Shudong's expression turned cold when she saw this. She raised her hand, and the fiery red whip in her hand transformed into a fiery red python that shot toward Duan Lingtian. When Zhou Shudong made her move earlier, Duan Lingtian was certain she was a blue sun golden celestial like him. Ridiculous. Duan Lingtian had lost his patience. His eyes turned even colder when he saw Zhou Shudong's whip flying toward him. His right hand shot out at lightning speed as his celestial origin energy surged out and caught Zhou Shudong's whip. Scram! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian cried out angrily and threw Zhou Shudong to the side again. His vast celestial origin energy surged out and injured Zhou Shudong. Fourth miss. The old woman's expression changed drastically when she saw Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy surging out of his body and grabbing Zhou Shudong's whip. She knew her young miss was no match for the purple-clad young man. "Brat, you're seeking death." When Duan Lingtian threw Zhou Shudong to the side, the old woman's expression was ferocious. Her eyes were filled with killing intent as she charged toward Duan Lingtian like an eagle. "Huan kill her." Chapter 27-21. "Yes, Brother Lingtian," Huan replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huan, who had been feeling impatient for a long time, looked at the old woman who was charging toward Duan Lingtian with a cold gaze. The old woman's cultivation base was extraordinary. Based on her speed, she was at least an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. However, an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial was nothing compared to Huan Whoosh! Huan raised her hand, and a gust of cold wind appeared out of thin air. It seemed as though the wind was about to freeze the air. Huan waved her hand again. The gust of cold wind swept toward the old woman who was charging at Duan Lingtian. Before she could get close to Duan Lingtian, the gust of cold wind shrouded her. Furthermore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the old woman was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Through the ice sculpture, one could vaguely see the old woman's malevolent expression. Whoosh! The ice sculpture flew toward Duan Lingtian due to inertia. However, its speed was much slower than the old woman's speed. "Brother Lingtian," Huan called out softly. In just a blink of an eye, she appeared next to Duan Lingtian. She held Duan Lingtian's hand and helped Duan Lingtian avoid the old woman who had turned into an ice sculpture. Bang! The ice sculpture fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. The old woman was dead. In truth, the old woman was already dead the moment she was frozen into an ice sculpture. Now that the ice sculpture had shattered, her body was no longer whole. Roar! Roar! The commotion alerted the 9 celestial beasts that were pulling the roofless chariot. The 9 celestial beasts grew restless as they glared at Huan and Duan Lingtian with bloodshot eyes. In just a blink of an eye, they charged toward Huan, and Duan Tian as though they were going to ram them to death. Whoosh! Just as Duan Tian was about to kill the 9 celestial beasts, Huan made her move first. Another gust of cold wind swept out and froze the 9 celestial beasts in place. Not only had she frozen the 9 celestial beasts into ice sculptures, but she had also frozen the ground beneath the celestial beasts' feet, freezing them to the ground. The 9 celestial beasts looked like lifelike ice sculptures. Miss Zhou. I'll spare your life for the sake of the Zhou clan. I hope you know what's good for you. Duan Tian said indifferently as he glanced at Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan, who was slumped on the ground. She was completely dumbstruck at this moment. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Huan, and smiled. Huan, let's go, okay. However, before she left, she could not help but ask through voice transmission, Brother Ling Tian, why didn't you kill her as well? She tried to kill me earlier. Huan, I didn't kill her because I don't want to leave the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom so soon. You don't want to travel all the time, right? I plan to stay in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom for a while before I make my next move. Duan Tian said, moreover, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan has an extraordinary background. If we kill her, we'll definitely anger the Zhou clan and the imperial family. It's easy to kill her. However, for now, it's not worth it. Duan Tian said. If Duan Tian really wanted to kill Zhou Shudong, he would not have held back earlier. Although Zhou Shudong's cultivation base was similar to his, she was also a blue sun golden celestial. However, his strength was not on par with his cultivation base. Even without the 7 orifices exquisite sword, he could easily kill an ordinary great overarching golden celestial, let alone a mere blue sun golden celestial. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Huan nodded even though she did not fully understand. The spacious street was deathly silent. Many people watched as Duan Tian and Huan left. They only regained their senses after the duo had disappeared at the end of the street. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp as their eyes widened in shock. It was as though they had seen a ghost. How powerful! How terrifying! The strength of that white-clothed woman wearing a veil and a hat is too terrifying. She's at least an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial would have such strength. After all, the old woman she killed was an elder of the Zhou clan who usually followed the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. She was an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Overarching heavenly supreme celestials. It seems like they have an extraordinary background as well. How can they be simple? Didn't you see how they continued to walk into the capital after killing the Zhou clan's people? It's obvious they're not afraid of the Zhou clan. However, they're already giving the Zhou clan face by not killing the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. The passers-by stole a glance at Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. When they saw Zhou Shudong was still in a daze, they relaxed and began to whisper among themselves. Meanwhile, Duan Tian and Huan walked around the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom before they found a suitable inn to stay in. The reason why Duan Tian said that he had specifically chosen an inn was because the inn that Duan Tian chose belonged to the Nian clan, the Zhou clan's sworn enemy. It was one of the properties of the Nian clan. The Nian clan was one of the top clans in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Their strength was on par with the Zhou clan. Similar to the Zhou clan, the Nian clan was also a relative of the imperial family. They had close ties with the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The Fleeting Time Inn. The inn owned by the Nian clan was called the Fleeting Time Inn. It occupied a vast area, and there were a total of 999 guest rooms in it. Each of the guest rooms had their own independent courtyards, and each of the courtyards was equipped with some soundproofing and spirit-gathering formations. There were 999 guest rooms, and each guest room cost 10 supreme-grade celestial stones a day. Ordinary people could not afford to stay in such a place. 999 guest rooms. And it looks like the occupancy rate is quite high. Even if only half of the rooms are occupied, the fleeting time inn still earns 5,000 supreme celestial stones a day. 5,000 a day, 50,000 a day, 150,000 a month, 1,800,000 a year. Under the guidance of the fleeting time inn's manservant, Duan Ling Tian observed his surroundings and was shocked by the fleeting time inn's speed of earning money. Brother, this is my first time staying in the fleeting time inn. Can you tell me more about the inn? After Duan Ling Tian withdrew his sweeping gaze, he said to the attendant that led the way. Of course, the attendant replied respectfully. Then, he continued to say, Sir, although the cost of staying in the fleeting time inn is high, it's definitely worth it. Not only is the inn the best cultivation environment in the capital, but you won't be disturbed due to the presence of many overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan. Unless you've offended the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or a powerhouse from a high-rank Celestial Kingdom, you'll be safe as long as you stay in the fleeting time inn, Duan Ling Tian continued to say. Unless you've offended the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom or a powerhouse from a high-rank Celestial Kingdom, you'll be safe as long as you stay here. This is the main reason why the inn is so expensive. Staying in the fleeting time inn is like having a life-saving talisman. The servant paused for a moment upon saying this. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the attendant's words. He had chosen the fleeting time inn because the Nian clan and the Zhou clan did not get along well. He did not think the Zhou clan would be allowed to do as they pleased in the Nian clan's territory. He did not expect the fleeting time inn would be able to protect its guests. So, even if I have offended the Zhou clan, I'll still be safe here? Duan Ling Tian asked. The Zhou clan? The attendant was taken aback when he heard Duan Ling Tian's question. Then, he said, of course. Putting aside the fact that the Zhou clan and the Nian clan are at odds with each other, the Nian clan won't allow them to do as they please in the fleeting time inn. We're not afraid of any forces that are on par with the Zhou clan. Sir, 80% of the guests who stay in the fleeting time inn do so to avoid their enemies. You don't have to worry about your safety, the attendant said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Of course. The rooms of our fleeting time tavern are not only safe, but they also have soundproof formations and spirit-gathering formations set up around the rooms. Duan Ling Tian did not pay much attention to the attendant's words. Cultivation environment? With the divine crystal, Duan Ling Tian would have the best cultivation environment even if he was in the middle of nowhere. For this reason, he chose to stay in the fleeting time inn for his own safety. It's no wonder I sense dozens of people staring at the entrance of the inn. It seems like those people have enemies in the inn, and they're waiting for their enemies to use up all their supreme-grade celestial stones before they leave the inn. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian when he recalled the dozens of people he saw outside the fleeting time inn. How should I address you? Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile on his face as he handed a supreme-grade celestial stone to the attendant at the entrance of his room. Thank you, sir. The attendant's eyes lit up when he saw the supreme celestial stone. He quickly took the supreme celestial stone and thanked Duan Ling Tian. You can call me Little Six. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he continued to say, Little Six, I'll have to trouble you with a lot of errands in the future. Let's keep in touch. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. After a guest checks in, if you have any errands to run, just hang this red cloth strip at the door. Chapter 27-22. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself when he saw the waiter's actions. He was certain there were many people in the inn who had similar requests. After all, those who stayed in the fleeting time inn to avoid being hunted by their enemies would not dare to leave the inn. After all, who knew if their enemies were waiting for them outside the inn's entrance? It was only natural that the guests who stayed in the inn would have certain needs such as medicinal pills, materials for refining weapons, refining pills, or memory celestial talismans. All right. After receiving the red cloth, Duan Ling Tian and Huan were led to the guest rooms by the waiter. The fleeting time inn occupied a vast area, and even though it had 999 rooms, each room was spacious. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard, 2 of which were facing the inner courtyard, and the last one was facing the entrance of the courtyard. Greetings, guest. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a pleasant voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. He focused his gaze and saw a young girl dressed as a servant girl standing at the other side of the courtyard's entrance. Currently, the young girl was greeting him. The young girl had a delicate appearance. Although she was not as pretty as Huan and his two wives, she was still above average. "Guest, there's a maid in each of our guest rooms. The maid's responsibility is to serve the guests meals and lodging. Apart from that, as long as the maid is willing, the guest is allowed to engage in intimate activities with her," the waiter said. What the attendant said was all routine, but it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel embarrassed when he heard it. The young girl dressed as a maid stole a glance at Duan Ling Tian. When she saw Duan Ling Tian's handsome face, her cheeks flushed red. "My lord, these maids are all virgins," the waiter said as he looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully. "You said the maid has to be willing. What if she's unwilling?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. "If the maid is unwilling, you can't force her. Otherwise, it'll be considered a provocation to the inn," the waiter said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. "Then why didn't you warn me? Aren't you afraid I'll be tricked?" Duan Ling Tian said as he glanced at the waiter. "Guest, it's not that I didn't warn you, but I don't think it's necessary for you to do so. It's a blessing for these maids to be able to sleep with you. Moreover, I don't think any of them would refuse you." The waiter smiled wryly as he flattered Duan Ling Tian. "If you don't believe me, you can ask her," the waiter said as he looked at the maid. Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the waiter as well. "If you want me to accompany you, I'm willing." When Duan Ling Tian looked at her, the servant girl felt her heart thumping wildly. When she spoke, the word "willing" was as soft as a mosquito's voice. Cough cough. Upon hearing the maid's words, it was Duan Ling Tian's turn to feel awkward. He turned to look at the waiter and said, "Little Six, if there's nothing else, you can leave now." "Yes, guest." The attendant thought that Duan Ling Tian was anxious, so he gave Duan Ling Tian a smile that all men understood before turning around and leaving, and he closed the courtyard door on his way out. "What's your name?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the maid. "Guest, I'm called Sheng the maid replied. Sheng blushed as she replied. "Sheng you don't have to blush. I won't let you do that with me." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath before he said bluntly, "Just do what you normally do. It's fine as long as you don't disturb us when we're cultivating." Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the maid realized she had overthought things. She was embarrassed. "Brother Ling Tian. Little Six said you can do things between a man and a woman. What do you mean by things between a man and a woman? Also, he said this young lady is a virgin." "What's a virgin?" An extremely pleasant voice rang out, attracting the attention of the servant girl again. Although the maid was also a woman, she was still attracted by the voice of Huan, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. Huan's voice was pleasant to the ears like music. It was so pleasant that one could not help but fall in love with it. So, he already has someone by his side. The maidservant glanced at Huan, and realized that the beautiful guest in front of her already had a companion. Although the woman was wearing a veil and hat, she could still vaguely make out the contours of the woman's face. She was certain that the woman was prettier than her. Inwardly, she could not help but sigh. "Huan, you're still young so you don't know what you're talking about. You'll know when you grow up," Duan Ling Tian said to Huan, "Brother Ling Tian, I'm not young anymore. I'm 13 years old this year," Huan said unhappily. Huan was clearly displeased. 13 years old? Upon hearing Huan's words, Duan Ling Tian and the maid standing at the side were stunned. 13 years old? The maid studied the white-clad woman in front of her. Huan's figure was so perfect that she felt inferior. She did not think a 13-year-old woman would have such a figure. 13 years old? Huan, you're only 13 years old? Duan Ling Tian asked hesitantly when he regained his senses. He looked at Huan, with a confused expression on his face. Yes. Huan nodded. Your Huan, your clan, are all of you so precocious? Duan Lingtian asked with a wry smile. At this moment, he recalled Huan was not a pure human. She had the blood of the Phantom Fox clan in her veins. Phantom foxes were celestial beasts in the Devata realms that had awakened their intelligence. Huan, let's return to our room first. Duan Lingtian called out to Huan, when he sensed someone was still with them. Then, he led Huan into a room and closed the door behind them. When she saw this, the servant girl, Cheng, finally gave up. While Duan Lingtian and Huan were staying in the Fleeting Time Inn, Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan, had returned to the Zhou clan. News of what had happened to Zhou Shudong had also spread throughout the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It would not take long before everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom learned about what had happened. She, Zhou Shudong, the eldest miss of the Zhou clan, had taken a liking to a man and wanted him as her toy. However, she was rejected. Moreover, the man was still alive and kicking. On the other hand, the people around her were killed in public. Who is he? He said he didn't kill me out of respect for the Zhou clan. This means he's still wary of the Zhou clan. No. This matter can't be let go just like that. I, Zhou Shudong, have never been so humiliated. Not long after Zhou Shudong returned to the Zhou clan, she left the Zhou clan and went to the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom before news of what had happened to her reached the Zhou clan. The size of the Zhou family's mansion was already very exaggerated. However, the imperial palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was even more vast than the Zhou clan's estate. It occupied almost half of the eastern side of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, it was surrounded by a river that surrounded the imperial palace. Greetings, Miss Zhou. When Zhou Shudong arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace, the guards at the entrance recognized her and bowed to her. Due to her impatience, Zhou Shudong strode into the imperial palace. However, she was stopped by the guards. Miss Zhou, although we know you, according to the imperial palace's rules, you'll still have to show us your pass. The leader of the guards at the entrance of the imperial palace bowed respectfully at Zhou Shudong. Take a look. Zhou Shudong impatiently took out a token wrapped in silver light from her storage ring and waved it in front of the guard leader. After the guard leader confirmed the authenticity of the token, he stepped aside and welcomed Zhou Shudong into the palace. It's my first time seeing the fourth miss of the Zhou clan in such a hurry. Something must have happened to her, right? One of the guards speculated. Isn't it obvious? If it's not something urgent, why would she be in such a hurry to the point of forgetting to show us her pass? Another guard chimed in. After entering the imperial palace, the first thing Zhou Shudong did was to look for her cousin, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, who was the son of her father's sister and the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was one of the three most outstanding sons of the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would be selected from the three most outstanding princes, including the fourth prince. Dong, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Did something happen? In a pavilion in the front courtyard of the fourth prince's temporary residence, a young man dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery sat in front of a stone table. He looked at Zhou Shudong, who had just sat down, and asked with a smile on his face. The young man was tall and sturdy. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. He was none other than the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Xiangyun. Long was the surname of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Cousin, help me investigate someone. I won't be satisfied if I don't find out who he is. Zhou Shudong said with an unsightly expression on her face. Although the purple-clad young man might have an extraordinary background, perhaps the Zhou clan could not afford to offend him. However, she was unwilling to let this matter go before she could investigate the purple-clad young man's background. Perhaps the purple-clad young man had no background at all? Who do you want to investigate? Long Xiangyun asked in surprise. This was his first time seeing such an unsightly expression on his cousin's face. For a moment, his curiosity was piqued. Chapter 27-23. In one of the guest rooms in the Fleeting Time Inn, Huan removed her veil and hat as she sat cross-legged on the bed in one of the rooms. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy in the air surged into her body at a rapid speed and became a part of her celestial origin energy. The small round box on the necklace pendant on her beautiful jade neck had been opened at some unknown time, revealing the true appearance of the divine crystal inside. The liquid heaven and earth spirit energy surged out of the divine crystal and filled the entire room. For a time, the entire room seemed to have transformed into a holy land for cultivation. With such a cultivation environment, it'll be a shame if I can't break through and become an indigo sun golden celestial in such a short time. An intoxicated expression appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he sat cross-legged with his back facing Huan. He could not help but think to himself, what a coincidence. After taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. For him, this cultivation environment was enough to push his cultivation speed to the limit. Celestial stones were no longer of any use to him. Only the medicinal efficacy of the pills in his body could help him increase his cultivation speed. Duan Ling Tian lost track of time as he cultivated. He tried his best to break through the bottleneck to become a blue sun golden celestial. It felt like only a moment had passed, but it also felt like a century had passed. I've broken through. Duan Ling Tian, who had completely immersed himself in his cultivation, had lost track of time. When he successfully broke through and became an indigo sun golden celestial, he regained his senses immediately. Whoosh! Rings of celestial origin energy rippled out from Duan Ling Tian's body. The ripples were particularly eye-catching when they collided with the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy. Brother Ling Tian, you've broken through so quickly. When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. At the same time, Huan's surprised voice rang in his ears. What's the matter? Huan, how long have I been cultivating? Duan Ling Tian asked, even though he did not know if Huan knew how long he had been cultivating. Brother Ling Tian, you've only been cultivating for 3 days, Huan replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 3 days? Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Although he thought it would not take long for him to break through the bottleneck to become an indigo sun golden celestial in such a good cultivation environment, he did not expect it would only take him 3 days. Isn't this a little too fast? Duan Ling Tian took a long time before he regained his senses. In the end, he attributed this to the cultivation environment he was in. Brother Ling Tian's cultivation method, Huan said. Duan Ling Tian's voice sounded. Huan's cultivation base? Huan's voice. Yes. Huan nodded. Then, she continued to say, Brother Ling Tian, you have 99 heavenly veins, just like me. Although your physique is not as good as mine, and your innate talent is slightly inferior to mine, it shouldn't be that bad. With your innate talent, you wouldn't be absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy so slowly unless you're cultivating a low-level cultivation method. Huan's words revealed Duan Lingtian's predicament. His cultivation method was too weak. Indeed, Duan Lingtian's cultivation method was considered weak in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, it was only a yellow-grade cultivation method. Although it was a graded cultivation method, it was the weakest among graded cultivation methods. Brother Ling Tian, do you want me to teach you my cultivation method? Huan asked. Upon hearing Huan's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. How could her cultivation method be weak when she possessed a rare treasure like a divine crystal? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened when he heard Huan's words. Huan. However, after a while, Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something. He felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, and he regained his senses. Didn't your mother tell you not to tell others about your cultivation method? Even if it's inconvenient, it's better not to share it. Big brother Ling Tian, you can just go and look for a higher grade cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian added. Earlier, when he heard Ker's words, he was overjoyed and overjoyed. Now that he had regained his senses, he realized it was a taboo for him to share his cultivation method with others. Brother Ling Tian, I was born with this cultivation method. It's been in my memory ever since I was born. My mother said it's part of her memory. Among the Phantom Fox clan, only the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox that only appears once in a million years has this part of her memory, Huan said. Before my mother left, she didn't say I couldn't pass the cultivation technique to others. However, I tried to pass it to my mother, but she couldn't cultivate it. I don't know why. Huan said. Born with it? Part of her memory? Even your mother can't cultivate it? Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian shook his head. In that case, I don't think I can cultivate it as well. After all, it's something you were born with. It's probably tailor-made for you. Others won't be able to cultivate it. My mother is a pure celestial beast, so she can't cultivate it. Brother Ling Tian, you're a pure human. Perhaps you can cultivate it? Huan said. Upon hearing this, a hint of hope appeared in Duan Lingtian's eyes. That was right. Huan Er's mother was a pure celestial beast, so she could not cultivate. Perhaps, she did not have the bloodline of a human. Apart from the bloodline of a celestial beast, Huan Er also had the bloodline of a human. As a human, he might be able to cultivate the cultivation method in Huan Er's memory. Although I don't know what Huan Er's true form is or what the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is, since it's a celestial beast that only appears once in a million years in the Phantom Fox clan, it means the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox is not simple. As for the Phantom Fox clan, let's not talk about the other Phantom Foxes. Based on the fact that Huan Er's mother left her with a divine crystal, it's obvious Huan Er's mother is not simple. The Phantom Fox clan is not simple. If that's the case, the cultivation method in the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's memory must be. Although Duan Lingtian did not know the grade of the cultivation method in Huan Er's memory, he was certain it was not an ordinary cultivation method. Otherwise, how could Ku have broken through and become an overarching heavenly supreme celestial in just 10 years? A 13-year-old overarching heavenly supreme celestial? Such a person was as rare as a phoenix feather and a Qilin horn in the spirit overarching heaven. For this reason, when Huan Er taught Duan Lingtian the cultivation method in her memory, Duan Lingtian was so excited that it took a long time for him to calm down. Until he discovered he could not cultivate the cultivation method Huan had taught him. However, based on Huan Er's memory, Duan Lingtian was able to make a rough guess. He was certain Huan Er's cultivation method was superior to a heaven-grade cultivation method. Naturally, this was only Duan Lingtian's speculation. After all, Duan Lingtian had never come into contact with a heaven-grade cultivation method before, so he did not know what it was like. Big brother Ling Tian, why don't I help you get a cultivation method that's more advanced than the one you're cultivating? She could not help but feel anxious when she saw the disappointment in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. She could not help but feel upset when she saw the disappointment in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Huan Er, focus on your cultivation. You don't have to worry about the cultivation method. Brother Ling Tian can handle it himself. Duan Ling Tian patted Huan Er's head and said with a smile. Huan Er, when your cultivation base improves, you'll be able to help Brother Ling Tian deal with stronger enemies if Ling Tian encounters them. For example, right now, we're afraid of the Zhou clan because we're weak. That's why we have no choice but to seek refuge in the fleeting time in. When Duan Lingtian saw Huan Er's hesitation, he continued to say, if we're stronger than them, we won't have to resort to this. Even if we're standing in front of the Zhou clan, they won't dare to make a move on us. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a hint of determination flashed in Huan Er's eyes. She closed her eyes again and began to cultivate. As for Duan Lingtian, he pushed open the door and left the room. As soon as Duan Lingtian walked out of the room, a part of the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy followed him out. However, since Duan Lingtian was quick to close the door, the liquid heaven and earth spirit energy quickly dispersed in the air and became thinner. Guest. Cheng was tending to the plants in the courtyard. When she saw Duan Lingtian, she quickly put down what she was doing and bowed. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though she was trying to hint to him that as long as Duan Lingtian was willing, she would obey Duan Lingtian and do anything for him. Go about your business. After Duan Lingtian smiled at Cheng he went to the door and hung the red cloth given to him by the page boy, Little Six. Then, he returned and entered another room. Cheng if Little Six is here, come to the door and call for me. Duan Lingtian said to Cheng before he entered the room. Yes. Cheng replied respectfully. After returning to his room, Duan Lingtian sat on his bed and summoned a grey flame. It was the Chaos Divine Flame. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, the Chaos Divine Flame was only a primitive celestial fire. As expected. After my cultivation base has improved, more of the grey flame has come out of the defective metal piece. I can control more of the grey flame now. At this rate, I might be able to control all of the grey flame in the defective metal piece when I become a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly like the stars in the night sky. End of chapter, Partridge. At this rate, I might be able to control all of the grey flame in the defective metal piece when I become a great overarching golden celestial. Chapter 27-24. When Duan Lingtian had broken through and became a blue sun golden celestial, he discovered he could control more of the grey flame. As for the extra portion of grey flame, it only left the metal fragment after he had a breakthrough in his cultivation base. It fused with the grey flame that he could control previously and became a part of it. At the same time, the grey flame had grown a lot stronger. Now that he had broken through and become an indigo sun golden celestial, Duan Lingtian discovered more of the grey flame had left the defective metal piece and merged with the grey flame that he could control. Based on this, it seemed like when he became a great overarching golden celestial, all of the grey flame would be able to leave the defective metal piece and merge with the grey flame that he could control. At that time, the grey flame would grow even stronger. When I become a great overarching golden celestial, I'll be able to control a mediocre celestial fire. As the grey flame that he could control grew, Duan Lingtian became more and more certain. If Duan Lingtian could control the grey flame in the defective metal piece, the grey flame would definitely be a mediocre celestial fire instead of a primitive celestial fire. At that time, I'll become a mediocre celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly when he thought about this. Duan Lingtian glanced at the grey flame that he could control again before he extinguished it with just a thought. I wonder if it's a special ability of the Phantom Fox clan or a special ability of her true form, the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian recalled how Huan had revealed he had 99 heavenly veins, he could not help but feel shocked. According to the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Huolao, the three-legged golden crow, even heavenly emperors in Devata realms can't tell how many heavenly veins a person has. To this day, the only person who can see that I have 99 heavenly veins is Xia Jia, Ker's third uncle from the divine offering land. There was no doubt Xia Jia was stronger than heavenly emperors in the Devata realms. However, she was far weaker than the heavenly emperor. For this reason, Duan Lingtian thought she must be a member of the Phantom Fox clan or a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to see through his 99 heavenly veins. Huan isn't as simple as she seems. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could sense that Huan was not as simple as she seemed. Most importantly, Huan had said, "That's right." Like him, she also had 99 heavenly veins. Guest, brother Little Six is here. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze as he thought about everything that had happened since he met Huan. At this moment, Cheng knocked on his door a few times. The two innermost rooms of the Drifting Cloud Inn's courtyard were set up with soundproof formations. Only when someone knocked on the door would there be a gap in the soundproof formation. Otherwise, Cheng-er's voice would not have been heard. Upon hearing Cheng-er's voice, Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked to the entrance of the courtyard. Guest. When Duan Ling Tian saw the page boy, little six, again, he could clearly feel the way he looked at him had changed. Moreover, the page boy's attitude toward him was much more respectful than before. Why do I feel like you've become more courteous in just a few days? Duan Ling Tian asked teasingly. Guest, please don't tease me. Little Six smiled bitterly and said, everyone in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom knows about what you and the person next to you have done. I didn't expect you and the person next to you to kill an elder of the Zhou clan. Moreover, you even killed him in front of Zhou Shudong, the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. However, it's fortunate that you didn't kill the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. Otherwise, I'm afraid even the fleeting time and wouldn't be able to protect you. When Little Six reached the end of his sentence, he seemed to be relieved on Duan Lingtian's behalf. Why do you say that? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. 3 days ago, when he first arrived at the Fleeting Time Inn and learned that the inn was not afraid of the Zhou clan, he regretted not killing the culprit, the fourth young lady of the Zhou clan. After all, she was the one who started the whole thing. He did not kill her because he was worried the Zhou clan would act out of desperation if they were forced to stay in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Guest, it's fine if you kill an ordinary member of the Zhou clan. However, you mustn't touch the children of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. After all, they're cousins with the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and they have a good relationship. This is especially true for the fourth miss of the Zhou clan. She's close to the fourth prince, and the fourth prince dotes on her a lot. He treats her like his own sister. If you kill her, not only will the Zhou clan seek revenge from you, but the fourth prince will also seek revenge from you, Little Six said. Duan Lingtian frowned. The fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard Little Six's words. He did not expect the fourth miss of the Zhou clan to have such a close relationship with the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. 3 days ago, when he was in the restaurant, he had heard about the 3 most outstanding princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. One of them was the fourth prince. Moreover, it was said that the fourth prince was one of the 2 princes with the highest chance of becoming the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Yes. Little Six nodded. The fourth prince's mother is the clan leader of the Zhou clan. She's also the biological sister of the fourth miss of the Zhou clan's father. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Sir, is there anything you need me to do for you? Little Six asked. The Nian clan of the Fleeting Time and should have an auction house, right? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Little Six nodded. Then, he asked with a smile, what's wrong? Are you interested in the auction? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. The Nian clan's auction house holds a small-scale auction every month and a large-scale auction every year. The small-scale auction will be held in 5 days. Little Six said. Then, he added, the Nian clan's auction house is located near the Fleeting Time Inn. If you'd like to participate in the auction, just let me know, and I'll arrange for you to be escorted there by the Nian clan's powerhouses. What kind of items will be auctioned in a small-scale auction? Duan Lingtian asked. He had to learn more about the items before deciding if he wanted to participate in the small-scale auction held by the Nian clan. In his opinion, with such frequent auctions, there probably wouldn't be any rare or precious items. However, the profound grade cultivation method he wanted should not be considered rare in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, in the Devata realms, cultivation methods could be copied using memory celestial talismans. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Little Six's words. It's just as I thought. In the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, profound grade cultivation methods are not rare. There will be a small auction in 5 days. There will be a total of 7 profound grade cultivation methods up for auction. Duan Lingtian was relieved. At the same time, he said to Little Six, help me make the arrangements. I'm going to attend the small auction held by the Nian family's auction house in 5 days. Not long after Little Six left, Duan Lingtian stayed in the courtyard for a while. Just as he was about to return to his room, a few uninvited guests appeared in his guest room. Dear guest, the fourth prince wishes to see you. A loud and energetic voice rang from outside the courtyard, causing Duan Lingtian, who was about to return to his room, to stop in his tracks. His servant, Cheng looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Dear guest, it's the voice of the innkeeper. The innkeeper of the Drifting Cloud Inn? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He looked at Cheng and said, Cheng open the door. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian returned to the stone table in the courtyard and sat down calmly. After the door was opened, Cheng bowed respectfully to the people outside. Soon after, 4 people entered the courtyard. One of them was an old acquaintance of Duan Lingtian's. Of course, even though they were old acquaintances, they had only met once. It was none other than Zhou Shudong, the 4th miss of the Zhou clan. As the saying went, when enemies meet again, their eyes turn red. As soon as Zhou Shudong entered the room, she glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. It was as though she could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces before burning his bones and scattering his ashes. Zhou Shudong and a young man dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery walked at the front. Behind them were an ordinary-looking old man who gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling, and a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious robes. Based on Cheng Er's greeting to the 4 people, Duan Lingtian could tell the middle-aged man was the innkeeper of the Drifting Cloud Inn. As for the other 2 people, the young man dressed in a green robe with gold embroidery was tall and sturdy. He was handsome and had an extraordinary bearing. He was most likely Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The other old man was most likely Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince's bodyguard. Since he was able to stay by the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's side and protect him, it was clear he was not an ordinary person. At the very least, he was an extraordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial. After the 4 people entered the courtyard, Duan Lingtian remained seated at the table. From the beginning until the end, he had no intention of standing up at all. How dare you? Zhou Shudong glared at Duan Lingtian and said, Why aren't you standing up to greet the 4th prince? I was wondering who it was. As it turns out, it's Miss Zhou. Chapter 27-25. Dong don't be rude. Long Xiangyun, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, and Duan Lingtian looked at each other for a moment before he said to Zhou Shudong, Sir, we are guests. You can't expect us to keep standing here, right? Without waiting for Zhou Shudong's reply, Long Xiangyun looked at Duan Lingtian and continued to say, You're right. Guest. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said unhurriedly, If the 4th prince is here as a guest, I will naturally welcome you. However, I'm afraid that the 4th prince is not simply here as a guest, right? Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhou Shudong before he finally retracted his gaze and looked at Long Xiangyun. Your Highness the 4th prince. I just probed this person, and the feedback given to me by the aura of his flesh and blood is that he is not even 100 years old. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an old man's voice transmission rang in Long Xiangyun's ears. It was none other than the old man who had been following Duan Lingtian around to inform him that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. Upon hearing that the purple-clad young man was less than 100 years old, Long Xiangyun's eyes narrowed slightly. His cousin was a blue sun golden celestial. However, under the circumstances that the person before him didn't utilize an immortal artifact, the person before him was able to blast his cousin flying and injure her with a raise of his hand, and he revealed a strength that was simply not on the same level as his cousin. This was enough to show that this person was at least an indigo sun golden celestial or even a violet sun golden celestial. Moreover, he would rather the other party be a violet sun golden immortal. Because based on the strength they'd revealed, the lower their cultivation, the more terrifying their background would be. Because it meant that they'd grasped an extremely high-level celestial technique or divine ability, and high-level celestial techniques and divine abilities were usually only possessed by formidable powers. What about his cultivation? Long Xiangyun asked. I can't see through his cultivation. He seems to have used some method to hide his cultivation. The old man continued. When Long Xiangyu heard this, Long Shangyun felt that the person in front of him was becoming more and more mysterious. Apologize. After exchanging glances with Duan Lingtian for a while, he discovered that Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm from beginning to end. He immediately looked at Zhou Shudong and said. Just as Zhou Shudong's expression changed slightly and she was about to refute. Before I find out his background, you'll have to bear with it and cooperate with me. If I confirm that he doesn't have any background, I promise you that I won't let him leave the capital alive. Long Shangyun's voice transmission entered Zhou Shudong's ears. Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, Zhou Shudong realized that her cousin did not really want her to apologize. Instead, he wanted her to cooperate with him to find out more about the purple-clad young man whom she hated to the core. For a moment, she no longer rejected him. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, sorry. Please have a seat, fourth prince. Since the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was so polite, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not put on airs. He nodded at Long Shangyun and gestured for him to take a seat. Long Shangyun smiled and sat down. However, as soon as Long Xiangyun sat down and placed his hand on the stone table began to shake. Duan Lingtian's hand that was placed on the table shook as well. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Although he did not sense any hostility from Long Shangyun, he knew Long Shangyun was testing him. Long Shangyun's strength through the stone table was comparable to a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian could see Long Xiangyun had only casually released this energy. It was far from his full strength. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and released a similar amount of energy from his hand. For a moment, he was evenly matched with Long Xiangyun. It was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. A great overarching golden celestial? Long Shangyun's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian releasing his strength. After a long while, he retracted his strength. Duan Lingtian did the same when he saw Long Shangyun retracting his strength. How should I address you, brother? Long Shangyun asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face after he retracted his strength. It was as though he had met a rare confidant. The old man standing behind him, Zhou Shudong, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, and Sheng, were stunned when they heard Long Shangyun calling Duan Lingtian brother. This was the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. But now, he was actually addressing someone he had obviously met for the first time as brother. His cultivation base is at least a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Long Shangyun said to the old man and Zhou Shudong through voice transmission. Zhou Shudong was slightly taken aback when she heard Long Shangyun's words. However, the old man's eyes widened in shock when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. He knew the purple-clad young man was not even 100 years old. A great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old? There was no one like that in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even in the high-rank celestial kingdoms around the wasteland, there were only a few great overarching golden celestials who were not even 100 years old. However, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old was sitting in front of him. He's not even 100 years old. At the same time, Zhou Shudong's cousin, Long Shangyun, transmitted his voice to her through voice transmission. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shudong's expression changed drastically when she heard Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial. A hint of disbelief could be seen in the depths of her eyes. The purple-clad young man whom she had taken a fancy to was actually a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old. There were many great overarching golden celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. However, there was not a single great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. I'm not used to telling people I'm not familiar with my name. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently to Long Shangyun's question. If Duan Lingtian had said this in the past, both Zhou Shudong and the old man behind Long Shangyun would have thought he was seeking death. However, they did not think so at this moment. Instead, they felt it was only right for him to do so. Then, I'll ask for your name when we're more familiar with each other. A hint of displeasure flashed in the depths of Long Xiangyun's eyes, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he smiled faintly. Since Duan Lingtian did not reveal his name, Long Xiangyun did not bother to ask about his background. Instead, he took the initiative to chat with Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he found out that Duan Lingtian had just arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. "Brother, you seem to have a companion? I heard from my cousin that she's your younger sister." Long Xiangyun asked Duan Lingtian in a familiar tone. It was as though he really regarded Duan Lingtian as a brother. "She's not my biological sister, she's my junior sister." Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said with a troubled expression on his face, "Speaking of which, I came to the wasteland because of my junior sister. She insisted that I accompany her to the wasteland. Otherwise, she wouldn't give up. She even brought me along to shake off the sect's elders whom the sect leader had assigned to her. Initially, I didn't want to come with her. However, I'm not as strong as her, so she knocked me out and brought me out. When I woke up, I was already in the wasteland." A helpless expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he reached the end of his sentence. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Xiangyun's eyes lit up slightly. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, he realized that Duan Lingtian's sect was not in the wasteland. Outside of the desolate region, in the large area around the desolate region, it was rare to find a place as backward as the desolate region. In those places, there were more powerhouses, better cultivation environments, and more abundant cultivation resources. "Did she become your junior sister because she joined the Wasteland Celestial Kingdom late?" Long Xiangyun asked tentatively. "That's not it." Duan Lingtian shook his head. "Apart from the fact that I joined the Wasteland Celestial Kingdom first, she's my junior sister because I'm older than her. However, as soon as she joined the Wasteland Celestial Kingdom, my sect leader took a liking to her and took her in as his last disciple." A hint of envy flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. However, it was only for a moment before it disappeared. Although it was just a flash, Long Xiangyun still managed to catch it. "Brother, your junior sister's innate talent is higher than yours." Although Long Xiangyun appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. Based on what he knew, the white-clad woman was a white-clad woman. The white-clad woman next to the purple-clad young man had the strength to kill the elder of the Zhou clan who was by his cousin's side. The elder of the Zhou clan was an earth-rank great overarching golden celestial. Long Xiangyun had asked the old man next to him. According to the old man, the white-clad woman was at least a peak great overarching golden celestial. Naturally, if she had a powerful background and mastered powerful celestial methods and divine abilities, she might only be a heaven-rank great overarching golden celestial. That's right. Otherwise, how could she have been taken in by my sect's senior uncle as his last disciple? Duan Lingtian nodded. Currently, Duan Lingtian seemed to be serious on the surface, and there wasn't the slightest trace of pretense. If Duan Lingtian were on Earth in his previous life, it would not be a problem for him to win the Best Actor award. At the same time, the innkeeper of the Drifting Cloud Inn was also in a state of shock. He had no idea how strong Duan Lingtian was. However, he had discovered through his divine consciousness that Duan Lingtian was not even 100 years old. However, Duan Lingtian had just said the white-clad woman next to him was his junior sister. Moreover, she was younger than him. Based on what he knew. Chapter 27-26. Brother, about the matter 3 days ago, my insensible cousin has offended you. As her cousin, I apologize to you here. I hope that you won't hold a grudge against her and won't hold it against her. Long Xiangyun smiled as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. You're too kind, fourth prince. My junior sister and I only wasted some time on that matter. We didn't suffer any losses. Let's not talk about it. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I'm relieved to hear that. If you're free, you can come to the Imperial Palace to look for me. As Long Xiangyun spoke, he took out a token and handed it to Duan Lingtian. It was a token used to enter and exit the Imperial Palace of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. One could enter and leave the Imperial Palace as long as one showed it at the entrance. Of course. Duan Lingtian casually put the token away. He had no intention of entering the imperial palace to look for Long Xiangyun since he did not want to have anything to do with Long Xiangyun. Although Long Xiangyun seemed to believe Duan Lingtian's words, Duan Lingtian could tell that Long Xiangyun believed him. However, he could tell that Long Xiangyun only believed Long Xiangyun. Long Xiangyun only half believed his words. The reason why he didn't fall out with him was mostly because he didn't know his true background. At least, he hadn't found out anything about him yet. Otherwise, Long Xiangyun would definitely have a different attitude. As expected of one of the two most likely candidates to become the next emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Not only is the fourth prince smart, but he also knows how to be patient. However, this is good as well. At the very least, he won't make a move on me before he figures out my background. In fact, he might even warn the Zhou clan not to make a move on me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Brother, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. I look forward to seeing you in the Imperial Palace. At that time, let's drink until we're drunk. Long Xiangyun said to Duan Lingtian with a smile as he stood up. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, he did not stand up. He continued to sit there and respond to Long Xiangyun's words. Seeing this, Long Xiangyun was not angry. He called out to Zhou Shudong and left with the old man. He did not even greet the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. Sir, I'm Wang Peng, the owner of Fleeting Time Inn. I couldn't stop the fourth prince from coming to see you. After Long Xiangyun and the others left, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, the middle-aged man, bowed and apologized to Duan Lingtian. His tone was filled with humility. However, he wasn't sure if the person in front of him had such an exaggerated background. However, based on the fact that Duan Lingtian dared to act so casually in front of the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, even if Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had no choice but to admit defeat. Therefore, he now completely regarded the other party as someone with a powerful background. Yes. Duan Lingtian responded indifferently. He didn't look at Wang Peng at all. He stood up and went back to his room, closing the door in Wang Peng's face. Upon seeing this, Wang Peng did not dare to be angry. Instead, he felt it was only natural. After all, if Duan Lingtian's background was as exaggerated as Wang Peng had said, then Duan Lingtian had the right to act this way. Take good care of this guest. Before Wang Peng left, he specially instructed the servant girl, Cheng, and the latter repeatedly agreed. After Wang Peng left, Cheng, looked at the room Duan Lingtian had entered and the room where Huan, was in closed-door cultivation. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She did not expect this. She did not expect the first guest she served in the Fleeting Time and would be treated in such a manner. After all, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was one of the three most outstanding princes of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He was also one of the two most beloved sons of the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Even such an existence was so cautious in front of the customer she was serving. This made Cheng even more certain that the guest she served was not simple. Meanwhile, Long Xiangyun, the fourth prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, brought Zhou Shudong back to the palace. After leaving his residence, he said solemnly to Zhou Shudong, don't provoke that person in the future. Cousin, do you believe him? Zhou Shudong asked. I can't say that I believe him completely, but I can't say that I don't believe him completely. If he's just bluffing, it won't matter even if I kill him. However, if he's telling the truth, killing him will only bring me endless trouble. It's precisely because of this that unless we can confirm his background. Otherwise, this person can't be easily provoked. At the very least, I won't provoke him. After all, I've personally tested his strength. There's no doubt he's a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, I'm certain he's not even 100 years old. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old, unless he has a fortuitous encounter, he's most likely from a powerful force. Moreover, even if that force is weak, it shouldn't be weaker than the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Long Xiangyun said in a deep voice. There were nearly 20 princes in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The fact that Long Xiangyun stood out among the 20 princes was enough to prove he was not an ordinary person. Long Xiangyun did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian unless he was completely confident. As the saying went, cleverness leads to the downfall of cleverness. Long Xiangyun was currently in this situation. However, he had no other choice. Upon hearing Long Xiangyun's words, Zhou Shudong fell silent. Dong, don't think that I'm just scaring you. Unless we can find out more about that person's background, I don't think it's just me, or even the Zhou clan, who should act rashly against him. Long Xiangyun continued to say. Based on what we're certain of, he's not from the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Based on what he said, he's from a sect outside the wasteland. I don't have the ability to verify this. Even the Zhou clan and the imperial family can't verify this. Unless... Long Xiangyun paused for a moment. Unless what? Zhou Shudong asked. After all, the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is one of the 3 major celestial sects in the wasteland. The Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect is very powerful and has a vast intelligence network. Your clan and the imperial family can't compare to them. Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up. Third sister? Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up when she heard Long Xiangyun's words. However, her eyes soon dimmed. But... Third sister left the wasteland with her master a few years ago. I heard she came back last month. Long Xiangyun smiled. Third sister came back last month? Zhou Shudong's eyes lit up again. Then, I'll go look for her. Zhou Shudong's third sister was the other daughter of the clan leader of the Zhou clan. The head of the Zhou family had a total of 4 children, 2 sons and 2 daughters. Among them, Zhou Shudong was the youngest. In front of Zhou Shudong was a daughter who was younger than the 2 sons. She was ranked 3rd. The daughter of the Zhou clan was known as 3rd Miss Zhou. She was the pride of the Zhou clan and the entire Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. After all, she was the most talented person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. Moreover, she had joined the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect and became the last disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. Since the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect was a disciple of the former sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect, she was the junior sister of the current sect leader of the Thousand Spiders Celestial Sect. In the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, there were 3 outstanding princes. However, only 2 of them were favored by the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and were most likely to become the next emperor. The reason why this happened was because of this, the remaining prince had a complicated background. Even the emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was not certain if the prince was his biological son. Because of that, the emperor treated him differently from the other princes. Even if he was as outstanding as the 4th prince and the 7th prince. He was the 13th prince. Long Fei Yun. Unknown origin. He claims to be from a sect outside the wasteland. He's not even 100 years old, but his junior sister, who's younger than him, is strong enough to kill an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial of the Zhou clan with ease. In the 13th prince's temporary residence in the imperial palace, a handsome young man dressed in a white robe with golden edges sat in a pavilion that was surrounded by flowers and plants. He looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of the pavilion as he muttered to himself. Even 4th brother is afraid of him and doesn't dare to touch him. Suddenly, the handsome youth raised his head, revealing a handsome and fair face. He looked at the person outside the pavilion and asked. The handsome young man's skin was as fair as jade, comparable to that of a woman. However, there was a hint of masculinity between his eyebrows. With the contradictory combination of feminine and masculine, anyone with a normal memory would be able to engrave him deeply in their mind as long as they looked at him. Yes, Your Highness. Outside the pavilion, the middle-aged man stood there respectfully. It was also because Duan Ling Tian was not here. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian would have recognized the middle-aged man immediately. The middle-aged man was none other than Wang Peng, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn. Also, Wang Peng continued to say, "That guest has informed my subordinates that he's going to participate in the small auction held by the Nian clan 5 days from now." "He's interested in that auction?" The 13th prince was slightly surprised. "I'm not sure," Wang Peng said. "Make arrangements. Make the arrangements. 5 days from now, I will go and meet this mysterious person who can scare off my fourth brother with just a few words." The 13th prince said. "Yes." Wang Peng replied respectfully. "You may leave." Chapter 27:27. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, it was time for the monthly auction held by the Nian clan's auction house. In the Fleeting Time Inn, a group of people walked out of the door. There was an old man or a middle-aged man walking in front of them. They were all expressionless as they escorted the group of people to the Nian clan's auction house. 2 of them were overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Fleeting Time Inn. The other 2 were also overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house. The people being escorted by the 4 of them were all guests of the Fleeting Time Inn. Most of them had chosen to stay in the Fleeting Time Inn in order to avoid being hunted down by their enemies. It was all for the sake of the inn's protection. "Brother, did you offend anyone?" Duan Ling Tian was originally walking quietly at the back of the group of people when suddenly, a young man slowed down his footsteps and waited for Duan Ling Tian to catch up before turning to look at him and asking curiously. "I didn't offend anyone," Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. "You didn't offend anyone? Why are you staying in the Fleeting Time Inn?" "Brother, isn't that a little too extravagant?" The young man was surprised. However, a hint of doubt could be seen in his eyes. Clearly, he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. "It's all right," Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "Brother, do you know why I'm staying in the Fleeting Time Inn?" The young man chuckled with a smug expression on his face. "Why?" Duan Lingtian was about to say that he was not interested. However, after thinking about it, he decided to listen to the young man's story since he had nothing to do along the way. "It's because after I took the virginity of the young miss of the Qi clan, I killed her. Now, the Qi clan wants to kill me as soon as possible. I took the supreme celestial stones from the young miss of the Qi clan spatial ring and squandered them in the Fleeting Time Inn." The young man smiled smugly. "Speaking of which, that happened a few months ago. Do you see that old man over there? That's the patriarch of the Qi family. He's been waiting outside the tavern every day, waiting for me to exact his revenge." The young man pointed into the distance as he spoke to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian looked over. In the distance, there was an old man in mourning clothes and a few middle-aged men in mourning clothes standing at the side. The old man's eyes were red as he stared at the young man who was talking to him. Through the old man's eyes, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the deep-seated hatred in the old man's heart. When he looked at the old man, he clearly saw that the old man's gaze was also filled with hostility. "Why did you take that Miss Qi's body? Did she offend you? Did the Qi family offend you?" Duan Lingtian asked. It had been 8 days since Duan Lingtian arrived in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Apart from cultivating in seclusion for the first 3 days and successfully breaking through to an indigo sun golden celestial, he did not enter seclusion again. Instead, he left the Fleeting Time Inn and stayed in the halls of several restaurants for a few days. 5 days ago, the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom had arrived. After a brief confrontation, he was no longer worried that the 4th prince or the Zhou clan would seek revenge on him. After all, he knew the 4th prince and the Zhou clan would not act rashly before they investigated his background. For this reason, he could leave the Fleeting Time Inn without any worries. After wandering around for a few days, he had gained a better understanding of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the capital. He also gained a better understanding of the major forces in the capital. However, he had never heard of the Qi family. Most likely, the Qi family was just a small family in the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Otherwise, he would have heard of them. The eldest miss of the Qi family didn't offend me, and the Qi family didn't offend me as well. I just thought the eldest miss of the Qi family was pretty and a virgin, so I made a move on her. I can't afford to offend the other major clans, but I'm not afraid of the Qi family. The young man chuckled as though he was very proud of his actions. I can't go against the Qi family on my own, so I can only hide in the fleeting time inn for the time being. In half a month's time, my brother will bring someone to pick me up. With the strength of my brother and his people, the Qi family won't be able to do anything to me. They can only watch as I leave the fleeting time inn and the capital. The young man's tone grew more and more smug as he continued to say, in the end, the supreme celestial stones I spent in the fleeting time inn belong to the eldest miss of the Qi family. Moreover, when I leave the inn, she still has a lot of supreme celestial stones left in her spatial ring. When my brother comes and I leave the fleeting time inn and the capital safely, the clan leader of the Qi family will be so angry that he'll vomit blood. The young man looked at the clan leader of the Qi family in the distance with a smug expression on his face. Bastard. The clan leader of the Qi family was so infuriated by the young man's smug expression that he wanted to kill him, but he was stopped by the people behind him. He could only glare at the young man with bloodshot eyes as though he wanted nothing more than to gnaw on the young man's bones and drink his blood. When Duanling Tian saw the frenzied expression on the clan leader of Qi clan and the bloodshot eyes of the clan leader of Qi clan, he could not suppress the raging flames of fury in his heart. Don't you think you've gone overboard? Duanling Tian asked in a low voice. Overboard? The young man was taken aback when he heard Duanling Tian's words. Then, he laughed and said, Brother, so what if I've gone overboard? In the end, I'm still the winner. Don't tell me the heavens are going to punish me. To be honest, I've already thought of a way out before I made my move. To me, all of this is just a fun game. The smile on the young man's face widened as he spoke. Since the heavens aren't going to punish you, I'll punish you instead. Duanling Tian could no longer suppress the anger in his heart when he heard the young man's words. His celestial origin energy that had been accumulating in his body began to gather in his hand. Swoosh! A scorching sword ray flashed past. It was Duanling Tian who had raised his hand and swung his sword. Before the young man could react, his head was separated from his body and he was killed. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the next moment, with just a thought, the young man's severed body flew out from the crowd and landed in front of the few people from the Qi clan. The few people from the Qi clan were dumbfounded. Swoosh! 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 When the two halves of the young man's body landed on the ground, everyone's expression changed drastically. No one would have thought that something like this would happen in the blink of an eye. Boom! Boom! When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials regained their senses, their celestial origin energies surged out of their bodies. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Duanling Tian. Boom! Boom! When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials sent by the Nian family were about to attack Duanling Tian, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and made their move as well. Everyone thought the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials were going to attack Duanling Tian as well. However, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and appeared in front of Duanling Tian, blocking the path of the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's trading firm. They had no choice but to stop in their tracks. Both of you. What are you doing? The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family frowned. Gentlemen, the person who died is no longer under the protection of the fleeting time inn. He has already checked out of the inn. One of the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and said to the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family. This overarching heavenly supreme celestial was the one who was closest to Duanling Tian earlier. The conversation between Duanling Tian and the young man, as well as the development of the situation, were all seen and heard by his eyes and ears. If he had wanted to, he could have easily stopped Duanling Tian from attacking Duanling Tian. However, he did not make a move. He did not make a move because the innkeeper of the fleeting time and had told him and another person that the purple-clad guest was not an ordinary guest. Even the fourth prince would not dare to offend him. Checked out? The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family frowned. They found the innkeeper's words ridiculous. If the purple-clad guest had checked out, how could he have enjoyed the privilege of being escorted to the Nian family's estate? Both of you. This purple-clad guest is not an ordinary person. Even the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom doesn't dare to offend him. When the other overarching heavenly supreme celestial and the fleeting time and sent a voice transmission to the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Nian clan's trading house, their eyes widened in shock. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, a hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Both of you, thank you. At the same time, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family's estate quickly thanked the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time in. After all, if the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials had not warned them, they would have been in deep trouble. How could they afford to offend someone whom even the fourth prince did not dare to offend? After a brief moment, the four overarching heavenly supreme celestials exchanged a look before they returned to their posts and continued to escort Duan Ling Tian and the others to the Nian family's estate. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. At the same time, the clan leader of the Qi clan led the members of the Qi clan to kneel and kowtow as they thanked Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, the other guests of the fleeting time and looked at Duan Ling Tian with fear in their eyes. Checked out? Naturally, they did not believe such nonsense. Chapter 27-28. Duan Ling Tian walked behind the crowd with his hands clasped behind his back. His face was calm, without joy or sorrow. Even when the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house appeared in front of him and were about to attack him, his expression did not change at all. The reason he was so calm was not because he was confident he could deal with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, but because he knew the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the fleeting time and would definitely not stand idly by. Before killing that young man, Duan Ling Tian already knew, as long as the overarching heavenly supreme celestial from fleeting time and did not allow him to kill the young man, he would not be able to kill the young man. And if the other party didn't interfere, it meant that they had tacitly allowed him to kill the young man. Under such circumstances, he was naturally not worried about the consequences of killing the young man. And the truth was just as he thought. When the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house were about to attack him, the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and also appeared before him. However, they were not there to attack him, they were there to protect him. The two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and must have mentioned the fourth prince during that critical moment. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to guess. 5 days ago, the innkeeper of the fleeting time and had witnessed the confrontation between Duan Ling Tian and the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to Duan Ling Tian's strength, the fourth prince did not dare to provoke him. And the fact that the fourth prince didn't dare to provoke him was enough to show how extraordinary he was. As long as the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the fleeting time and told the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan's auction house, they would not dare to touch Duan Ling Tian. Even the fourth prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom did not dare to touch him. They were merely two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could sense that the guests of fleeting time and were wary of him. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, he had just killed a guest of the fleeting time in, and he was not punished in any way. In fact, the people of the fleeting time and were protecting him. We're here. After about 15 minutes, the overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Nian clan's auction house said, causing Duan Ling Tian and the others to stop in their tracks. They turned to look at the person in front of them. Up ahead, a magnificent house that occupied a vast area appeared before the eyes of Duan Ling Tian and the others. At a glance, every single detail of the house was meticulously crafted, and it was too much for the eyes to take in. This is the Nian family auction house? It's quite stylish. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. But, this doesn't seem to be the main entrance? At the same time, Duan Lingtian realized that there was no one at the entrance of the Nian family's auction house. At the same time, the door did not seem to match the splendor of the Nian family's auction house. It was more like a small door or a back door. Everyone, please come in. After the two overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian family's auction house entered the Nian family's auction house, a few attendants from the Nian family's auction house came out and welcomed Duan Lingtian and the others into the Nian family's auction house. Then, they were provided with a private room each. The private rooms in the Nian family's auction house were divided into 3 levels. Duan Lingtian and the others were led to a private room on the 2nd level. It was unknown if it was a coincidence, or if the Nian family's auction house intended this, but Duan Lingtian and the others were led to a private room called Earth Number 1. It was also the one with the best geographical location on the 2nd floor. It was also the one in the middle. The window of the private room faced the auction stage. The Nian family's auction house is quite big. It's bigger than any of the auction houses I've been to before. Duan Lingtian sat in front of the window of the private room and looked at the auction stage and the rows of seats in front of it. He could not help but sigh inwardly. In front of Duan Lingtian was an exquisitely carved wooden table with a tea set placed on top of it. Right now, there was a beautiful servant girl pouring tea for him. "How should I address you, young master?" The servant girl smiled sweetly at Duan Lingtian as she poured tea for him. "My surname is Duan." Duan Lingtian picked up the cup of tea the servant girl had poured for him and took a sip. His eyes lit up immediately. Good tea. As soon as he took a sip, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel a gentle energy flowing through his 99 heavenly veins. Although it didn't bring any improvement to his cultivation, it gave him a very comfortable feeling. He felt warm all over. "Young Master Duan, this is a tea leaf cultivated by our Nian clan's 3rd master when he was young. It's called the warm spring tea. Although it's not an immortal tea that can raise one's cultivation base, it can make one feel as if they're bathing in a spring breeze." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Warm spring tea. That's a good name. It lives up to its name." Duan Lingtian nodded. After that, Duan Lingtian chatted with the servant girl for a while and learned about the 3 private rooms in the Nian clan's auction house. They were the Heaven private room, the Earth private room, and the Human private room. The Heaven private room was only open to members of the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, members of the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom would also be arranged to stay in the Heaven private room. Therefore, the Heaven private room was basically reserved for the imperial family. The first Earth private room is the best private room for people who aren't members of the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom. Even the emperor of an intermediate-rank celestial kingdom can only stay in the first Earth private room if he comes to the Nian clan's auction house. I didn't expect the Nian clan's auction house to arrange for me to stay in the first Earth private room. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Now, he was also 100% sure that he was right. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house must have known that he was not afraid of the 4th prince. Otherwise, he would not have arranged for him to be in the first private room. If the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house finds out that I don't have a powerful background, I'm afraid he'll be so angry that he'll throw me out of this Earth Number 1 private room. Duan Lingtian mocked in his heart. He did not expect his act in front of the 4th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would bring him so much convenience. But now, this convenience was something he could peacefully enjoy. After all, to a certain extent, apart from acting, he was also taking a risk. Soon, the auction began. On the auction stage, a host appeared. She was a graceful, luxurious, and extremely voluptuous beautiful woman. When she opened her mouth, not only was her voice pleasant to hear, it was also filled with charm. As the beautiful woman spoke, one by one, the auction items were brought to the auction stage and won by the people. An hour later, Duan Lingtian did not make a bid. This was because, up until now, he had yet to see what he wanted. Duan Lingtian continued to drink his tea. At the same time, the maidservant kept pouring tea for him. In the Nian family's auction house, the Heaven Number 1 private rooms were reserved for the imperial family of a high-rank celestial kingdom. Naturally, if an important figure from a powerful celestial kingdom came, he or she would be invited to the Heaven Number 1 private room. However, this had never happened in the Nian family's auction house. This was because no important figure from a powerful celestial kingdom had ever come to the Nian family's auction house. The Heaven Number 1 private room was resplendent. Whether it was the decoration or the layout, it was far superior to Duan Lingtian's Earth Number 1 private room. At this moment, a handsome young man was sitting in front of a jade table in the Heaven Number 1 private room. The handsome young man was dressed in a white robe with golden edges. His cheeks were fair and rosy, making him look so delicate that even women would be envious of him. However, between his brows, there was a unique masculine aura. When paired with his fair and rosy skin, it formed a contradictory combination, which also added a bit of charm to his entire person. The two maidservants standing in front of the jade table stole glances at the handsome young man from time to time. Every time they stole glances at him, they would blush shyly. "Your Highness, the 13th Prince. There's nothing good in this small auction. Why don't you come back after the big auction?" The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house, an old man in his 70s, said to the handsome young man with a humble smile on his face. "I'm just here to join in the fun. I have no intention of bidding for anything." From the beginning until the end, he did not even look at the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house at all. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house was a profound overarching heavenly supreme celestial from the Nian family. He was on a completely different level compared to the 4 yellow-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials who had escorted Duan Lingtian and the others to the auction house. However, the handsome young man seemed to have completely disregarded the person in charge of the auction house. Not only was the handsome young man not displeased, but he felt it was only right. But, just as the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house was about to say something, the middle-aged man who was resting with his eyes closed behind the handsome young man suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze landed on the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house. "Your Highness, the 13th Prince, if you need anything, just ask the maidservants to inform me." The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house felt his scalp go numb when he was stared at by the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man. He shuddered and quickly excused himself. If it was said that the reason he was afraid of the handsome young man was because of the young man's identity. However, the reason he was afraid of the middle-aged man behind the handsome young man was because of the middle-aged man's strength. "I didn't expect the person next to the 13th Prince to be a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. I've only felt that gaze from the old ancestor before." Chapter 27-29. The strongest person in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was only a peak overarching heavenly supreme celestial, and there were only 2 of them. Apart from peak overarching heavenly supreme celestials, there were no more than 10 heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I know the 4th and 7th princes are accompanied by heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials, but I didn't expect the 13th prince to be accompanied by a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial as well. Logically speaking, this is impossible. After leaving the Sky Number 1 private room, the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house was still puzzled. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to the 4th and 7th princes in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom and was a hindrance to the 4th and 7th princes, not many people were optimistic about the 13th prince's chances of winning the throne. This was because the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom suspected that the 13th prince was not his biological son. For this reason, he treated the 13th prince coldly. He only cared about the 4th and 7th princes, so he even assigned a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial to protect them. As for the 13th prince, he only gave him an earth-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the past, whenever he met the 13th prince would always be accompanied by the earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. However, this time, he did not see the earth stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Instead, he saw a new face. The person next to the 13th prince isn't from the imperial family of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. I'm certain there's no such person among the 7 heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the imperial family. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house was also an elder of the Nian clan. Therefore, he knew about the 7 heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom through the Nian clan. But, as he learned, he was not one of the 7 heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. That person should be an expert that the 13th prince found elsewhere. In the end, the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house could only make such a guess. Once he made that guess, he could not help but gasp. After all, Duan Ling Tian was a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial. In the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, as long as a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial did not offend the imperial family, they could do whatever they wanted. Even the Nian clan, a top clan in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom, only had one heaven realm overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Based on this, one could see how rare heaven realm overarching heavenly supreme celestials were in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Due to this reason, heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestials enjoyed a high status in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. But now, he saw a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial whom Duan Ling Tian had never seen before was standing next to the 13th prince. Everyone says that the 13th prince is not simple. In some aspects, even the 4th prince and the 7th prince are far inferior to him. Today, I have seen it for myself. Putting everything else aside, it's impossible for the 4th prince and the 7th prince to recruit a heaven stage overarching heavenly supreme celestial on their own. The person in charge of the Nian family's auction house thought to himself. At this moment, he realized he had underestimated the 13th prince. We must inform the clan and ask the clan leader to inform the 7th prince. The fact that a heaven rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial has appeared by the 13th prince's side and isn't sent by the emperor is enough for the 7th prince to take this seriously. With this thought in mind, the person in charge of the Nian family's auction house took out a communication celestial talisman and sent a message back to the Nian family. Similar to the Zhou family and the 4th prince, the Nian family and the 7th prince had a close relationship as well. After all, the 7th prince's mother was the sister of the clan leader of the Zhou family. If the 4th prince had the backing of the Zhou clan when he fought for the throne, then the 7th prince had the backing of the Nian clan when he fought for the throne. As for the 13th prince, his mother was not from a prominent family in the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. Instead, she was brought back by the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom. For this reason, the 13th prince had no one to rely on and could only rely on himself. Moreover, due to certain matters, the emperor of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom was not 100% certain that the 13th prince was his biological son. Due to this reason, the 13th prince's path to the throne was fraught with difficulties. Not many people were optimistic about his chances. Although the 13th prince was not inferior to the 4th prince and the 7th prince in all aspects, the 13th prince was still not confident in his chances. The auction continued in the Nian family's auction house. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the first earth room, finally obtained the item he had been waiting for. It was a profound grade cultivation method. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a profound grade cultivation method called the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. A graceful and elegant woman with a seductive voice spoke slowly on the auction stage. As soon as her voice rang in the air, it reverberated throughout the auction house. Even the people in the private rooms could hear her seductive voice clearly. After introducing the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, the beautiful woman raised her voice and said, "The starting price of the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique is 10,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Each increment must be no less than 5,000 Supreme Celestial Stones." Duan Ling Tian sat by the window of the first earth room. He did not participate in the auction. The price of the profound grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique, continued to rise. In the end, it was bought by a person in the earth room for 90,000 Supreme Celestial Stones. Congratulations to the guest in the 6th earth room for successfully obtaining the profound grade cultivation method, the Cloudy Dream Celestial Technique. Next, the second profound grade cultivation method will be sold. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, the the second profound grade cultivation method was displayed before everyone in the auction house. In the end, the profound grade cultivation method was sold for 90,000 supreme celestial stones. A profound grade cultivation method for 90,000 supreme celestial stones isn't expensive at all. In the first earth room, Duan Ling Tian, who had yet to make his move, was not in a hurry at all when he saw the two profound grade cultivation methods being taken away. He sat there calmly with a calm expression on his face. It was as though he could remain calm even if Mount Tai were to collapse in front of him. There were two reasons he had yet to make a move. Firstly, there were 5 profound grade cultivation methods left. Secondly, Duan Ling Tian did not like the 2 profound grade cultivation methods. Although the Xian grade cultivation methods were similar, there were still some small differences. For example, the first profound grade cultivation method would subtly change the characteristics of one's celestial origin energy when one cultivated it. It would make one's celestial origin energy gentle, making it more suitable for people who walk the path of gentleness. On the other hand, the second profound grade cultivation method was the opposite of the first profound grade cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian did not like either of the 2 profound grade cultivation methods. He preferred the cultivation method that allowed one to temper one's celestial origin energy to be both gentle and firm. After the 2 profound grade cultivation methods were sold, the 5th profound grade cultivation method finally satisfied Duan Ling Tian's desire. Due to this reason, he also began to bid for it. Moreover, he was the first one to bid 10,000 supreme celestial stones. After Duan Ling Tian placed his bid, he waited for the others to raise their bids before he followed suit and bid as well. After all, apart from the first 2 profound grade cultivation methods that were sold for 90,000 supreme celestial stones each, the remaining 2 profound grade cultivation methods were sold for 80,000 supreme celestial stones each. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not think he would be able to obtain the profound grade cultivation method with just 10,000 supreme celestial stones. Unless, of course, everyone else was mute at this moment, 15,000 supreme celestial stones. It did not take long for someone to make a bid. It was someone from the auction house. The people in the other earth rooms shuddered when they heard the bid. Based on that voice, the person in the first earth room seems to be the person who killed another guest of the fleeting time inn before coming to the Nian clan's auction house. The fact that he's protected by the fleeting time inn after killing another guest means that he's not a simple person. Otherwise, the fleeting time inn wouldn't have protected him at the risk of ruining their reputation. We can't afford to offend this person. We can't afford to offend him. The people in the earth rooms were all from the fleeting time inn with Duan Ling Tian. After all, they had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing another guest of the fleeting time inn and coming out unscathed. Therefore, they were certain Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. For this reason, none of them dared to make a bid against Duan Ling Tian, 30,000 supreme celestial stones. After Duan Ling Tian made his bid for the 3rd time, no one made a bid for the 3rd time. The group of people in the auction hall didn't make a sound because they had limited financial resources and couldn't afford to pay a higher price. Now, many people raised their heads to look at the earth boxes, wanting to see if the people in the other earth boxes were competing with the people in the first earth box. However, even after a long time, it was as if the people in the other earth boxes were completely silent at this moment. What's going on in the other earth rooms? Why aren't they bidding? That's a profound grade cultivation method we're talking about. Even if it's sold on the black market at a low price, I'm sure it can be sold for 60,000 to 70,000 supreme celestial stones. The people in the earth rooms are more than capable of buying it and reselling it. That's true. Why aren't they bidding? This is a free opportunity to earn celestial stones. The auction house was in an uproar for a while, but the people in the other earth rooms still did not make a bid. It seems like the person in the first earth room isn't simple. Isn't that obvious? If the person in the first earth room is an ordinary person, why aren't the people in the other earth rooms bidding? After all, the people in the other earth rooms haven't made a bid since the first time he made a bid. Soon after, many people in the auction house speculated that the person in the first earth room was not simple. At the very least, the people in the other earth rooms did not dare to bid against him. Chapter 27:30. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian bid 10,000 supreme celestial stones, another person in the auction house bid 15,000 supreme celestial stones. When Duan Lingtian bid 20,000 supreme celestial stones, another person in the auction house bid 25,000 supreme celestial stones. At this moment, when the two people who had bid with Duan Lingtian saw that the earth box had become completely silent, their expressions changed drastically. At the same time, their hearts were filled with anxiety. They were afraid the person in the first earth room would cause trouble for them after the auction ended. After all, based on the current situation, the person in the auction house was not ordinary. After all, the person in the first earth room was clearly not an ordinary person. What a joke! If he was an ordinary person, how could the people in the earth room be so quiet? At the same time, the group of people in the human grade rooms who were about to continue bidding with Duan Lingtian shut their mouths obediently. They did not dare to make any rash moves. Although the people in the human room were more or less powerful than the people in the auction house, they were not as powerful as the people in the earth room. Anyone with a bit of status would at least be arranged to be in an earth box. For this reason, when the people in the human room saw that the people in the earth room were silent, they did not dare to make a sound. The person in the first earth room is bidding 30,000 supreme celestial stones for the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic. Is there anyone else? The alluring voice of the beautiful woman resounded in the auction house, 30,000 supreme celestial stones going once, 30,000 supreme celestial stones going twice. Just as the beautiful woman was about to bid again, the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic, would belong to Duan Lingtian. There seems to be someone in the first heaven room. The window there is open. There must be someone in there. I wonder which prince or prince of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom is in there. The princes of the soaring dragon celestial kingdom rarely come to the Nian clan's auction house. I think it must be a prince. I'm afraid only ordinary princes would come to a small-scale auction held by the Nian clan's auction house. However, even an ordinary prince wouldn't be afraid of the person in the first earth room. I wonder if the person in the first heaven VIP room will participate in the auction for this mysterious grade cultivation technique. As some sharp-eyed people in the auction hall opened their mouths, most of the people in the auction hall raised their heads and fixed their eyes on the heavenly number 1 box with its window open. The first heaven room? Someone from the imperial family actually came to a small-scale auction held by the Nian clan's auction house? Duan Lingtian, who was in the first heaven room, was surprised. However, he was not worried that the person would bid against him would bid for the profound grade cultivation method, the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic. The profound grade cultivation method was the profound grade cultivation method was the nether fusion tactic? Duan Lingtian, who was the profound grade cultivation at the most? It would not be worth it if he bid more than that. But I didn't expect that not a single one of the fleeting Time's guests would bid against me after I killed one of their guests on my way here. This was something Duan Lingtian did not expect as well. Listening to the discussions in the auction hall, he was also a little curious as to whether the person in the first private room would bid against him. However, after a long time, the person in the first heaven room remained silent even though the beautiful woman on the stage tried to stall for time. 30,000 supreme celestial stones going thrice. The beautiful woman didn't dare delay any longer when she noticed that she had delayed for a long time. She announced the owner of the profound grade cultivation method. Congratulations to the guest in the first earth room for obtaining the mid-grade cultivation method, the nether fusion technique, for 30,000 top-grade celestial stones. He had obtained a profound grade cultivation method with 30,000 supreme celestial stones. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian had profited this time. He didn't bid? Many people in the auction house were surprised and puzzled. Isn't that normal? The guest in the first heaven room is from the imperial family. It's only natural that he wouldn't be interested in a profound grade cultivation method. As for selling the profound grade cultivation method to the black market, the imperial family wouldn't stoop to such a low price. You have a point. I wonder, which prince is in the number 1 private room? When the attention of the crowd in the auction hall shifted to the heavenly box number 1, Zhang Tai's expression changed. Long Fei Yun, the 13th prince, was sitting in the first heaven room with a surprised expression on his face. He is actually interested in a profound level cultivation technique? A disciple from a powerful sect outside the wasteland is interested in a profound grade cultivation method? That's impossible, right? Is it possible that he's not a disciple from a powerful sect outside the yellow wasteland? Long Fei Yun muttered to himself as he tapped the jade bracelet in front of him with his hand. Naturally, he didn't come to the Nian clan's auction house for this small auction. Normally, there wouldn't be anything that could interest him in a small auction. He came for Duan Lingtian. Although the Nian clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince, the innkeeper of the fleeting time and was one of Long Fei Yun's men. He had learned about the incident between the 4th prince and Duan Lingtian earlier than the 7th prince. For this reason, he was interested in Duan Lingtian. For this reason, he came to the Nian clan's auction house today. The auction continued. Duan Lingtian was not interested in any of the items in the auction house. He had already achieved his goal of coming to the auction house today. As time passed, the auction was about to come to an end. Duan Lingtian was about to leave the fleeting time in with the guests of the Nian clan's auction house. Guest. Suddenly, a voice rang from outside the first earth room. Young Master Duan, this is Elder Yu, the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house. When Duan Lingtian heard the voice and looked towards the door of the room, the servant girl at the side had already informed Duan Lingtian of the identity of the person outside. The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He was curious about the visitor's purpose. Open the door. Duan Lingtian ordered the maidservant. Upon receiving the order, the maidservant immediately opened the door and bowed respectfully at the old man standing outside the room. Elder Yu. When Duan Lingtian turned to look at the old man had already entered the room. He bowed slightly at Duan Lingtian and said, Guest, I'm the person in charge of the auction house. His Highness, the 13th Prince, wishes to see you. What do you think? The 13th Prince? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew about the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He knew the 13th Prince was in no way inferior to the 4th and 7th Princes. In fact, the 13th Prince was even more outstanding than the 4th and 7th Princes. If it were not for the fact that the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom disliked the 13th Prince, he would definitely be able to compete with the 4th and 7th Princes for the throne. It seems like the person in the first Earth room is the 13th Prince. Duan Lingtian had also guessed the 13th Prince's identity. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded at the old man. After the old man received Duan Lingtian's permission, he immediately walked out of the room and stood by the door. Then, he respectfully made an inviting gesture and said to the handsome young man standing at the side, Your Highness, the 13th Prince, please enter. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also saw the famous 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. It's just as the rumors say. The 13th Prince is very handsome. Moreover, he's handsome with both strength and gentleness. After a while, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man standing behind the 13th Prince. The middle-aged man had an ordinary appearance, but when he stood behind the 13th Prince, he seemed as steady as Mount Tai. Moreover, he emitted a peculiar aura. Although it was not obvious, Duan Lingtian could still sense it. The reason why he could sense it was because he had subconsciously come into contact with this aura before, so he had a very deep impression of it. This aura. It's similar to Murong Bing's. Duan Lingtian had come into contact with this kind of aura from Murong Bing whom he had slept with before. Moreover, he was certain this was not an ordinary aura. It was an aura that was unintentionally emitted when one's cultivation base had reached a certain stage. My name is Long Fei Yun, the 13th Prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. How should I address you, brother? Long Fei Yun greeted Duan Lingtian with a smile after he entered the room. My surname is Duan. Duan Lingtian nodded at Long Fei Yun before he pointed at the chair in front of the table. 13th Prince, please have a seat. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Long Fei Yun did not stand on ceremony and sat down. He glanced at the person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house and said indifferently, "Bring your people out. I have something to say to Brother Duan in private." "Yes, Your Highness." The person in charge of the Nian clan's auction house replied respectfully before he left the room with his servant. "Brother Duan, I've heard about you since a few days ago. You're the first person in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to make the fourth miss of the Zhou clan suffer such a huge loss." When Long Fei Yun looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was talking to an old friend. "It seems like you have a subordinate in the Fleeting Time Inn," Duan Lingtian said meaningfully as he looked at Long Fei Yun. Although his relationship with Zhou Shudong was no secret in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, not many people knew he was in the Fleeting Time Inn, let alone recognize him. Not to mention the others, just the guests of the Fleeting Time Inn who came with him to the auction house were a group of people. Chapter 2731. Naturally, when Duan Lingtian said the 13th prince had planted someone in the Fleeting Time Inn, he did not mean that the 13th prince had planted someone in the Fleeting Time Inn as a guest. Instead, it was the 13th prince who had planted someone in the inn. The Fleeting Time Inn was one of the most important properties of the Nian clan. Moreover, the Nian clan had a close relationship with the 7th prince of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Naturally, they would not serve the 13th prince. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The 13th prince, Long Fei Yun, must have planted a subordinate in the Fleeting Time Inn who was privy to a lot of information. To tell you the truth, Brother Duan, the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn, Wang Peng, is one of my subordinates. Long Fei Yun smiled faintly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. "Oh." Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. He asked in surprise, "The 13th prince is so honest with me. Aren't you worried I'll spread the news?" "If I spread the news, even if the innkeeper of the Fleeting Time Inn doesn't die, he'll at least be skinned alive, right? Moreover, from now on, you'll have one less informant in the Nian clan." Duan Lingtian looked at Long Fei Yun meaningfully when he finished speaking. "Will you?" Long Fei Yun asked with a smile on his face. "I'm not that bored." Duan Lingtian shrugged. He had only come to the capital of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to find a place to stay. He would leave when he found a place to go. To Duan Lingtian, the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom and the Wasteland were just a stepping stone for him to ascend to the spirit overarching heaven. He needed to leave the Wasteland and head to a wider world to seek higher cultivation bases as quickly as possible. He only had 1,000 years of time. If he was not strong enough after 1,000 years, it would be difficult for him to rescue his wife, Kerr, and his family and friends even if he managed to enter the Divine Offering Land. Although he had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for less than 10 years, he had already attained his current cultivation base. However, he knew this was only the beginning. This was just the beginning. The road ahead would only get harder and harder. This was because the higher one's cultivation was, the slower one's speed of improvement would be. Currently, he had not even become a great overarching golden celestial. His cultivation base was nothing in the Wasteland and the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom, let alone the spirit overarching heaven. Although Duan Lingtian's strength could not be compared to his cultivation base, he was still far from being a match for an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. There was no lack of overarching heavenly supreme celestials in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. He had seen a few overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the Nian clan, let alone the overarching heavenly supreme celestials from the imperial family. If any of these overarching heavenly supreme celestials attacked him, he would not be able to withstand their attacks even if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. That's why I told you the truth, because I believed that Brother Duan wouldn't be so bored. Long Feiyun said with a smile. Brother Duan. Long Feiyun's eyes glinted as he said bluntly, based on what I know, you're from a powerful sect outside the Wasteland. I wonder why you're interested in a profound grade cultivation method? Is there something special about the profound grade cultivation method, the dark nether fusion tactic? Long Feiyun was beginning to have doubts. The purple-clad young man in front of him did not have a powerful background. He was merely trying to scare his fourth brother so that his fourth brother would not dare to act on behalf of Zhou Shudong, the fourth young miss of the Zhou clan. He's indeed not even 100 years old. At this moment, a voice transmission rang in Long Feiyun's ears. It was from the middle-aged man standing behind him. As a heaven-rank overarching heavenly supreme celestial, the middle-aged man's divine consciousness was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not notice the middle-aged man's divine consciousness when he probed Duan Lingtian with his divine consciousness. Moreover, he should know how to conceal his cultivation base. Initially, I wanted to probe his soul with my divine consciousness to confirm his cultivation base. However, before I could get close to his soul, my divine consciousness disappeared. The middle-aged man continued to speak to Long Feiyun through voice transmission. The celestial origin energy in Devata realms was very mysterious. It existed in the body of a celestial, but no matter how powerful a celestial was, it would be difficult to probe a celestial's cultivation base with their divine consciousness. Only when the celestial origin energy was released would one be able to roughly guess a celestial's cultivation base. This was due to the existence of the heavenly veins. For this reason, in the Devata realms, one had to probe a celestial's cultivation base through the soul, since the increase in one's cultivation base would be accompanied by the increase in one's soul. This was similar to cultivators in the mundane realms. Whoosh! A wave of energy surged out from the table in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he placed his hand on the table. His celestial origin energy surged out of his hand and collided with the wave of energy, suppressing it. The 13th prince's hobby is similar to the 4th prince's. At the same time, he looked at Long Feiyun meaningfully and said, "Don't worry, Long Feiyun won't be able to defeat you." A great overarching golden celestial. A great overarching golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. Long Feiyun was still in a daze when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect the purple-clad young man who was not even 100 years old to be a great overarching golden celestial. Based on his probing earlier, he was 100% certain the young man was not weak at all. He was certain the young man was as strong as a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. Most importantly, the young man was not weak at all. He was certain the young man was not even 100 years old. No wonder fourth brother is wary of him. As it turns out, it's not only because of his junior sister who's younger than him, it's also because of him. I've never seen his junior sister before, so I'm not sure if she's strong enough to kill an Earth-rank great overarching golden celestial from the Zhou clan, even though she's not even 100 years old. However, this young man with the surname Duan is indeed not even 100 years old. He's at least a yellow-rank great overarching golden celestial. When Long Feiyun looked at Duan Lingtian again, he could not hide the shock in his eyes. At this moment, he no longer doubted Duan Lingtian's identity. He did not think it was important, since Duan Lingtian was a great overarching golden celestial even though he was not even 100 years old. This made him think of something else. Perhaps, I can make a deal with him. With this thought in mind, Long Feiyun's eyes suddenly lit up like two bright stars in the night sky. "Brother Duan, I have an Earth-grade cultivation method. I wonder if you're interested?" Long Feiyun asked bluntly as he stared at Duan Lingtian with burning eyes. An Earth-grade cultivation method? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened in shock when he heard Long Feiyun's words. However, it did not take long before he regained his senses. 13th Prince, you're talking about the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom's inherited cultivation method, right? Based on Duan Lingtian's knowledge, the inherited cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. The only known Earth-grade cultivation method in the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom was the inherited cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. As far as I know, only the direct descendants of the imperial family are allowed to cultivate the legacy cultivation method of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom. Moreover, there's a rule in the imperial family of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom that anyone who imparts the legacy cultivation method to outsiders, regardless of their status, will be hunted down by the imperial family. Duan Lingtian said indifferently, 13th Prince, are you trying to test me to see if I'm interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method? If I'm interested in the Earth-grade cultivation method, coupled with the fact that I bid for a profound grade cultivation method, does that mean you're certain I'm not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, Duan Lingtian must be interested in Duan Lingtian. This must be Long Feiyun's way of testing him. Duan Lingtian's motive was just as Duan Lingtian had said. He bid for the profound grade cultivation method because of other reasons. However, if he wanted the earth grade cultivation method as well, things might not be as simple as it seemed. How could a person from a powerful sect outside the wasteland, a great overarching golden celestial who was not even 100 years old, not have a decent earth grade cultivation method? Brother Duan, you're overthinking things. Long Feiyun shook his head when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In my opinion, it doesn't matter if you're from a powerful sect outside the wasteland or not. Naturally, I hope you're not from a powerful sect outside the wasteland. If that's the case, you might be interested in the earth grade cultivation method in my hands. Here, I want to clarify something to you, Brother Duan. The earth grade cultivation method I'm talking about is not the inherited method of the imperial family. I'm not afraid of your teasing, Brother Duan. I haven't even come into contact with the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family, let alone cultivate it. Long Feiyun clenched his fists tightly when he spoke. One could vaguely see the veins on the back of his hands throbbing. It was clear he was very agitated at this moment. It's because my father thinks I'm not his biological son. When he spoke again, Long Feiyun's eyes first flashed with a dim light, then a sharp light flashed in them. The 13th prince doesn't cultivate the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family? Duan Lingtian was shocked. He knew the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom did not like the 13th prince because he was unsure if the 13th prince was his biological son. However, he did not expect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom to be so bold. He did not expect the Emperor of the Soaring Dragon Celestial Kingdom would not pass the inherited cultivation method of the imperial family to the 13th prince just because he suspected the 13th prince was not his biological son.